2. This is live, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a very unusual podcast we're going to have here, and a very unusual discussion. I have to my left Michael Shermer, very famous skeptic. He's been on the podcast before. Of course, Randall Carlson, amazing gentleman who knows far too much about terrifying things like asteroids. And Graham Hancock, author, also a fantastic human being, many times been on this podcast as well. And this all came out of a podcast that Randall and Graham and I did recently, and Michael Shermer commented on it, and it was all essentially on the hypothesis that the great extinction that happened with the North American land animals that happened somewhere around the end of the Ice Age, and the end of the Ice Age, the abrupt end of the Ice Age, being caused, please correct me if I fuck any of this up, being caused by a comet impact. Michael Shermer had some questions about that, and we said this would be an amazing podcast, get everybody together in a room and go over this. Since then, there's been some interesting stuff that's happened. Well, I thought this was really fascinating that Forbes has a mainstream article in Forbes, did a comet wipe out Ice Age megafauna, and this is actually from just a couple of weeks ago. And then there was also this interpretation that's fairly recent as well about one of the stone tablets, one of the stone carvings rather, on Göbekli Tepe. And Graham, you would probably be the best to describe that.
Yeah, that was published in Mediterranean Archaeology and Archaeometry, peer-reviewed journal, by a couple of scientists from the University of Edinburgh. And they are proposing an interpretation of the Göbekli Tepe imagery. There's quite a lot of imagery on those T-shaped pillars, particularly one pillar, pillar 43 in enclosure B. And their deduction, what they take from their interpretation, of course many will disagree with them, their interpretation is that those images are speaking of the comet. They're speaking of a comet that hit the Earth roughly 12,000 years ago.
And Randall, this has been something that you've been obsessed with for many, many years now. We've documented and detailed it in many conversations we've had.
Yes. Now, I can't say that I'm that familiar with that argument. I haven't had a chance to.
But this idea that the comet impact is what has caused the end of the Ice Age.
Well, it's so complex, but now what we do is we throw some type of an impact into the mix, and it seems to fill gaps.
Pull this right up to you.
It seems to fill gaps that were, at this point, still unexplained. There's varying theories between some extent of climate change and some extent of human predation that caused the extinction. And I've always felt like you can't blame it on one or the other. I think humans probably had a role, but only in the very final stages of the extinction event. And one of the scenarios would certainly suggest that there were extreme climate changes between what's called the balling Alarod, which was the rather gradual warming at the very end of the Pleistocene, which was then followed by the Younger Dryas, which was the return to full glacial cold, and in the end of the Younger Dryas, which is dated at about 11,600, which is considered now to be the boundary of the Holocene. Post Younger Dryas, pre-Boreal it's called, would be the beginning of the Holocene. And it seems that most of the extinctions did occur between roughly 13,000 and 11,600 years ago, although the dating has a wide spread on it, so you can't pinpoint it down to a specific event. But I've always felt like that there had to be something that we needed to look at that triggered the extreme climate changes that we do see at the end of the Ice Age. And to my opinion, you can't attribute that solely to Milankovitch theories, which is basically the changing solar terrestrial geometries, because they're too slow. And what we see at the end of the Ice Age were very rapid climate changes. And so one of the things that I think has been missing has been the trigger. Wallace Brecker pointed out years ago that possibly a major flood from the draining of Lake Agassiz caused the interruption of the thermohaline circulation, which is basically the circulation of the North Atlantic Ocean, and that this might have been what triggered the Younger Dryas and then also contributed to the mass extinction events, but now I think that the dating of the draining of Lake Gyges is too late for them, and was probably a latter event within the overall melting phenomena that occurred between roughly 14,600 and about 11,000 years ago. Somewhere in there we have to fit that mass extinction, and I definitely thought that climate change was the dominant factor in that. But then what triggered the climate change? That always seemed to be something that was not ever really explained. The comet impact theory is very controversial, but the evidence has been steadily mounting now for a decade.
Including physical evidence, right? Like the core samples that show nuclear blasts scattered out throughout Asia and Europe at roughly the same time period when they do the core samples.
Yes, most of it's dating to 12,800 to 13,000 years ago.
These are called impact rocks.
Impact rocks.
Diamonds, melt glass, microspherules. These kind of things are associated with impact, not necessarily always caused by impact. So this has been part of the reason for the controversy. But it's the abundance of all of these at a particular level which leads a large group of scientists to feel that we have.
It's the full assemblage of things that is difficult to explain by process without invoking some type of a
And it also corresponds with what you believe is a period where Earth travels through a series of comets.
Well, this gets us to the ideas of what would be called the British catastrophes, Victor Clube and William Napier and a number of others that have theorized that from time to time Earth encounters the debris from a large disintegrating comet. And there's an interesting William Napier article I can pull up here pretty soon that possibly around 13,000 years ago Earth may have encountered some of the debris from a disintegrating comet, which ultimately goes back to Fred Whipple, who was one of the godfathers of cometary science.
Can I just come in on that for a second? Yeah. I mean, specifically, Bill Napier and Victor Clube are identifying the remnants of this comet with the Taurus meteor stream, which is familiar, I think, to everybody. We pass through it twice a year. We see meteorite in October, early November. That debris stream is still there. It still contains, according to their argument, bits of the comet. There are large objects in it, like Comet Encke with Niki Occhiato and so on, 4 or 5 kilometers in diameter. And the suggestion is that the meteor stream, it's got lots of small bits of dust, but it's got some larger stuff too, and some of that stuff fell out of the meteor stream 12,800 years ago and impacted primarily the North American.
Now, Michael, when you listen to that podcast, you had some questions. You are a professional skeptic, so of course you're skeptical. What are your thoughts about all this?
Let me pull back and give a bigger picture. After the podcast, I went and got the book, Magicians of the Gods, and actually I listened to it on audio. 16, 18 hours of Graham reading with his wonderful British accent, which is, for Americans, that elevates the quality of the argument by an order of magnitude.
Yeah, that's how they sell things in infomercials over there.
And Graham, you're a good writer. It's a very compelling story.
Thank you. You're a great skeptic.
And so I think a number of points about, in general, the idea of alternative archaeology is really what we're talking about here. I prefer that to pseudo-archaeology because that's a little bit of an insult. So alternative archaeology. So it's good to remember that. So you have these guys on the podcast for 3 or 4 hours, and the audience listening thinks, yeah, why don't these guys get a fair hearing? I mean, it's like there's the mainstream and then there's these guys.
Right.
But there isn't just these guys. There's hundreds of alternative archaeological theories. So which one gets the play? Which one gets attention? Which one doesn't? And for a mainstream archaeologist who's busy in the field and trying to get grants and so on, they mostly just don't have the time to sort through all these alternative theories. This is just one, and as we'll see in the next couple hours, there's hundreds and hundreds of things to be addressed. So that's kind of what we do. So just to rattle off a few, the lost tribes of Israel who colonized.
Sounds insane. Come on. This runs really good. Come on.
The Kensington Runestones in Minnesota, the Vikings that come here. The Black
Yeah, you're just a little fucking bitch, aren't you? You little fucking
book
bitch.
called Black Athena was published that the Egyptians were actually black, and that the sort of Western white male dominance of history had written them out of the past. So this was a whole history of alternative archaeology. Piltdown myth, Thor Heyerdahl, the hypothesis that Polynesian islands were colonized by South Americans who went east to west. That's since been debunked, but that's yet another one. South American archaeology, Olmec statues seem to have like African features on them. So maybe Africans went directly across South America. So there's, Eric Van Donen, Zechariah Sitchin. Now most of these Graham rejects. To your credit, you're a good skeptic too. But for an outsider, an anthropologist from Mars who steps into this thing cold, it's like, well, they're all alternative, which is right. And how do we know? And so the way it works in science is the default position is the skeptical position. We assume your hypothesis is not true, not just you, anybody's hypothesis, like the Clune Napier hypothesis. That was widely published. It was widely covered in mainstream scientific journals and popular science magazines like Scientific American. And it has not fared that well over the last decade or so. It's still around. It's still debated, but so you put it in the mainstream through peer-reviewed journals, and then you go to conferences and you have it out, and that's kind of where we end up with, well, this is what we think is probably true for now, and then all these other people out here, if they don't jump in and into the pool where everybody is, then there's no way for an outsider to know whether these alternative things have any validity or not, other than they make a compelling case in a popular book, yes, but what do the mainstream scientists think? So, and the problem is that, so a couple of specific things, like what I call patternicity, the tendency to find meaningful patterns in random noise, the Virgin Mary on Pearl Tuesday, whatever. These are fun examples, but, taking, pectoglyphs, and then comparing them to constellations, it's easy in the mind's eye to find a pattern. The question is, did those people really think 10,000 years ago? This is a field called archaeoastronomy. Ed Krupp, director of the Griffin Observatory here in LA.
Come on.
And sometimes the pattern, he thinks the patterns mean something. Sometimes it's or you take something like the pyramids. As Graham knows, there's 100 theories about the pyramids. And there's the mainstream one, and then there's all these other ones. And this is why people like the director there, just can't believe them all. So this is one example I use that white people read weird things. That one guy calculated that if you divide the height of the pyramid into twice the side of the base, you get the number close to pi. And then he just sort of works all these different numbers, so therefore it's positively significant.
Well, Richard Hoagland was like the best example of that, right? He would find these patterns in Mars and claim that if you go from this rock to half the distance, and why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. He would create these patterns.
Right, and that's okay. I mean, all scientists look for patterns. Just take climate change. Either the Earth is getting warmer, it's not, either it's human caused or it's not. There's a pattern in the data. You can see the pattern. The question is the pattern real? So this is why we use the term climate consensus. It's not a democracy. It's not like we voted on and decided this is the truth. It's that independently, all these different scientists working in different fields, publishing in different journals, come to the same conclusion. So we call this conciliant science or convergence of evidence science. That it's not like these guys are meeting on the weekends going, boy, we got to combat those crazy right wingers with our data. They're independently coming to these conclusions. So that lifts our confidence that, there's probably something to their theory. Such that there's now so much data we have to deconstruct every one of those independently. So then you have things like what I call the problem of the residue of anomalies. In any field, there are residue of anomalies that can't be explained. So like UFOs, for example. Ufologists, me, a skeptic, agree that 90 to 95% of all the UFO sightings are explained by natural phenomena. Venus, swamp gas, airplanes, beasts, whatever. They know that. And so we're really only talking about 5%. How do you explain that one right there, 1967 on June 3rd? I don't know. No one knows that. And then from there they build, well, that's my case. You can't explain that. then I advocate no.
Well, that's very different than what we're talking about here.
How is that relevant to us here?
It's totally relevant because I think almost all of your argument is based on this residue of anomalies, what we call a God of the gaps argument. If you scientists can't explain this particular rock right here or that particular petroglyph, and I'm going to count that toward my compilation of data to support my hypothesis of a lost civilization.
But no one's saying that the scientists can't explain it. What essentially, particularly Randall, with a series of images has shown, is that what you have here is something that can be explained by rapid melting of the ice caps. And Randall, step in.
Well,
Okay, go ahead if you want.
well, they do say, I mean, it depends what you mean by rapid. You know, I mean, a glacial dam that, as our geologists will tell us in a moment, that breaks, that's fairly rapid. Back in '96, there was a very popular book called Noah's Flood. This is a serious book by two geologists that said it was the rapid filling up of the Black Sea that swamped over the civilizations living on the edges of this, and that's where the Noachian flood story comes from. It's widely debated and so on, and since it doesn't fit that well. But that's fairly rapid. I mean, we're talking over the course of weeks or months or years. To a geologist, thousands of years is rapid. So, an impact by a comet may happen in a couple hours, a couple of days or weeks versus a couple of months or years. What do we mean by rapid?
Okay, well, what are you saying?
Okay.
So what are you saying about their theories?
Okay, so the problem, I think, Graham, the deepest problem is much of your theory depends on negative evidence. That is, I don't accept the mainstream explanation for pyramids, the Sphinx, the Machu Picchu, whatever.
Well, let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about this specific subject because it's going to take a long time just to cover
Okay, so I'll just
historical facts.
all right. So my final point is the falsifiability one. That is, what would it take to refute your hypothesis? Like, for me, the answer would be like if Göbekli Tepe turned out to be what you think it might have been, the place where advanced ancient civilization once inhabited or they used it. Where are the metal tools? Where are the writing, the examples of writing?
Perhaps a decision was made not to use metal. Perhaps a decision was made that errors had taken place. That in reinventing civilization, we shouldn't perhaps go down quite the same route as before. Perhaps writing isn't always an advance. Perhaps an oral tradition which records in memory, which enhances and uses the power of memory, may be a very effective way of dealing with information. We regard writing as an advance, and I can see lots of reasons why it is an advance, but if we put ourselves into the heads of ancient people, maybe it wasn't. I mean, there's a tradition from ancient Egypt that the god Thoth, god of wisdom, was the inventor of writing, but we have a text in which he is questioned by a pharaoh who is saying, well, actually, have you really done a good thing by introducing writing? Because then the words may roam around the world without wise advice to put them into context, and what will happen to memory when people. So there might be a choice not to go.
Okay, all right, but then what do you mean by advanced? When you say there used to be a lost advanced civilization before 10,000 years ago.
Well, let's just pause here for a second, because what we know for a fact is that the carbon dating in all the area around Göbekli Tepe is somewhere around 12,000 years. Is that correct?
11,600 years ago.
Okay.
So the earliest they found so far, but a great deal of Göbekli Tepe is still
Right. So at least what we know is someone built pretty impressive structures 11,600 years ago.
7,000 years before stone.
So when that story broke, this is long before you came along with your book, it was controversial in the sense that we thought hunter-gatherers could not do something like this because to do that you need a large population with a division of labor and so forth. And so what the response to the archaeologists was, well, I guess we were wrong about hunter-gatherers. Maybe they could do more stuff than we gave them credit for. So why is that not a reasonable hypothesis versus it was actually advanced, but we need something completely different by advanced, not writing and metal technology. We mean, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, we have a body of archaeology which goes on for decades, which is saying that megalithic sites, for example, Gigantea in Malta, Agarim or Niger, megalithic sites date to no older than 5,500 to 6,000 years old. Gyges would push it close to 6,000 years old. And there are no older sites than that. And therefore, the megalithic site is associated with a certain stage of Neolithic
Fuck right off, man.
development. Then along comes Göbekli Tepe, 7,000 years older than stone. Incredibly sophisticated site, very large scale. I mean,
So much lag.
sadly,
There's so much lag.
spent 3 days.
There's too much lag there. This run is way too laggy. I don't know what it is.
Talked to me a lot.
Gotta see the
And
fan.
he
Let's
said
see what the fan
basically
is.
50 times as much as they've currently excavated is still under the ground. There's hundreds and hundreds of giant stone pillars that they've identified with ground penetrating radar. He's not even sure if they're ever going to excavate them. But by all accounts, we are looking, if we take what's still under the ground into account, we're looking at the largest megalithic site that's ever been created on Earth. And it pops up 11,600 years ago with no obvious background to it. It just comes out of nowhere. Now, to me, that's rather, well, that we know of. But to me, that's immediately a rather puzzling and interesting situation. And I would be remiss as an author and an inquirer into these matters if I didn't take great interest in that. The sudden appearance, 7,000 years before Stonehenge, of a megalithic site that dwarfs Stonehenge, to me, that's a mystery, and it's really worth inquiring.
Well, to put it into perspective, that's more than 2,000 years older than what we now consider to be the building of the Great Pyramid of Giza, in comparison to us to that. So between our time now in 2017 and the construction of the Great Pyramid, you're talking about 2,000 years earlier than that, and that is unbelievable when you're talking about 7,000 years before what we thought people were doing.
Okay, but my point is that instead of, before we go down the road of
Come on.
being
What?
a lost civilization that was super advanced but different from our why not just attribute to these fully modern hunter-gatherers who had the same size brains we have and so on, that they were able to figure out and do this, we just underestimated their ability.
But why did archaeologists tell us for so long hunter-gatherers couldn't do it, and you needed agricultural populations that could generate surpluses, that could pay for the
Yes,
specialists
that was
to...
the theory, but that was, so now archaeologists are saying, well, I guess we were wrong about hunter-gatherers.
Well,
Yeah.
they might be wrong about hunter-gatherers, or there might be another civilization that they have not discovered that has been unearthed.
Sorry, Michael, lost civilizations are not such an extraordinary idea. I mean, nobody knew that the Indus Valley civilization existed at all until some railway work was done around Mohenjo-Daro in 1923. Suddenly, a whole civilization pops up out of the woodwork that's just never been taken into account before the 1920s. We still can't read its script. You know, the idea that we come across that another turn of the spade reveals information that causes us to reconsider not just was it hunter-gatherers or agriculturalists, but perhaps something bigger than this is involved. That's not such an extraordinary idea. I get it that mainstream archaeology doesn't want to go there, but that's my job.
No, I don't think that's correct. They would be happy to go there if there's evidence for it. By what you just said, they now fully accept the Indus Valley civilization. How did that happen if they were dogmatically closed-minded?
I don't say that they were dogmatically closed-minded about that. The evidence, the massive amount of evidence that came up with the discovery of Mohenjo-Daro, Harappa, Dholadira, and other such sites, it's very difficult. You need to be completely stupid to say that that's not a civilization. Göbekli Tepe is a bit more nuanced. You know, we have stone circles. We have some interesting astronomical alignments. The world's first perfectly north-south aligned building.
Maybe.
No, definitely.
Again, that's a patternistic thing.
Well, I'm citing Klaus Schmidt. You know.
Well, that's all right, but if any of us who read back into history 10,000 years ago, what we're thinking, that they might have been thinking, that's always a dangerous for anybody, not just you, all of
That's a
us.
good point. Who was Klaus Schmidt?
Klaus Schmidt was the original excavator of Göbekli Tepe. He was the head of the German Archaeological Institute dig at Göbekli Tepe. He kindly spent 3 days showing me around the site, and really nobody's disputing the astronomical alignments of Göbekli Tepe. They weren't particularly interested in Klaus Schmidt, but they're there.
And what is the alignment? Like, how is it
Well,
established?
when you have a perfectly north-south aligned structure, perfectly north, to true north, not magnetic north, then you are dealing with astronomy by definition. And there are other alignments of the sun.
True north as established today, or with the precession of the equinoxes?
True north
we
is
talked
always
about 12. Okay.
It's the rotation axis of it.
Okay, so to this day, it points exactly the same place where it was pointing.
It always points to true north.
But back to this, they don't want to go. Sure, they want to go. They would be happy to go. Case in point, 2 weeks ago, in the journal Nature, the most prestigious scientific journal in the world, there was published an article that humans or maybe Neanderthals lived in San Diego area 130,000 years ago. This is an order of magnitude older than the Clovis days.
This was
30
the mastodon bones they found were
mastodon
smashed.
bones, yeah. So here's an example of how, okay, so clearly there's not some conspiracy to keep alternative people or fringe or radical theories out. It was published in peer-reviewed, the most prestigious journal in the world. There it is.
And then what happened?
Well,
Hasn't there been a massive reaction to that and lots of scathing remarks by other academics?
yes, and that's normal. That's how science works.
Yes.
You get pushed back. You got to have a thick skin. It's just the way it goes.
You've got to have a thick skin, that's for sure. But maybe sometimes your skin is so thick that you just can't sense anything around.
Well, of course, we don't want that either.
So what do you think is going on when you look at something like Göbekli Tepe that's covered up purposefully, right?
Yeah, it's deliberately buried. Again, I cite Klaus Schmidt. He's the authority on this. He's the excavator. He absolutely adamantly insists that site was deliberately buried and finally covered with a hill, which is what Göbekli Tepe means in the Turkish language, pot-bellied hill.
Yeah.
And you're talking about something. Give me the perspective of how large they believe it is currently.
What's excavated at the moment is on a scale of stone. What's under the ground maybe as much as 50 times bigger.
But at Göbekli Tepe, no one lived there. There's no tools. There's no.
Well, you're talking about 12,000 years old.
But if it's buried, there should be pottery. There's no pottery, no writing, no articles of clothing. No one lived there.
Well, you're saying nobody lived there, so why should they have pottery? Why should pottery be in the fill?
But
Why would they go along and break some pots and stick it in the
But
artificial
how
fill?
about something? They're trash, and something that would indicate it's different, a different kind of people than what we're used to seeing in the archaeological record.
Yo, Wally, what's up, man?
It's rubbish that they pour.
What's up, buddy?
It's just stones and earth, buckets of it.
In other words, Graham, for you to gain
I
theory amongst mainstream
what's going on, dude?
archaeologists, they want to see
I was watching the
all of
recent
evidence to return the old theory. In other words, the
Speed
first
Lore, and I saw your Surface 2 127. That was sick.
in every field.
Jesus, always, buddy, forever.
The mainstream idea
Forever and ever.
of hunters and gatherers never had anything in what
What's
the
up,
theory
dude?
was that would indicate these people were capable of building something remotely.
Yeah, that was cool, man. That was cool to see your 127. I remember you came in my chat and you were talking about it. Oh, I guess when you first met.
That's one possible.
It's cool to see it in the Speed Lore.
We had this kind of low expectations for these hunter-gatherers. Maybe we should jet it.
Yeah, man, still at it, buddy.
And my own other field,
I love it.
history of religion. It also threw that up because this apparently was a kind of a spiritual, religious. That's the wrong word. They would have used.
Actually, nobody can know that.
That's right. So, but if it was, this is the big National Geographic article emphasized that. Maybe this is the very first religious spiritual temple ever built because they didn't live there, so they went there for a reason.
Isn't it also possible that this is signs that civilization was?
I might mix it up though. Today I'm feeling not very accurate.
Again, what do we mean by
We're
that?
talking
We'll see.
about the ability to construct an amazing structure.
Well, okay.
How big was it? Like how tall are these stones?
Some of them are 20 feet tall.
Yeah, but
Some of them are smaller with astronomical alignments. Klaus Schmidt called it a center of inertia. He was intrigued by the way that agriculture emerges around Göbekli Tepe at the same time that Göbekli Tepe is created. And he went on record with me, perhaps he's not right, but he went on record with me as saying that was the first agriculture. These were the people who invented agriculture. Now,
Brutal,
to me,
man. I
the
hate the
notion
side
that
shots,
a group of
honestly.
hunter-gatherers wake up one morning and invent megalithic architecture, the world's largest megalithic site, and at the same moment invent agriculture, stretches credulity a bit. And I think I would prefer to propose, and I have been, that what we're looking at is evidence of some kind of transfer of technology, that people came into
Yo,
that
Wally.
area who had other knowledge,
Thanks for being here.
and that was applied, and perhaps they mobilized the local population around this site. Perhaps that's precisely why we see agriculture developing there. So perhaps that's the skill that's being used.
But I don't see anything particularly. Okay, the stone work is spectacular, but that's not any more advanced than a few millennium afterwards.
But you're talking about something 20 feet tall made of stone
But we know
by
a
people that were hunter-gatherers.
couple hundred people can move multi-ton stone.
There's no mystery in moving the stones. They're still moving 20-ton stones in Indonesia today. The megalithic culture
Fucking
still
just
exists.
died.
The carving on the outside is
Man.
extremely complex. It's three-dimensional carving.
Oh,
But you know that means.
But
But do you know
Lascaux
what that means?
at 30,000 years ago has magnificent cave paintings with three-dimensional animals.
But that's painting. You know,
Well,
that they,
but there's
you
the-
know, hold on a second. You know what I'm saying when I say three-dimensional carvings?
Yeah, like the beam.
No, the carvings were on the outside.
Oh, come
They didn't
on.
carve them into the
Are you
rock.
fucking
They carved
serious?
away the rock around them, which is pretty sophisticated stuff.
It's a good time with the strats I used. Oh yeah, service nice, buddy.
Stone columns. I mean, it's pretty impressive stuff.
Okay,
Yeah, I remember I was
maybe
super
it's
impressed with that
that
first
we're
cam
trying to
shot.
figure this out. We know from modern society where, say, Australian Aborigines, in one generation, they go from stone tools to flying airplanes. The
So I'm
brain
listing them
is
back
quite
to
capable of
nice.
doing
Yeah, but you have the beast, you know what I
They go
mean?
from stone tools to flying airplanes without somebody using the airplane.
Yeah, you're actually making his argument for him.
No. It's not that much of a reach to carve stone. People have been carving stones
But
for
the
thousands of
entire
years.
archaeological opinion on megalithic sites for decades before this was precisely that it was beyond their ability.
Right, and now the mainstream has changed its
Okay,
mind
but
about
let's-
this.
let's-
Or at the very least,
A
they
little
said-
shift.
Let's
they
pause for
said-
a moment. Let's pause for a moment. So, for sure, we all agree human beings made this.
Okay, this is too bright. I gotta sign in.
Even
One
so
second.
So the argument is.
One second. Such fucking bullshit, man.
3, 2. This is live.
An oral tradition which records in memory, which enhances in
Me.
you and your colleagues. And I certainly don't have to satisfy you or them. That's not my problem.
Well, that's just
And that-
because he doesn't know how to survive and
And they
passing
do,
down the
right.
information
That's right.
for
So
generation
they're
after
very,
generation.
very smart. Okay, so it's not
Sure.
it's not a problem of intelligence. And is there? Okay, so here's the other thing we don't know is that there might be lots more of these sites and where there's
There are. I visited
yeah.
one of them, Karahan Tepe. You've got the T-shaped pillars sticking out the side of a hill in the farmer's backyard. I mean, I think we're actually at the beginning of opening up this inquiry, not at the end of it.
Okay, so but then before you, okay, why not just say we don't know? This is a spectacular mystery. Leave it at that. Right? Why write a book that
Well,
says
you guys on
I'm
the
going to fill in all the gaps?
you guys on the mainstream side won't speculate and won't explore. I don't claim to be an archaeologist. I'm not a scientist. I'm an author. It's my job to offer an alternative point of view and to offer a coherently
Brutal,
articulate
man.
point of view. And I must say, Göbekli Tepe strikes me as a gigantic fucking mystery, and a mystery that is worthy of exploration from a point of view that may not satisfy you.
Oh well, it doesn't you don't have to satisfy me.
You and your colleagues, and I certainly don't have to satisfy you or them. That's not my
But
project.
like your opening chapter with Schmidt, I thought I really loved the kind of conversational style you had with Schmidt in the book, where he's dialoguing, where Schmidt goes, "And look at this," and then he says, "But what? Wait, what's that again?" It's like a little bit like Columbo, like wait, just one more question, and you know the mystery kind of thickens. That's perfectly okay. That's great. I mean, that's what science is all about, is uncovering mysteries that we then have to figure out. So there's always more mysteries, but that doesn't mean that's not positive evidence in favor of a particular theory like the lost civilization. It's just we can't explain this. Full stop.
We certainly can't explain it, and you can't explain it by saying that we underestimate the hunter-gatherers.
Well, why not? We know they made it.
Fucking hell.
Whatever you want to call it.
Well, we know humans.
Brutal, man.
That's right. We know humans made it.
But
Whatever you want to call it.
But why do they believe that people were only hunters and gatherers 12,000 years ago? It's because they didn't have any evidence to the contrary. This is evidence.
Fucking
to the
just
contrary.
die, bitch.
So you agree that there weren't hunter and gatherers?
Okay. But there's several
It's not gonna work. It's
between
not gonna work. That
just
curve.
12 people living
See how I looked a little bit in?
themselves.
I'm not against the glass.
You know, there's like a whole bunch of different.
Well, I would
I'm
say
gonna
that
die anyways.
Göbekli Tepe is a gigantic
Could be pace.
stage.
Well, we don't. Okay, they didn't live there, so we have to figure out where were they living and what was there. So that has to
Well, they only
I might go wide.
10%
Meanwhile,
I
what
might
I'm saying
switch
is that
back
we
to
can
going
speculate
wide.
before, because I mean, mainstream archaeology
Around
is
them.
speculating. Mainstream archaeology is
I
speculating.
think it adds about a
saying
second, but
definitely
it's
with
much more
hunter-gatherers who did this.
consistent.
That's also
That seems
speculation.
more of a reach.
Okay, but not, they may be more than hunter-gatherers. They have been partially settled. You could have any kind of number of states.
But what you can't apparently have is the possibility of a transfer of technology from people who were really masters of that technology already when they came in.
But where are these people?
What you're dealing with it.
Where are their homes?
12,000 years ago, their fingertips are there. Let's find their homes. I don't
Fucking
know.
hell, man.
I don't know that their homes matter. Would their homes even survive after 12,000
Well,
years? I'm not sure.
They're trash.
But what
they're
survives?
tools, There's something.
Well, what
Screw
would be-
trash and tools. We've got Göbekli Tepe. It confronts us. It challenges the mainstream model. I think it's reasonable to consider the possibility that there was something more than just hunter-gatherers involved here in creating this extraordinary place. And that's all I've done.
It seems to me that to say hunter-gatherers could build this, wouldn't be opposed to the idea that they're hunting and gathering, but it does certainly imply a lot of leisure time.
Yes.
A lot of leisure
Oh,
time.
well,
And-
we know hunter-gatherers.
It's okay. It's like
well, again, if we place this back particularly within that climate zone at 11,006 to 12,000, 13,000 years ago, whatever it turns out to be, we're dealing
Like,
with
what
an
the fuck, man?
extremely demanding and challenging climate, which wouldn't necessarily, to my mind, be conducive to the emergence of a settled culture that would be capable of undertaking a project on this scale. And as somebody who's built a lot of things and moved quite a few heavy weights in my time, I find it the idea sort of perplexing to me that they would be. What I would have to ask is, what is their motive? What is their motive for undertaking a project on this scale? Because it's an enormous project, and to move a 20-ton block of stone is really a challenging task to undertake. Today, well, without the infrastructure of large machines and so forth. But to do it by hand, it would be an enormous undertaking. And to me, it's like, when are they having time to hunt and gather when they're engaged in a project of this scale?
But we know hunter-gatherers have way more free time than modern society. That's the one thing we've learned, is that it's a pretty good way to make a living, actually. They have a better varied diet than we have. This is the Neanderthal diet, right? They have a better varied diet and a lot more free time.
Yeah, but that's
And a lot less stress.
We knew that all along about hunter-gatherers when we were saying they couldn't build megalithic sites.
But we're
So they
looking
have
at
the
a
time
time
to do it.
where the environment is undergoing rapid changes, to which adaptations would be extremely challenging. And we know those changes are going on all over the planet. We know that sea levels are rapidly rising over a period of a few thousand years, from a sea stand low of about 400 feet up to the present level. We also know that biotas were shifting dramatically all over the planet. The effects of the Younger Dryas were global. Pretty much that is, I think, the emerging consensus now. That both hemispheres, north and south, were being affected by the climate changes of the Younger Dryas. So what we're doing is we're placing this phenomena, this project within this context of these extremely challenging times in which, adaptation to the environmental changes could easily be the all-consuming challenge of the times. I'm just finding it difficult to imagine a disconnect, to see this disconnect between a project of this magnitude and the motive for doing it during a time when obviously the environment could be posing serious constraints upon people's ability to function in that.
Well, Brandon, we don't even know the motives of the Eastern Islanders.
No, we
why
don't.
They raised these huge, but we know they did it.
But isn't that become a central question, though? What something had to motivate.
But let's get back to Göbekli Tepe. So let's just be real clear. We know there were humans. We know that it's at least 12,000 years old, and we know that the real dispute here, the real question is, did these people have structures and did they have agriculture? We know that they were human beings. They were essentially modern human beings. So were they hunter-gatherers, or did they have structures and
Before
agriculture?
Göbekli Tepe, they didn't have structures and they didn't have agriculture. After Göbekli Tepe, they did.
So the fact that they were able to build something so monumental, what kind of a leap is it at all to think these people could figure out how to plant food and figure out how to make a house?
Well, I mean, again, if you look back 30,000 years, 40,000 years to these cave paintings, these are pretty sophisticated.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
They are.
Clearly, they had abstract reasoning. They could think from the concrete to the abstract and so on. It's not a big reach to go from that to moving stone.
I'd say there's a big difference between painting and engraving on
Yeah.
cave walls
I don't think so.
and creating,
To me, the painting is even more
and creating
sophisticated.
the largest megalithic site that's ever been built on Earth.
Wait a minute.
I think there's a huge difference between those two. I mean, nobody would compare the construction effort on Stonehenge or Gigantea with cave paintings. I agree with you. The cave paintings are magnificent. I've had the privilege to visit many of the painting caves. Stunning work. And as Tasso said when he came out of Lascaux, we have invented nothing. I mean, that was that modern human mind, symbolic mind at work there. But this is another matter. This is a large-scale construction project that's going on. And it's not just a construction project. It's not like huts. It's hundreds and hundreds of very, very large megalithic pillars, which have to be mobilized, brought to the place. You know, organizing a workforce in order to do that, even that requires preparation and time and learning and practice. It's not something that you wake up one morning and just can do overnight.
You think that the paintings are more impressive than Göbekli Tepe?
Yeah, or at least comparable.
I think that's absolutely
because
ridiculous.
To convey three-dimensionality on a 2D plane, that's what Picasso meant. It's like, wow, that's incredible. It's like developing perspective and to use the natural shape of the wall to create a three-dimensional perspective look. That's pretty abstract.
You're comparing apples and pears. It's not a construction project.
Okay,
It's not. I don't think it's even remotely. But I don't think it's even remotely.
But what I'm
impressive.
saying is that it doesn't take a huge leap of imagination. These people were pretty smart. They had
Well, we know that
abstract
they were
thinking.
smart. We know that they were smart just because the fact that those construction projects were done by who? By whoever. We know that they were smart. Whoever built Göbekli Tepe was clearly intelligent. Whoever made those 3D carvings, clearly they were intelligent. But to think that someone drawing on cave paintings is more impressive
Not more
than
impressive,
erecting
just-
20-foot stone columns with three-dimensional carvings on them of a lot of animals that weren't even native to the region.
That's
Is that
not
debatable?
necessarily the case.
Yeah.
Because they could have been
The animals were
fossil
native to
record.
But my point,
Native to the
Joe,
region.
is that these paintings are like, say, 30, 40,000 years old to Göbekli Tepe. So there's tens of thousands of years to develop more that we're very likely to find more archaeological sites.
And yet, up till now, we haven't found them. We haven't found all of that intermediate material. Which is, see, if I could actually see that intermediate material between the Upper Paleolithic cave part and Göbekli Tepe, if I could see the gradual evolution and development of skills, I wouldn't need to invoke a lost civilization, the survivors of a lost civilization who've mastered those skills elsewhere to come in and teach those skills at Göbekli Tepe, but it still looks to me like a transfer of technology unless you can show me that evolutionary process whereby I can understand how this group of hunter-gatherers became equipped to create this giant site, where they practiced, where they learned the skills, to move the stones, to organize the workforce, to feed and water the workforce in a rather dry place. All of that is actually quite a logistical challenge.
Yep, and obviously somebody met it somewhere.
Some humans.
Yes,
Right. So the real question is, did they have structures? Did they have agriculture? Did they have some sort of a
Probably-
community where they lived in an
probably
established
some.
location?
I would imagine.
So that would push back the time where we thought that there was a civilization. That would push them back into a realm of at least stepping out of the hunter-gatherer stage.
Now, your guy Schmidt, as you show in your book, he did not go as far as you. Right. But he admitted it's a mystery. Okay, why? That would be the scientific approach. I don't know what it is, great mystery, let's just wait and see. Versus, I'm going to postulate a lost civilization. Nothing wrong with that, correct? Great country, and scientists do this all the time, as you mentioned.
There's a rather humorous thing, which I have to say. Actually, I might even ask Jamie to pull up the couple of images of Fingerprints of the Gods. That's the book I'm best known for. And when I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, essentially I was saying civilization is much older and much more mysterious than we thought. And I was ridiculed for proposing that. 2013, one of the magazines that ridiculed me, New Scientist magazine in Britain, publishes as a cover story a picture of Göbekli Tepe and the headline, civilization is much older and much more mysterious than we thought.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. And scientists do this. I mean, I followed paleoanthropology for my whole adult life. And one of the big mysteries is how did we get a big brain? How did we get abstract reason from say, what chimps do? No one knows.
The doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years,
and
right?
because no one knows, every couple of years there's a new book out. It's climate change. It was
The throwing arm, cooking
that's
food.
right. Cooking meat. Meat is another big one. A Harvard professor. Meat. Okay. And these books come and go. Some of them have legs. Some of them don't. And it's just the way it goes.
And then there's Terence McKenna's.
It's pretty opposite with psychedelics.
Yeah, that's Terence McKenna's.
Not that
stone
made the brain bigger, but that switched the brain
Is this
on.
the old Julian?
Julian James, no,
No.
the bicameral mind, not at all. This is David Lewis Williams, who's professor of anthropology at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. His neuropsychological theory of cave art, all kudos to Terence McKenna and Food of the Gods. What a brilliant thinker, what a brilliant alternative thinker.
What
But
the
David Lewis
fuck
Williams
is
at the University
bullshit?
of Witwatersrand has been working on this problem since 1973, and his argument is that the remarkable similarities that we see in rock and cave art all around the world are explained that we're dealing with the shamanistic art. Shamanism involves altered states of consciousness. This is typical visions of altered states of consciousness, and it seems to have accompanied a great reform in the human brain.
And you covered this in your book.
I covered it in Supernatural.
Supernatural.
As did Richard Wrangham's theory. This is a highly regarded scientist at Harvard. So he's the meat eating guy. That is
Right.
cooking meat.
Right.
So by cooking the protein, that's what gives you the energy to build a huge brain. All right, so now this guy is starting with 10 pluses on his side. It's already
Right.
expected. And even so, his book was like, hey.
Well, it's probably a series of different events and a bunch of
It
different
could be.
factors.
That's right. It could be.
So let's get away from Göbekli Tepe and ancient civilizations, and let's get back to the geological evidence, which Randall, you're an expert at. And this is one of the main
Thought I had
things
more
that you
health.
had a dispute with, and this is one of the reasons why we got everybody together. Now, what is your thoughts on what Randall and Graham propose, specifically Randall, who is much more on the geological side of things?
Yeah. Well, this is why I brought in my phone friend,
Right.
a geologist. So, but by way of background, after your show,
Really?
I thought, let's give this a fair chance of what we do. So this will be our cover story, and
Brutal, man.
I hope that Mark DeFat is going to be doing some more work on the draft of his article for you that is up online. Because that article is full of bullshit statements about me which are demonstrably false.
well, he's on.
Yeah, he's there. I'm
Oh,
happy to-
brutal.
I'm happy to
So
engage
brutal.
with those
Yo, it's so
particular
brutal, yo.
issues
Thanks,
as well.
man.
I put on my reading books.
And that whatever article's
Yeah.
online, this is not the publisher.
Well, it claims that
Yeah,
it's a
brutal's the
draft
word.
of the article
It's
that
fun,
will
man,
appear
it's
in
fun.
the
I love it.
2017 edition of Skeptic magazine.
I do love
So
it.
pull it up, Graham, and
Sure.
Why don't
give
we
you a
bring
chance to
Mark
have your
on
time
and,
apart.
Yeah.
Let's
Thought I had
let
more
Graham,
health,
go
too.
over first,
So-
and then we'll have
I don't know why that didn't
So
open.
here's the fact on Magicians of the
That
Gods.
really should have opened.
By the way, Michael,
I was weirdly
you're
positioned.
here
I tried to correct it
to,
at the end.
respectfully aim to get at the truth.
Yeah.
There it is. Conjuring
let-
up the lost civilization.
Yeah.
I think I was
Let
too
me
far back.
just,
Why I haven't gone hard on this
comment
level?
this.
Yeah.
I've got it here, just bear with me a second. So, amongst the words in Mark Defan's article...
That's why I'm going hard on the
accusing
level.
Jinping,
Because people,
the public, he's
not
saying
many
that
people
I'm
do.
Public enemy
You know?
one. He's accusing me of arm waving. I do wave my
like, I
arms.
want more people to do it.
Pontificating, well, my grandfather
Obviously, I could say the
was
same. Like, I don't have any caverns
little
or
interested
jungle
peer
00
review
completions or like
claimed
control
that
00
no academic
completions,
would
right?
debate. That's utter bullshit.
But if I can get one more. Old Mark philosophy. Oh, interesting.
Back in 2015, there was not
Yeah,
much
but
focus
also
on Ayahuasca.
combined with like the Mark skill.
I can play the video if you like, a minute and a half of Ayahuasca lambasting me and then walking out and
That's
refusing
encouraging.
to debate further. So it's bullshit to say I don't debate or I'm not willing to debate. And finally, he says that I'm conning a hellacious number of people into buying his books. Now, how can we get any dialogue going when somebody begins like that? Okay. Then would you like some further? Bear with me because I just have to
Brutal,
scroll
man.
down and we don't have a mouse. I don't have a mouse. So Hancock and Carlson claimed that several times that no academic would debate them. Not true. I'm accused of doing an about face since Fingerprints of the Gods.
Brutal, man. Like,
I mean, are my views not allowed
why
to
was that guy
evolve
even to the side at all? Like,
Is that
ever?
somehow
Jeez,
climb
man.
on my part. Let me just finish.
This level, man.
Cheap shot, you know,
This
he
freaking
cites
level.
Jesus
I
Gamara,
love it.
and accuses me of not having the scientific knowledge to deal with issues of gravitation.
The
Now, it's
fuck?
true that
Like, where
Jesus
are you
Gamara,
even,
who
asswipe?
is a descendant of the Incas, who has worked 70 years on the megaliths.
Yo, RB Knickers, what's up, man? Good luck, yo. Graham Hancock, yeah, buddy.
Thing is, I stated my
Yeah,
way
man.
out theory. What
Heck
I go
yeah,
on to
dude.
say, quoted in the attack, is
Thanks,
that,
buddy.
However,
How you doing?
this
I saw you
isn't
were
the
streaming
part of
Runway
this theory I'm interested in.
earlier.
Where I feel he is solidly persuasive
How'd that go?
is in his observations of the anomalous character of the monuments of the Andes, etc., etc.
Went well, man.
He doesn't cite that. He just presents me as buying what Jesus Gamara
Really
says.
good run.
That's
It's a good run. I didn't kill anyone though. Like nobody's dead, but it's
you
fine.
have a serious problem.
Wow.
And then Gobekli Tepe, he contends that Gobekli Tepe is too advanced to be
Mark starting.
hunter-gatherers,
He
and
started grinding Aztec?
constructed by a more advanced civilization.
No way.
That's not what I say.
What?
I say it was
Nobody
constructed
told
by
me that.
hunter-gatherers, but that they were
What?
advised and supported by people who
Everyone
had
only
knowledge of
fucking
this
made
kind
fun of me. Not everyone, but
Getting away, I think it's very different. I'm not saying it was constructed by
people
I'm
who
saying
were
that
fucking,
that a
I don't
group
know,
of people
threatened.
settled amongst hunter-gatherers and transferred some skills for them. He says that, he quotes me, Hancock makes the following stunning claim.
actually no, not everyone. Only specific,
Our
like only a few
ancestors are
people.
being initiated into the secrets of metals and how to make
Well, whatever.
certain knives. I do not make that claim. I'm reporting that this claim is made in the Book of Enoch. That is not my claim. Then
Yo, that's exactly what I was thinking, man. That's exactly what I'm thinking too, dude.
well, I'm
I learned like
misrepresented by
how to
your
play
report.
1.2, like this
If
level
he
and
wants to
facility.
represent me, if he accuses me of cherry picking, he shouldn't cherry
That's a
pick
good
my
point, man.
statements. He should
We're
quote it
still
in full
working on
context.
this. Let's get it right.
Well, it's
So
out
you
there.
I just like
don't
this
know,
level.
it's out
there on the internet.
No, well,
You still working
Oh,
on it?
and
Like it's
then here's
published
a,
online?
here's a beautiful
I-
one.
I didn't know it was on.
Here's a beautiful one. He cites Klaus Schmidt on the character. Schmidt makes a salient
Yeah,
point,
man, Graham
almost as if
Hancock's
he
great.
anticipated Hancock's quote. Quote, fabulous or mythical creatures such as centaurs or the sphinx, winged bulls or horses do not yet occur in the iconography and therefore in the mythology of prehistoric times. They must be recognized as creations of the high cultures which arose later. Well, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. You've just been talking about the painted caves. Go to Chauvet Cave. You'll see a lion man. Hold it tight, stop. A lion man carved out of mammoth ivory. Go to Chauvet. Bison man. Straddling lion woman. Her right arm is transforming into the head of a lion. So certainly these mythical creatures did exist in the Upper Paleolithic, and it's rubbish to say that they didn't. I mean, how can I go on? The teapot. Oh yeah. Okay. So he's taking issue with me because I suggest that the vulture on Pillar 43 in Enclosure D is representing the teapot asterism of the constellation of Sagittarius, and he goes and gives us little things of Uncle Sam and some other thing that he shows that anybody can impose any image on anything. Well, it's not my fault that a couple of academics who didn't even talk to me and had nothing whatsoever to do to me have published a major study in the, I quote it again, the Mediterranean archaeology and archaeometry of peer-reviewed
So
journal, where they
slow.
make precisely
So
that
fucking slow.
So at least I'm not alone. At least there are peer-reviewed credentialed scholars who also agree that figure
Really?
is
Triple hit?
representing the teapot
Fuck,
asterism
man.
within the constellation of Sagittarius.
Kill that guy
So,
too early and you might get triple hitted.
Shock's opinions were supposed to not go into the minutiae because they've already been dismissed by a study by Laritzis.
Like,
and
suck a fucking
Baffiaru.
dick,
Far
man.
from it. That study doesn't
You know,
dismiss
like-
shock at all. None of that study was done on the body of the Sphinx itself. It was done in the Valley and the Sphinx temples. And by the way, the dates are extremely troubling. Some of them could push it as far as
I'm gonna go wide just to practice.
600 BC that the work was done, or as early in some
just wanna
cases
see.
as 1000 BC. I don't think that study proves it.
I fucked up.
And so on
So
and so
just to
forth.
clarify what you do believe then, so that we don't misrepresent you. So you don't think that
I don't like going
Lost
wide, though.
Civilization instructed them on the use of metals.
I don't know. I don't see evidence for that.
But,
Go back to
but why would you put that in the book then?
I didn't put it in the book. I was quoting the Book of Enoch. It's a huge passage on the Book of Enoch. It's not me who's saying that. It's the Book of Enoch that's saying
Okay, I
that.
understand, but why?
All I require your defense to do is to state that Hancock is citing the Book of Enoch. He didn't do that. That is what's the word? Disingenuous. Is that the polite word you guys use?
But
It seems more than disingenuous. It's a character
well, but
assassination.
what the question is why what's the context of including that in your book?
the context is that actually I was criticizing Zechariah Sitchin. That's primarily what I was
So
doing.
you don't think that a lost civilization instructed the people who built Göbekli Tepe on the use of metals and tools?
I see no evidence for that. I see Göbekli Tepe. I can't go say they instructed them on the use of metals and tools unless I can find evidence
Well,
for
so
it.
what did they do?
They generated agriculture. They created the center of excellence around which a
No, not
hunter-gatherer.
they who built Göbekli Tepe. A lost civilization advised that you think happened.
Yeah.
What did they do?
They've come through a cataclysm. They're survivors, few in number. This is my scenario. You don't have to accept it, I'm sure you don't. They settle take refuge amongst hunter-gatherers. I mean, I don't know, you're probably quite have some survival skills. I don't have many. I mean, if we were to have a comet impact in the world today, which were to take out all the underpinnings of modern civilization, I might go settle with hunter-gatherers because they're the people who know best how to live in that situation. Yeah, so go settle amongst hunter-gatherers, but I might be able to transfer some of my knowledge to them. I might have something that I could transfer to them, and I might have very strong reasons why I might not choose to transfer all of it.
Brutal,
in
man.
other words, perhaps this is what happened. Okay, maybe, but how is that different from Zechariah Sitchin's? Well, the aliens advised it.
Well, I don't need. I think it's massively different, especially.
I think I have
since
one more
Zechariah Sitchin has
mainframe
his
PB in
aliens
me,
arriving here in 1970s.
and then I gotta try the guard lure maybe. I don't know. I gotta see.
I don't go there.
I just need a
don't
clean
make that- I
start.
don't make that suggestion.
Whatever I
I'm simply
decide,
saying
I need my start to be
perhaps
clean.
There's been a forgotten episode in human history. Perhaps its fingerprints are present at a number of sites around the world, but perhaps the extremely defensive, arrogant, and patronizing attitude of mainstream academia is stopping us from considering that possibility, and therefore I campaign to get that possibility considered, and I try to do so with as loud a voice as possible.
Well, you're doing it. You're doing it, man.
Doesn't it
But
disturb you that you run Skeptic magazine and someone publishes something like that? That goes against the whole idea of critical thinking. I mean, it's misrepresenting his quotes, it's misrepresenting his
Okay, my
perspective, his
input.
point of view. It's really disingenuous.
it's one reason we're doing it. So to get here,
But why would anybody write something like that? And why would you guys publish something like that without checking the facts?
we are. That's not supposed to be posted online.
And why is
This
such
is
a
one of the reasons why
It's online though. How does something get online? If it's
why
not
is such a
supposed to?
person who will do that a useful contributor to your side of the debate?
So brutal,
One of the
man.
reasons we're here is to get your point of view exactly right. All right, so you're saying that there's no evidence that any lost civilization exists. Only the
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
only
saying
the fingerprints of their influence on later people who do know existed.
I'm saying they're physical objects. I say Göbekli Tepe is one of them. I say the Sphinx.
Yo, what's up, Barrett? Yo, dude. Yo, nice.
Possibility.
What's up, man? How you doing, buddy?
Mainstream, or I can't
Thanks for
think
being
of
here, man.
how this pyramids could have been built, therefore it was built by somebody else with some other technology.
That's not what
Like,
I'm saying.
what the
That's
fuck?
They're just post-dating it. They're just, you
All I'm
can't
saying
know
is the
Robert
Sphinx is
Schock
the Sphinx is
argument.
older. I do go with
What's
Robert
up, Baron?
Schock on the
Thanks, man.
theology.
Thanks for being
I'm
here. Thanks
also
for being
very
here,
interested in the
dudes.
astronomy of the site. And again, I have slides that I could show on this if we have time. You might want to get into Ed Krupp's criticism of
I like the podcast being in the screen. Oh, thanks, man.
I can talk to you about that.
Yeah, it keeps me interested in watching. Thanks, man.
What's your thoughts on Robert Schock's conclusions?
It's at least subliminal
Well, you should.
food for the brain a little bit. So even if I don't get any PBs, it's like I didn't waste the night, you know.
Yeah.
And that paper really doesn't date the Sphinx.
Not that I'm wasting the night, but you know what I mean. Like
In the valley of the Sphinx.
I get to watch what I want to watch.
All right, then who?
And even though we've watched this one before, like there's so much information.
Why do mainstream
You know what I mean?
not accept the older date for the Sphinx?
Every time I re-listen, I learn and remember something new.
That points to the dates
Fuck,
they
like,
think
fuck
about.
off.
To your question is very simple. Mark Lehner is out in Hawaii. Put it on record. Back in 1992.
Remember this episode? Nice. Yo, yeah, nice, man. I remember we watched it. Yeah.
Erosion evidence on the Sphinx. And what Lehner and Hawass said is the Sphinx can't possibly be 12,000 plus years old because there was no other culture anywhere in the world that was capable of creating large-scale monumental architecture like this. Show me one other structure that's capable of
What
doing
the
that.
fuck is
Well,
this
they can say
bullshit,
that in
man?
1992, Michael, but they can't say it in 2017. not since Göbekli Tepe's
If
been
you don't mind,
excavated.
Graham, could you please, for people, so this could be a standalone thing, people could understand, what is the argument about the Sphinx, the enclosure of the Sphinx? And Dr. Robert Schock from Boston University, who's a geologist,
Yeah.
what was his conclusion?
What Schock is saying is that the
Thanks for being
Sphinx and the trench out of which the Sphinx is cut bears the unmistakable evidence of precipitation-induced weathering caused by exposure to a substantial period of heavy rain. And that is particularly pointed out in the vertical fissures in the trench. So you see, the Sphinx itself has been subject to so much restoration over so many years that it's difficult for people to even see the core body of the
Gotta
Sphinx.
go out a little further.
But it's these, you can see the vertical fissures even down at the back of there. That is what Schock counts as rainfall, precipitation-induced weathering. Heavy rainfall, which is selectively removing the softer layers and leaving the harder layers in place. And the problem is we don't
It's a good run.
in Giza, in Egypt, 4,500 years. You have to go back much earlier to get there. That's
So that's a suggestion by Robert Schock, independently
Yes.
of your conclusions.
totally independent. Schock disagrees with me on many things.
It's fine, it's fine. It's not ideal, but it's
I disagree with
fine.
him on many things, but I think he's on the money.
So that
That's not
alone
fine
would
at all.
set back at least that one. I mean, it's pretty much established that
not
the Great
pace.
Pyramid of Giza was constructed about 2,500 BC, right? Is
There's
that
absolutely no doubt that a huge project went on at Giza around 2,500.
so? Your argument
it involves
is
the pyramids.
not that the
It's
whole
not
thing
pace.
was that much older. Was that parts of it seem to have been from an earlier civilization, or at least that civilization far, far earlier than was.
I would say that the ground plan, what we have at Giza, the basic layout of the site, was established in what the ancient Egyptians called Zeptet, the first time. Astronomically and geologically, I and my colleagues suggest that the first time can be dated to the period of about 13,000 years ago. That was when the site was laid out, because there's intriguing astronomical alignments of the Great Pyramids to the Belt of Orion. I know Ekron has completely
Damn.
and of the Great Sphinx to the
Damn.
Leo, rising Dewey's housing the sun on the equinox, the astrological age of Leo. Again, I have slides I can.
And that
Too
was
slow.
aligned with the
Way too
geological
slow.
evidence that Robert
Yes.
Schock
Way too slow.
It aligns with the geological evidence.
Thousands of years of
The age of
rainfall.
Leo pretty much exactly spans the age of Mars.
And so the only argument against that at the time was that there were no other structures like that from 12,000 years ago.
Correct. And then Krupp said that the Orion correlation wasn't real because it was upside down. Would you get into that now?
Well, first,
Like, suck a fucking
that's not
dick,
the only
man.
argument. It's that, okay, if the Sphinx is built, or the
Pardon my
layout,
language.
the whole thing is built in 10, 11,000 years ago, and then the pyramids are built, 2,500 BC. What happened in between? Where are all the people, the trash, the places where they lived
Well,
in
there's a
that
bunch of
area?
different styles of construction.
Something like a.
But not dated in between.
I would propose, Michael, something like a monastery, which has a relatively small archaeological footprint on the site. I mean, the idea of information, knowledge, and traditions lasting for thousands of years within a religious system shouldn't be too absurd to us. I mean, Judaism is dealing with ideas that are already best part of 4,000 years old if we go back to Ur and Chaldean and so on. So that's all I'm suggesting, really, that the idea is preserve, maintain.
Come on, this is fucking amazing.
The
This is a really good run.
site, but in something like a monastery, which has got a very small.
Oh my god, this is the.
It is not high.
I'm too far back
Perhaps
though.
again, one can only
It might not open the
speculate.
glass. I'm too
And I
far
think
back.
There's a lot of speculation on the
Pretty good run,
archaeological
though.
side too. One can only speculate. Perhaps having
Pretty good
gone
run. I
through
thought I had
it,
more health.
Perhaps they felt to blame for this, wrongly or rightly. I mean, there are many, many traditions in which humanity's behaviour is implicated in the cataclysm that takes place. And perhaps
I
they
knew it.
didn't want to
I was too far
switch
back.
civilization
Tried to
on
correct it, but I didn't want to
completely
waste too much time.
Perhaps they waited, passed down the knowledge through initiates.
Yo, what's up, Dick? What you know about rolling down in the deep? Yo. Yo, Dick, thank you so much, man. What?
Huge pyramids in Egypt preceded only
Wow,
the
thanks, man.
That the construction of the Great
That's really
Pyramids
cool,
is
man.
vastly superior to the
101,
construction
yeah,
of
that was
pyramids
kinda
in the Sixth
fast.
Dynasty that follow it, and that's a little bit counterintuitive.
Yo,
but
thanks,
we have
Dick.
this collapsing skills, one would have expected it to
Yo.
get better, so it sounds like
When your
the
brain
work
goes
on the
numb, they
pyramids
call it
started
mental
already with a
freeze.
level of knowledge in it.
Yes, but okay, so here's how I think of it.
Really?
There's a lot of perhapsing and maybes because
Always.
yes, well, so you have a
What?
bunch of
What is this
Egyptologists
garbage,
and
man?
archaeologists who've been working on this site
What?
for centuries. This is one of the most ancient histories and so on. And so let's say there's like 20 lines of evidence that point to built roughly around this time period. here. And then you come on and say, okay, but there's this one anomaly of the rain thing and there was only rain at this time. Now there's a huge gap. You have one
Whatever, I need to
anomaly
practice.
of
I need to
liability
practice
here,
this. It's
like
been too
20
long.
years.
We're talking about different structures, so there's not a lot of evidence.
Yo, thanks for the sub, man. Are you kidding me?
Well, he's
That's
saying
so awesome.
Like 12,000, right?
I'm saying the rainfall evidence suggests
Right,
that,
but other evidence.
and
So
its
that would-
alignment,
that
and its alignment with the constellation of Leo housing the sun
Right,
at
right.
dawn on the spring equinox. It's an equinoctial marker. Nobody would dispute that. Nobody would dispute that the ancient Egyptians. Well, no. I mean, if you make a monument pointing perfectly due east, I've stood on the back of the Sphinx at dawn on the spring equinox, and believe me, I could show a picture. It's
Wow.
lines up perfectly.
Just
with
wow.
the rising sun. But no, I don't think anybody, even Krupp, is
I gotta look
disputing
down
that
more.
it's an equinoctial marker. Now,
Suppose she
here's
was
the
having an
thing.
argument with someone
You're
over
an ancient
supplements
Egyptian,
again?
You're building an equinoctial
Oh, wow.
marker in 2500 BC. Do you know what constellation is housing the
What
sun
was
in
he?
2500
What was he saying?
I haven't run the little program.
Well,
to
it's the
see.
constellation.
What do
of
you mean by
Taurus.
supplements
So
specifically?
logically, if you're creating an
Like
equinoctial,
roids?
and the ancient Egyptians were not shy about making images of bulls, plenty of them. If you're making an equinoctial marker in 2500 BC, you really should create it in the form of a bull, not in the form of a lion. You know, that's the puzzling issue, and yet we do have a time when a lion constellation housed the sun at dawn on the spring equinox, and that is the period of the Enterprise.
Okay, I'd say that's a pretty big leap. isn't
Well,
it?
I know you
Kept saying
said that, and your
supplements are a
colleagues all said that.
scam.
And so now,
Wow.
and then we have a gap of about 5 or 6.
Well, what type of
years
supplements?
where there's not-
Well, let me interject there.
Yeah,
Let me
okay.
interject.
Yeah, please do.
I'm
Please
going to
do.
refer back to several articles that were published in the 80s and 90s. This one is from Nature, early 80s, Lake Quaternary History of the Nile. And what it's discussing is the evidence that there was a major shift in the hydraulic regime of the Nile River. It says between 20,000 and 12,000 years before present, when timber
Suppose she had my
line in the
10-pack
headwaters
abs.
was lower, vegetation cover more open than today, the Nile was a highly
What type of supplements?
seasonal braided river, which brought mixed
Where are you
course
going,
brine
bitch?
sediments down to Egypt and Sudan. This cold, dry interval is
Fucking hell, man.
by 12,500 years before present, when overflow from Lake Victoria and higher rainfall in Ethiopia sent extraordinary floods down the main Nile. And those floods have been documented to have been 120
Brutal,
feet
man.
above the modern floodplain of the Nile.
Right in the fucking
Any
head.
civilization, or whatever you want to
Oh,
call it,
creatine and
living
protein.
along the Nile River at that
Whoa,
time
whoa, whoa.
would have had to abandon whatever they were doing there in this regime, this intensified hydraulic regime. And it goes on to say it marked a revolutionary change to continuous flow with a
Wow,
superimposed
just
flood.
wow.
So what happened is that there was a major environmental change that occurred right there around 12,000 to 12,500 years. The dating could be adjusted somewhat since the early 80s, but the point
What
was
the
made
fuck
that
is this
because
shit?
of a major hydrological change, major vegetational cover change,
Brutal.
major environmental change.
Well, what supplements,
this would
man? What
cause
supplements are you talking about,
also
man?
Imposed changes upon whatever culture was
Just
existing
like
there or living there at the
To
time.
validate that claim.
Now what we have is in the aftermath of that.
Just out of curiosity, I know you
we
can.
have
Oh, the type
basically
so much.
the
No
emergence
worries.
of desert, which now would require serious adaptation. It's very likely too that these events could have also decimated the population at the time, leaving basically no workforce. And then over a period of 2 or 3 or 4,000 years, you find that there's enough of a
Too
recovery
slow, too
that
slow.
these kind of monumental
too slow.
structures can be renewed. But it's clear from this and a lot of other studies in the Eastern Mediterranean showing that there are sapropel layers, which is basically material that has been washing in from the continental surface that has not oxidized. It has essentially become rotten and carried
It
in
might work.
organic material carried in off of
I
the
don't know what my health
continents
is.
by this enhanced
Is it full?
regime of water flow.
Damn.
Actually forcing
Might be
so much
peace.
water that there was a freshwater lid on the Eastern Mediterranean that caused a cessation in the.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go in. I gotta go
circulation
in.
between
I
the
got
upper
it.
waters and the lower waters, reducing the amount of oxygen brought down to the lower waters, and so you had these layers of mud that formed
That's
on the
impossible.
bottom of the Mediterranean.
That's fucking
that showed
impossible.
This massive influx of fresh water flowing off of.
I
out
can't
of the
even
Nile
fucking
and
believe
off
that
of
happened.
The Egyptian continent at this same time. So clearly the evidence shows that there were major climatic changes that occurred around this time. It is not so speculative to imagine that whoever, whatever, and we don't have to invoke any kind of a super advanced civilization.
Wow.
Whatever cultures were there,
I'm so
were
angry.
perhaps capable
Like, I'm so
of
angry.
carving blocks of stone.
I'm so fucking angry.
As they were at Göbekli Tepe during this time range, would have been that their activity would have been interrupted to the extent that it might have taken millennia to recover, to get the labor force necessary to undertake major monumental programs that would be swept up. So I think that if we assume this gradualistic scenario, yeah, that's a fair question to ask. What happened in that interval? But if there is a major climatic downturn,
Yo, what's up, Pink Floyd?
Of the settled patterns of whatever culture was already there, then, you know, now we might have an
I forgot
explanation
caffeine,
why
herbs, and all that shit.
especially if these
Nice.
events caused a
What's up, Pink
bottleneck in
Floyd?
the population of the area.
I don't even know what happened there, man.
But it is not speculative to say that there is multiple lines of evidence suggesting these major, even cataclysmic changes that engulf that part of the world during that era.
Yeah, buddy.
So that could
You gotta
provide an
educate. You're
explanation
the
of why there's a
educator.
gap.
Makes a ton of sense.
Yo, what's up? We got the
Does it
strength.
not?
We got the
Only
muscles.
if you have to have
Yeah,
space
buddy.
in conjunction with 12,000 years ago in the lost civilization. If you just say that rainwater erosion on the Sphinx it is not an explanation for the age that the traditional accepted age we think it is,
What
then
the
there's no gap to
fuck?
fill. So really, all we're talking about is we have, again, lots of evidence here, one anomaly here. I really want the anomaly thing to stick, so I got to explain the gap. The gap is explained by environmental change.
Yeah, but what is the lots of evidence other than a lot of assumptions?
It's
And a
all
lot of
assumptions.
maybes?
It's all, I mean, actually, can you cite me a single contemporary inscription from the date that the Sphinx is supposed to have been made that refers to the Sphinx?
I'm sorry. say
Can
that
you
again.
cite a single contemporary inscription
Contemporary
from
time.
ancient contemporary to the date that Egyptologists ascribed to the Sphinx? In other words, the reign of Khufu. Can you cite me a single inscription that talks about the Sphinx being built?
This is
Can't
not.
call.
I don't study this area. I don't know.
Okay, well, you can't, because there is no such
Well,
inscription.
Okay. Well, so.
Well, one would have thought there would be.
Well, maybe.
It's a giant project. It's 270 feet long. It's 70 feet high. It's carved out of solid rock. Nothing.
Okay, but you have
no
all
reference to
these
it at
other-
all in the Old Kingdom. You actually have to come down to the New Kingdom to get references to the Sphinx in inscription.
So, but you've already said that.
What's the debate about?
pyramids were
It
built
is
by
about
not,
the whether advanced civilizations existed 12,000 years ago and were wiped out by comets.
and we have like the
Possibly the
step
Torrid
pyramids,
meteor
which are
stream.
Not as well designed as the other pyramids. That's a transitional stage at that time.
Often argued to be a transitional stage.
Yeah.
Have you been to the Step Pyramid? I'm sure.
No.
Right. And you've been to Giza.
No, I've never been to Giza.
Oh dear. Well, they do make a very different impact. I mean, I've climbed the Great Pyramid 5 times,
Well,
and I mean, you're dealing with something orders of magnitude different in terms of what's required. I mean, this thing weighs 6 million
Oh, I
tons.
understand, but
It's 481 feet high. It consists of 2.5 million individual blocks of stone. It's aligned to true north within 3/60ths of a single degree. I mean, to compare that to Zoser is really not a valid comparison.
What are my
at all. What's
thoughts?
more interesting to me is the radical decline that takes place in pyramid building skills.
possible.
in the fifth and
It's,
sixth dynasties. Go to Unas, go to Pepi, go to Teti,
It's definitely
These
possible.
are shambles. You can hardly even recognize them as a pyramid. What happened to all that
Because
knowledge
meteor
that's
impacts
invested in the Great Pyramid?
12,000
Why does
years
it
ago may have been
devolve
higher
so rapidly?
in frequency.
How do we explain this pristine, amazing work that's done on the Great Pyramid unless there's a legacy of knowledge buried?
okay, so every archaeologist, Egyptian archaeologist, and Egyptian knows everything. You
So
just
it's
said. They don't
there's a
accept
site called
any
Göbekli Tepe that was discovered in Turkey recently. That's about 12,000 years old, based on carbon 14 age dating. And it's full. It's has these megaliths, these huge rocks that are aligned astronomically.
And archaeologists over the last 2 centuries and so on.
And they believe that the motive for building these massive structures astronomically aligned was because their civilization was wiped out by comets.
Absolutely believe that their argument is right. The
Golan
notion I'm
level
proposing
Aztec was
is
built by
apparently so preposterous to them that it isn't even
Just 'cause it's
worthy of
fucking that hard?
consideration, but it is worthy of insults and attacks on me on my decency as a human being, on my honesty, all of those things get attacked, because
Fuck off.
that's fine, I'm ready for that. And by the way, I know that archaeologists...
No, I don't believe that aliens have visited Earth.
I used to take this stuff personally, but then when I see what they do...
I have no evidence to support that hypothesis.
Let loose on any new idea. I sometimes wish scientists would actually look for what's good in a new idea rather than what's bad. But I get why they do look for what's bad.
But in other words, some young graduate student working in that area could make a name for himself by overturning,
My son was a young graduate student at the University of Cardiff studying Egyptology. He got marked down in his degree because he proposed the possibility that the pyramids and the Sphinx might be or might have older origins. He was impressed by my work. It did him a lot of harm in his degree.
And if all this is true,
Holy fuck, come on. This might be phase. It might be. It just might be. I don't think it is, though. I had a really bad darkroom. I had a terrible darkroom. Oh my god. I had such a bad darkroom, though.
Well, look, we don't believe everything about it that we believed 2 centuries ago. Let's say Napoleon's time, right? How did all that knowledge...
What? What is this?
It begins with Champollion and deciphering of the Rosetta Stone.
All right, how was he able to do that against the mainstream?
There was no mainstream
All right, so
that he was against. There was no mainstream. The mainstream has taken time to form, and it's very solid now.
I mean,
Egyptologists all sing from the same hymn book. You'll find very little disagreement
but
amongst
this
them on
is true
anything.
in every field, but somehow or another...
It's not
Einstein
pace.
managed to
It's not pace.
make an impact because
I know it's
turned
not.
out to be right.
Well, I'm no Einstein, and I
I
don't
know it's not
I'm right,
pace.
but I'm going to continue to oppose that mainstream.
And
Somebody
I
has
don't
to.
know. That's a valid
It's not
comparison,
pace.
Einstein and
All
archaeology.
right, well, take paleoanthropology. I mean, it's a completely different field now than a century ago. How did that happen if no one ever accepts new ideas?
Fuck, the fucking shitty darkroom, man.
All the time.
Well, they're being forced to accept Göbekli Tepe. and that's
Exactly. Zero
We're
evidence to
talking
say
about
that they did
things
not.
taking a
Every
long
time one
time.
plays it, a
What
human
seems
set.
like a long time to us is really a blink of the eye in terms of archaeology. We're in the middle of that. We're essentially in the middle of that with things like Göbekli Tepe, with Forbes publishing an article about the Younger Dryas possibly...
Also, zero evidence to say that they did not.
One of the causes
Yeah,
of
but
mass
that's.
extinction.
Right, and when
These are all mainstream ideas now.
Yeah, but you can't. You shouldn't. You can never conclude something based on not having evidence for it.
it was ridiculous.
Right.
But he turned out to be right, and then that became...
Yo, thanks, man.
Takes time.
I knew it was too slow though.
People are telling you that.
It's like that's why I'm like really trying to call my starts. You know what I mean?
So again, where's your crater?
My hit list upload was like that was really important. If I can get that hit list upload, I have like a pretty good chance. But like I've duped one. I've had. I think I've had 2 or 3 147s. Like. So I know my issue is like with the mainframe. I gotta get a good darkroom. I gotta get a good start.
Crater, the Courbetier terrain, and so on and so forth. There are candidates. The crater has not been found yet, but I would be surprised if a crater was easy to find when the impact is on 2 mile deep ice. And one of the biggest strewn fields in the world, which is the Australian tektite strewn field, there's no crater associated with that. But everybody accepts the impact proxies. There's enough of them.
Well, we got another completion. Whatever.
And that's what's going on around this impact hypothesis.
So on a related question...
I knew it. I knew the darkroom.
Humans, but these
Stupid guy ran away. I missed the shot.
So this has been long debated before the impact hypothesis. Heating hypothesis were overhunting. Humans just hunted them to the point, not every last one, to the point where...
How's the volume? Is the podcast really loud? I don't know if you can hear me.
Or climate change, or both. Climate change weakened the population and the humans.
It was a really fast opening room on that 147.
And it didn't fare that well because there were a lot of...
If we can just piece everything together.
Other species that didn't go extinct that you would expect from a massive impact. It would have wiped out. Why the selected species, the kinds of species that humans would hunt, are the ones that went extinct, whereas the others didn't.
Well, why would humans be hunting the largest? There's no
It's a good mix. IMO. It's a good volume. Nice. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy.
I mean, you have no more than a dozen sites that show association between human hunting and mammoths. And a lot of those, like the Lubbock Lake site, is now being questioned. What was presumably, which previously interpreted as being butchering marks on the mammoth remains there are now being reinterpreted as possibly natural marks on the mammoth bone.
And I also didn't get.
It's a big
I only got
stretch to
one
go from,
drone
we've got a dozen sites where
hit.
we have
Hit.
mammoth remains, and
Not getting
along
hit
with
after getting the
those
body armor,
we
like
find a few
that's like
focus
massive.
spear points. In
On my
2 or 3
146,
cases,
that's
we
what
actually
happened. I
find
didn't
where
get
they
hit
have
on
found
my body armor. I got
spear
one
points
drone hit
embedded
also.
within the mammoth, like in the wrist
6
ridge.
hit big room.
But it's a very large stretch to go from there to say that 10 or 12 million woolly mammoths, or 4 species of mammoths on 4 continents, were wiped out by Paleo-Indian hunters, probably in bands of no more than 2 or 3 dozen.
Have you ever been to a head smash in the top of those sites?
Yes, but that's a good
Brutal.
example because nowhere did that.
Sorry,
go
guys, I'm
anywhere
super
close to
focused on this
exterminating
level.
the species of American bison.
But each site has its own.
I do love talking about this conversation about aliens, or rather, in my opinion, the lack of evidence for aliens. And
Complete agreement.
in my opinion, potentially, at least astronomically aware civilizations 12,000 years ago.
The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis includes that.
I would say that they were probably astronomically aware,
And you know, again, the dating of the
and they
migration
found the
of
motive
humans
to like
into
build
South
these huge
America
structures because they like lost their society due to like comets, maybe.
You know, there is evidence
Yo,
that humans
Rolls,
are
what's up, buddy?
you know, Paul Martin's
So far tonight, it's okay. I got a like a dupe. I got a 147 just now. Pretty slow dark room.
They had no adaptive capabilities.
Yo,
to the
Rolls.
appearance of a new predatory
Thanks for being here,
species.
dudes.
But
Dudes
what
and
is
dudettes,
being
really appreciate
demonstrated
it.
From examining the lifeways of the Paleo-Indian peoples is that they had very diversified diets, and they were hunter-gatherers. Now, why would they be choosing the largest, most dangerous animals to hunt when they had such a proliferation of other smaller animals? We know that they were foraging. We know that they were eating seafood. There was and fishing, because
Yo,
all of
thanks,
this is
guys.
being found in the camps. And then it certainly doesn't explain the extermination of, you know, the cave bears.
Here we go, this is a good run.
Bears, the
This is a very good
camelops,
run.
The giant beavers, the
Wow,
giant
it's actually an excellent run.
armadillos, the American Pleistocene lion.
Oh my
the-
god, this guy's like invincible.
The ground sloths that were the size of giraffes. 4 species of proboscideans, meaning.
Could you copy and paste the link for the debate, buddy? Sure.
extinct
Well,
on 4
it's.
continents.
I can't. I
And
can
to me,
write the
like,
name of
wait a
the.
second.
I can write the name of it.
We cannot
Joe
invoke a
Rogan.
modern example to say, well, here
How about
is
the Maori?
Number
well, that's
961
controversial also.
on YouTube.
The
Double Aztec run last night after watching, kept getting lit up in the first room, so I've not been able to pull off a glass trick yet. Oh, that's okay, man. I get lit up all the time.
Killing off all the
Oh, you know.
saber-toothed tigers.
Thank you, no worries, yo,
Your
no worries,
questions
dude.
were saying, like, why would some of the animals be alive? Well, we know that the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago didn't.
Yeah, the glass.
That is a massive impact.
You gotta
far
be
bigger
like
than anything
right
we're
against
talking
it.
about, and
So
many,
I
many
find
animals
pushing like
survive
C
that.
right
So
really
we don't
helps.
know why things survive and why they don't. It could be proximity to the impact. It could be that their food source wasn't removed. It could be that their predators were wiped out.
And you also got to do 5 quick pauses. You got to shoot him in the chest, and you got to shoot him. Got to shoot to the right, and then you got to do 5 pauses. You got to wait about I don't know, 10 seconds maybe, 8 seconds. Yeah, I'm in 1.2.
American savanna during
I am in
15,000 plus
1.2.
years ago. There was all sorts of crazy animals millions of years ago that were like
Oh man,
cheetahs
come on.
that were running down
That was
animals
so
at
bad.
extreme speed
That was really
because
slow.
they
It looked
thought
fast, but it was
small
really
animals
slow.
Can run so much faster than any of their current predators. Something much faster than
Fuck,
them was
come on.
killing them, and that was wiped out. But they managed to make it. One of the reasons why they probably managed to make it is because their predators were wiped out. It's not an even.
And another point, Michael, if it's overkill, it's intriguing that the overkill
Fuck this
occurs
bull-
you know,
like,
precisely in the Younger Dryas window. Because
It's
I think you'd agree
not
that
like
now the
nothing's
whole
right on
story
this
of
run.
peopling of
Nothing's
the
right.
Americas is pretty much up for grabs. I mean, Clovis first was the dominant model for a very long time, and under that model we're to envisage these Clovis hunters coming in across the Bering Land Bridge, going down the ice-free corridor, and then in like 800 years with their sophisticated fluted points, they wipe out all the mammoths in North America. But now we know that humans have been coexisting and butchering mammoths, coexisting with mammoths for thousands of years before that, possibly tens of thousands of years before that. I don't know any from evidence in Siberia. I mean, I can cite you from Nature magazine just recently. Huge number. I don't think the Yukon is
Brutal.
in Siberia.
When you get hit out of that, like out of the room, out of the thing, it's over. Because you lose the speed. If you get back boosted right out of the that hallway, it's like over. Because you lose speed.
Was utterly destroyed. His research funding was withdrawn. He was given no access
Damn
to
drone
grants.
guns.
He wasn't able to do his work. He was
Yeah, but I
heavily
didn't
penalized and punished
upload
by
the
community. And now just a few
the
weeks ago,
thing
we had the
anyways.
Smithsonian coming out and saying, sorry, you got it wrong. Jackson on Mars was right all along. And Tom Billahay, with his work in Monteverde, the shit that he had to
Yo,
take,
Eric, what's up, man? Thanks for
I
being
think
here, man.
We're in a very interesting time.
Thanks, buddy.
The peopling of the Americas is really
I just friggin' duped my friggin' PB again. I got 147. My PB's 146, but
well, you disagree with Smithsonian.
it's a
Ben,
bad
which is
dark
fine.
room.
I do too.
I think I have one more PB with this mainframe, and then I gotta learn some better strats. I think I have one more though.
Thousands and thousands of years.
I probably have like 2 more, but
Where are all the people
I know
between
like
Clovis
I can
and
get
Monteverde?
like just a little bit better. I know it.
It is your problem.
No, it's
You're
not
the
my
one-
problem. They're there in Monteverde and they're there in North America.
Okay,
Go
so
figure.
what's more likely? That
Go
there's-
figure why
Even in
there's
casual,
57
I have to
places
snipe
in
out the
South
shadow
America
room to even have a
and not in
Okay,
North
fighting
America.
chance.
It's like the nature paper.
Oh,
right,
Maybe
where
people cross the ocean.
Well, you saw I got
where Neanderthals
just
were humans
destroyed
10
there.
years ago, 130,000 years ago.
22.
But if you
Nice,
look at that,
Eric.
Okay, so they have mammoth bones. It looks like they might have been broken in the link, okay? And the tools, but they're not. Okay, the tools.
We're kind of changing subjects here, though.
Well, no,
Eric in the
You're
house.
trying to quibble the
Yeah.
evidence of
Yeah.
earlier human presence.
That's right.
You're trying to quibble it.
Well, not quibble.
Well, you're quibbling it. You're
challenge it.
quibbling it.
Then
And you're
what
going to
are
rewrite
you
the
saying?
science.
What are you saying very specifically that's opposing what he just said?
The reason archaeologists don't accept earlier than Clovis, say
But
earlier
they
than about
do.
13,000,
They
14,000
do. It's
years.
massively accepted.
Like, say Mesa Verde, for example.
Okay, I have to bring that in.
Why don't they accept Mesa Verde?
They do accept Mesa Verde.
As a,
It is accepted.
Michael,
now.
you sure about this?
as what, 24,000 years?
15 plus, possibly
Damn it.
significantly.
If I can strafe
Okay,
this
so
room.
15 is the 15 is kind
Fuck,
of
the double.
outside of the window that humans could fly. That's possible. Not 24,000.
I gotta work on placing my first bullet in the door. In the door properly.
That does overturn.
All right.
The main
So rolls.
for sure. But
Why would
So you go like right in front of this crack,
you argue against
right?
this?
So let's
See this crack?
okay, I'll just give you.
Like right in front. Like that's like perfect.
I asked professionals.
What I do is I tap C right. I think
Today, decades later,
a bunch of
the
people
Clovis
taught me
first
that.
model has
I think
collapsed.
DJ Farmboy told me that one.
Okay,
Fuck
based
off.
on
Just fuck
dozens
off.
of new studies,
He gets
we
super
now
wide
know
here, like a
that
fucking.
pre-Clovis people,
I don't know why, but that's what
slaughtered
happens.
mastodons in Washington State, dined on desert parsley in Oregon, made all-purpose stone tools that were Ice Age version of the
Yeah,
exact
between
opposite.
13,000 and that's not.
No, look at this.
All
It says,
between
no, it
that and
says
then
13
24,000 years down at the bottom, Michael. Are you saying the Smithsonian are wrong on this?
Michael, you're jumping to conclusions before you even read that. You want to be right so badly. You didn't even read the part and other
It doesn't
animals
mean-
there.
look, I
Well,
don't
hold
have-
on a second. Confirming that humans have
Agent
butchered
essay.
horses and other animals there 24,000 years ago. It says it right there. You are arguing against it without even
What's my
reading it,
opinions on
which means you want
Stonehenge?
to be right.
No.
No, that's
Only hinge
absolutely not
around.
what's
Because
going on.
I have no dog in this fight.
Well, why didn't you
I
read
don't
that whole
care.
thing
I
before
don't
you
care.
started pointing? at
Yeah.
You published Skeptic
I,
Magazine and you had no dog in the fight?
Well, I know it's like aligned with like the solstice and the.
You should
It's astronomically aligned, right? I know that. I've heard.
About what that says. That there's evidence they butchered horses 24,000 years ago.
I've heard that the stones come from like far away.
Well, now that you have
I don't know
seen
much
them,
about the history of Stonehenge, but I know
you said, but you were saying that there's no
it's
evidence.
astronomically aligned. I don't know how old it is though.
Fucking article.
It could be older. It could be older than what people think it is, but I don't know the carbon dating.
Because there's lots and lots of evidence for
I don't know if they can carbon date it.
7,000, 12,000.
That is
Rock.
Then you find one person that says 24,000. Another one, like 2 weeks ago,
This is
that
not
says
But don't tap when they'll give that a shot. Yeah, see right. See, I think DJ Farmboy and Breakneck told me
The
that.
article is titled, What Happens When an Archaeologist Challenges Mainstream Thinking? That's in the Smithsonian in the month of March.
Okay.
Jack sank Mars. It was a brutal experience. Something that sank Mars once likened to the Spanish Inquisition. At conferences, audiences paid little heed to his presentation, giving
What do you think about Stonehenge, Big Floyd?
When he proposed that Bluefish Caves was 24,000 years old, it was not accepted. What the Smithsonian are saying is now, this is accepted. You need to get up to speed with the data, Mike.
Okay,
What? Just like suck a dick, man.
I just checked on this, who's at UCLA.
Well, he certainly has a dog in the fight.
Well, he just says, here's the problem. For 50 years, people proposed pre-Clovis examples or sites or evidence. They never hold up. They always, the dating turned out to be incorrect.
Man, that's brutal.
14 was not calibrated
That's
right.
brutal.
There was this, there was that. They never hold up. It's
So
not
essentially, you're
You
quoting
quibbled
a
it away
friend.
for 50 years.
Well,
You're quoting a friend who says the evidence hasn't held up before.
Yeah.
Instead of quoting these articles with these scientists who are talking about the data that's showing the human beings butchered horses 24,000 years ago, you're disputing it just because you talked to a friend.
I'm not saying that has to be confirmed. That particular
But why
site.
argue against it?
I'm not arguing
You
against it.
certainly were.
No, I'm just saying that
Wasn't it?
this
Am
is
I
the-
wrong?
I feel you were arguing against it and saying that it's not the case. And
I don't
When I think of
you seem
Stonehenge,
to
I think of
be-
Spinal
If
Tap.
I'm correct, you seem to be a Clovis first advocate. But put your reputation on the line and say you advocate Clovis first.
That's
I'm not
funny.
going to put a label on it. I'm going to say the latest.
Yeah, I don't know who built it.
that
Circa
overwhelmingly
2000 BC and stones made them from Wales.
the Siberian Straits
Yeah,
and
that's
North
crazy,
America.
man. I don't know who would have built it. Maybe the Romans?
15,000 years.
I know the Romans were in England.
And now
Did they before?
what could push it back much earlier would be if they came by boat.
Maybe not that long ago.
Like your island in Santa Barbara. There are sites on the channel.
They weren't there that long
that
ago.
go back 11, 12,000 years ago. And they came by boat. Now the problem is well, they live
I think it was a
on
burial
shores,
ground.
go to good fishing and eating.
Wow.
Those are underwater. And short of doing good underwater archaeology, it's hard to do and expensive, and most of it's probably done.
I don't know much about
One of my
Stonehenge.
beefs with archaeology actually is that 10 million square miles of the planet that were above water during the Ice Age are underwater now, and marine archaeology is still mainly looking at shipwrecks.
Well, they do that because it's where the light is.
It is a big unanswered question. At any rate, so for the record,
Come on.
at least say that you
Wow, I
think
missed
that
by like a
Clovis is
millimeter.
original list, and there
That was
has been
PB
no
pace.
paradigm
I
shift.
missed by like a
I haven't
millimeter.
seen this to say anything. All right, I'm not aware of the horse find from 24,000 years ago. I am aware of the 130,000 year date from the Nature paper.
And I have a slide on that too.
Okay,
Well, I think the
show
major
the stone
speculation-
tool. There's nothing like Clovis. It's just a big, like, hand rock that might have been used. It might have been random.
Sorry, a big hand rock is
Yeah,
all
look-
there is before 13,000 years ago?
No.
Can't wait till my guy's sub runs out. Yo, thanks, man. Thanks, Baron. That's cool.
We don't
That's
need
awesome
to
of you,
talk
buddy.
about That raises interesting questions. Was it Neanderthals?
Thanks a lot, man.
Was it Denisovans? Was it anatomically
thanks,
modern
man.
humans 130,000 years
Or is
ago?
it a
It raises
misdated
interesting
site?
questions,
Or is it a
but
misinterpreted site because they
yeah,
aren't
but
stone
I'm
tools?
not
they're
pinning.
rocks.
I'm not pinning anything to that. I'm saying yes. That
The
report.
question's
That
not
report was
necessarily
published in Nature.
just about the stone tools, it's about how the bones were shattered, and they believe the bones were shattered deliberately, indicating that someone was trying to get at the marrow,
Maybe.
indicating
Yeah.
maybe.
Or a tractor rolled over it a couple of years ago. excavated and broken that way. Well, that's one of the-
No one had excavated. That's just speculation on your part.
Immediately,
No,
this
not my
find.
part. This is one of the.
Immediately, the
responses
find
to-
has been quibbled
Yeah.
by the archaeological mainstream. Of course, it's been published by the archaeological mainstream too, and the rest of the mainstream is quibbling it. So we will see how that
But I
plays
thought you
out.
said that can't happen.
Thanks,
We will
Baron.
see what can't happen.
That the mainstream won't allow.
Thank you, Dick.
Radical ideas. to
Nature
challenge-
published it, and the article.
And Eric, thanks for subbing. I noticed you were streaming when you subbed. That was amazing. Because I noticed you were like online streaming when you subbed. That was awesome.
Nature's not in the business of publishing, fringy stuff. It is a radical proposal, but it's strong enough to justify publication. And what's interesting to me is that the immediate reaction of the archaeological community is like, so well, what could this mean? Let's
Wow.
look into the implications of this. I mean, if
Wow.
there were Neanderthals or Denisovans in North America 130,000 years ago.
So roll C. I
we have a
pushed
whole
C
new
right there. I
scenario
don't think I'm
building here.
forward
Really
enough. It
should
might work.
interest everyone. Instead of
So I pushed C
first
right there
reaction
just for a
is, let's
second. I don't think it's
destroy
pace.
this because
I
it's
went too
really
far.
annoying. Let's get rid of
I have
it.
no
Let's
health
prove
either.
it's wrong. Let's suggest that it was a fucking bulldozer or something like that. Maybe it was. I don't know. The work hasn't been done yet. But that instant sort of it's almost like an immune response to an idea that doesn't fit into the prevailing paradigm. But the other work, the work in South America, the Bluefish Cave work, that's really
fine.
not controversial anymore. That's very widely accepted. Clovis first is
Gotcha,
a
definitely gonna have to
respected
give that a go.
academic
Nice.
position. And I have something
And
else
yeah,
to ask you,
when I pause, I look right
concerning
into that red
genetics
wall,
and
like
DNA. I'm sure you're
perpendicular
well
to it.
I mean, can you
That's pretty slow.
explain why we have a strong signal of Denisovan DNA in certain groups of South American Indians and in Australia?
But it's true that Stonehenge is like exactly a mystery, right?
Denisovan DNA doesn't
Like,
crop up in North.
it could be older than that. I don't know how it's dated though. I'm not an archaeologist. I'm not a geologist. I'm not a lithologist. I'm a biologist. So this is definitely out of my realm.
Well, here we are talking. This is good. But part of the risk is that you're going to find something I don't happen to know about. And then it's like, you see, I made my point. What point? That, okay, so in like the history of the peopling of America, that area, there's always somebody that
I have no
comes in
health.
with, it's, not Clovis, it's this, it's that, and rarely do they last. Why? The dates were miscalibrated or whatever. It's not just that scientists are closed-minded, although they can be. It's that the convergence of evidence isn't strong enough to overturn the mainstream theory. So, but it does happen. Maybe there are multiple migrations in America, and we just don't have all the sites. But when somebody comes up with a site like that's tens of thousands of years earlier than all the others accepted here, and it's over here, where are all the sites in between? It's like the gap, the 5,000-year gap.
Brutal, man. I didn't even fucking pick it up.
Where are the sites?
It's not there.
They didn't fly there. So how'd they get there?
Well,
and there must be a trail, somewhere that we can find, unless they came by boat, and then that's evidence is
Or
gone.
unless you're dealing with 24,000 years ago and there's not much evidence to find.
Maybe.
But if they came by boat, then that clearly implies.
What? I thought you were throwing a grenade, man.
They had the ability to build boats and find their way across the ocean.
Big
Well,
ocean.
This is so
you can
brutal.
coast.
Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it.
You don't need a big ocean building. But
You don't need an ocean going, but
this is
there's
one
also
hypothesis that it's proposed that they came across.
I let go of C up. I cheated. I let go of C up.
Same areas that they're
Chickened out.
100 feet offshore.
Chickened out like a big
Go in and-
scaredy cat.
Most likely both, right? And one of the issues, of course, was the short-faced bear was so formidable, according to Glenn Flores,
Did it
that it
again.
would have been a huge impediment for people crossing on foot anyway. And the short-faced bear went extinct right around the time we see more evidence of human beings entering in.
Wow.
But why
I got so lucky with that animation. He should not have done that animation. He should have done a much longer animation. I think the lag helped me on that.
Enormous animal.
So there's sort of two factors that go on here. There's positive evidence in favor of a hypothesis, then there's negative evidence against the mainstream hypothesis. And you really need both. So it's not enough to just say, I don't accept the evidence for here. Okay, that's fine. Scientists do that all the time.
What evidence?
Brutal, man.
Let's speak in specifics, because you keep doing this. You keep saying, well, they find things, and it turns out, no, that's not true. And you're essentially like proving your point of being a skeptic without having any real cases.
Well,
You just keep saying this.
all of the cases.
But no, you're not saying. You can't say all the cases.
What the
If
fuck
you
is this
wanna cite
bullshit,
anything
man?
Specifically, don't keep bringing up things that are refuted because
It's
you don't
just
have
so
anything to
friggin'
point to.
just
So you're just
unexpected.
muddying the water.
Okay,
You're essentially
You
pissing
just
the
never
pool.
know what's what you're gonna get.
Go back and look at the pyramids. All of these,
What's been disproved?
make it a slightly different point.
That's the problem.
That
Is
is-
that you're not addressing the actual issues we're talking about. You muddy the water by saying things have
Yo,
been
what's up,
tossed
Kingo?
out the window.
Homie,
so we have to be
yo,
careful
what's up,
here
man?
to
How you
toss
doing, buddy?
these things out the window as well.
Thanks for being here, man.
Toss that. Just contemplate them, published in Nature, for example. So let's watch what happens to the 130,000-year-old hypothesis. If it holds up, and there's other sites that are dated that way, and so on and so forth, and that will be truly revolutionary, and scientists would accept it. They would.
You see, the problem
Wow,
is that
brutal.
when you have a very strong paradigm like Clovis first, which really dominates American archaeology, prehistoric archaeology for a very long period.
What's up, Kingo?
It's difficult from a career point of view for archaeologists to come up and propose alternative sites. Those who did, like Tom Dillahade, like
Suck.
Jackson,
I suck.
paid a
I'm
very
okay, man. How about you, buddy?
price for
I'm good. I'm
it.
actually doing really
So
well.
the
I'm doing well.
incentive to go looking for older stuff than
I'm
Clovis
I'm
is
so
extremely
friggin'
low in the archaeological community as a result of this
zoned into
ferocious
this
reaction
friggin' level, man.
that went on for 30 or 40 or even 50 years. I mean, could also consider the Valsequilo excavations in
Frig,
Mexico,
man.
where the suggestion of some sort of human presence 230,000 years ago. I mean, that good archaeology, but it was utterly dismissed, and the archaeologists involved were ruined for getting involved in that. It's hard.
I'm
to
good. It's
see
good to be
how
back
that's a
playing
profession
GoldenEye
that
again.
encourages
I'll be
people
honest.
to think outside the box. When careers get ruined and research funding gets
Yo, thank you for
withdrawn
following
for
Pink
an
Floyd.
idea
Appreciate
that
it, man.
doesn't fit the current
If
mainstream
you are, man.
consensus.
We don't like to think that
Appreciate it.
scientists do that. They do. Are you familiar
I'm a
with
big
Michael
Pink Floyd
Crane's
fan.
book,
Yeah.
Forbidden Archaeology?
I know Michael.
Okay.
I saw Roger
So,
Waters' The Wall
he
twice.
makes, in my mind, as compelling a case
Cheers, yo.
for his humans were here tens of millions of years ago. And
I do golden eye streams and I do workout streams.
yes, tens of millions. And he's a Hindu.
I saw you had some muscle emotes that you put in here earlier. Holy fuck, let's go. And Perfect Dark.
I'm not here to defend Michael Primo or to have a discussion about it. That's not why I'm
And the sky is falling videos.
Michael Primo is not me.
That's right. So, but there's lots of alternative archaeology whose work, again,
Too
there's
far
lots
back.
of alternative
It might
archaeology
still work, but you see how that cracks on the
Evidence
right?
is there that supports that.
Means I'm too far back.
So why are you
Well,
bringing
but-
up that when there's evidence that he's bringing up?
Primo's evidence is similar to his. It's
Why?
mostly negative evidence that I don't accept the date of this. There is this peculiar sort of
Wow.
looking thing in the mud.
Primo refers specifically to the knowledge
Come on.
filter. The most useful thing about that book
It's a pretty
is
good
the
run.
publication of reports,
Fuck.
archaeological reports,
It's fine. It's fine.
which do suggest
It was not ideal, but it's okay. It might.
beyond
Let's
that, I
see.
have nothing to say.
Pretty good run. It might be
Yeah, but
paced.
that's
This
not
actually might be
necessarily true. You're
paced.
saying his only evidence. I mean, he's pointing to like some pretty significant evidence. Like the Sphinx thing is a geologist from Boston University proposed this because of water erosion.
Holy
Because
fuck, come
water
on.
erosion that could have
Come
only
on.
been done by thousands of years of rainfall, in his opinion.
Yes, come on.
As a qualified geologist, like that's not a lack of evidence.
I understand, but why do no other geologists?
This is
or
pace. This is like 145.
Actually, they do. And I've had multiple conversations with
It's like
Robert where he
145.
has cited
Come on.
that he has gotten
Come on.
a considerable body of support from other geologists, not from Egyptologists, but from geologists who do
No.
recognize the
What the
effects
fuck?
of severe water erosion on limestone.
I can't believe that even
Rocks,
fucking
and that's
happened.
what we have there. We have a severe water erosion. It appears
Holy
preserved
fuck.
on the forest walls around the Sphinx. The Sphinx itself, as Greg said, is
I don't know. I don't think it's face. I don't think it's face. How about that ending? That was the funniest ending ever.
very distinct stepped profile.
Oh, what?
No
What?
longer have it. I mean, they have a textbook
Oh.
parabolic profile that would be consistent with sheet flooding, which would be both dissolution because carbonate rocks dissolve in acidic waters, and what's called corrosion, which would be the effects of
That
water
fucking
loaded
sucks.
with sand sediment, which would make it very rough. So you've got
Like that
sand
sucks so
sediment,
much.
going
We're
over
so so
the
close.
edge
Like we're
with a
so
big
close.
wall. What
We're
you're gonna
so
end up with
close.
is a smoothing off of the rough
Still nice
corners,
rune, yo.
and
Thanks,
the
man.
final result would be a
That guard,
very
like
rounded
sometimes,
see there. You would also see
like I was pretty quiet, so usually he doesn't show up, but sometimes he does. I think he's always spawned, but I think he doesn't always come to you. That was an AR guard though, so I don't know. I don't know if he was spawned or not. We're so close, man.
He doesn't say here. He has a 930-foot hole there. It's the quality of the evidence.
What
You
about
say
the quality of that evidence?
if it was that good, we're not geologists sitting here. If it was that good, why don't geologists look at it and say, right?
Well, they do. That's the point. Listen.
They do.
I knew it was like 145 or something.
Some
Fuck.
geologists who work with Egyptologists say that Shock is wrong.
Okay, we have a geologist on the line. Why don't we ask him?
Well, we can have one guy's opinion. We could also have other guys' opinions that we can get
I
from
mean,
other
this matter
sources.
has been in the
What does that
public
have to do?
domain since 1992.
You know what it was?
It hasn't gone away.
It was the dark room and I stepped back too far in the glass, and that extra second of traveling, like added that extra second on. I'm not even lying.
It has been disagreed with, but that is different from saying.
What are you trying to accomplish here? Yo, I just got my same PB again. I actually just duped it like twice this session.
Has a right to speak out about this, and he stated
I'm
his
trying to
view.
get less than 146 on this level.
Interesting, especially since it correlates with what I regard as the
So my best time I already had
I think that
146,
site
and
has
I just got it again.
into the younger progress. That's my opinion. I've stated it many times, and I've presented the evidence that I think underwrites that opinion. You and your colleagues are absolutely at liberty to disagree, and you do.
You
So
don't
it's
think
right here.
disingenuous to
Anywhere in
compare
here,
that to someone who
rolls.
says something that defies
Anywhere in
our
here.
current understanding of human beings
And then you got,
and
yeah, whatever. I gotta practice. I want to practice this anyways.
But you're talking about someone who's saying that human beings, how many millions of years old? Tens of millions. Well, we know for a fact, right? As far if you pay attention to evolution, right? But that's we weren't even humans a million years ago, correct?
I mean, there are creationists who think.
Okay, but we're not talking about them. We're talking about Graham Hancock.
I know.
I see.
My point was that, so here you have the mainstream.
If he
science
knows I'm
that
coming, then I
it's
wasn't
like
there
this
long
grand,
enough,
it seems
yeah.
so reasonable. But there's 50 like him, and each of them thinks that they're right. They're not.
There's your language. He seems so reasonable. So you're right there, you're accusing me of dissimulation.
Yeah, so like,
The subtext is that I'm not, and then there's 50 like me. What a patronizing, arrogant,
No, I don't mean
deeply
And this is like a-
unpleasant and
like-
personal approach.
Graham, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like that. I really don't.
Okay.
I can't believe that happened again.
Apology accepted.
Yeah, when you're faced with a bunch of different
I duped it like,
theories,
what,
I mean, it's
5
not-
times
take-
now?
take
4
physics.
times?
I mean, every physicist, like you just had Lawrence Krauss, he gets these letters daily of people saying, I think I
It's
figured
the
out
strat,
these
man,
things."
but whatever.
And he can't address them all. And they're smart people, they're thoughtful people, they really believe it. What do you do with them? That's my point.
And I feel that's not my problem. And if there are other alternative theories, that's not my problem either. It's the problem for the mainstream to sort it out and figure which to pay attention to and which not.
All right.
Well, I'm suspicious of the whole idea of the mainstream because even looking in the mainstream, you find so many divergent points of view that I think that's basically a fiction. That there is this mainstream that has arrived at
That's
this
hilarious, though.
consensus, and that there are no ulterior motives there, and that there are no dogmas that are being perpetuated there. I mean, I look at a lot of the geological stuff.
That is encouraging. I'm not gonna lie, that's
there
very
are many
encouraging.
different points of view when we get to talk about the
I'm actually very encouraged now. I was getting quite
there are
discouraged,
many divergent points.
but now that I got
There
2
is
completions
what
like
could
that,
be
that's like
considered
really
the
encouraging.
mainstream. Yet even
We can get it though.
has
We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get
multiple
it.
interpretations. And the same with the comet idea. I mean, I don't know what constitutes the mainstream there because there has been a group that has opposed it at every turn, but at the same time, the group that accepts the comet hypothesis has continued to grow. In fact, there's even a number of individuals involved that set out specifically to disprove it or discredit it, who are now basically on board. And it has grown from being a small handful of scientists to there are now 63 scientists from 55 different institutions that are on board with the idea that something remarkable happened at the end of the last ice age. It was probably exogenic, meaning something from outside.
That's impossible.
Something from space. There's no consensus as to exactly what that was, which would be normal because these discoveries are in their infancy at this point. But there's been an attempt to discredit the idea simply because that as the evidence has come in over the last decade, it has evolved and new mysteries have been opened up as the evidence comes in, and the claim is being made, well, there's no consistent interpretation of this evidence, and therefore we've debunked it.
I'm at least gonna save that too.
Pinter's
I gotta save this
Requiem,
video 1
Pinter
second.
and
Yeah.
Dalton Requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. I mean, if I publish a paper in PNAS saying Requiem, suggesting that the impact hypothesis is already dead. That was in 2011. Every single one of Pinter's points have been responded to. Those who are critical of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis rarely cite the fact that the so-called refutations have themselves been refuted, that new information is constantly coming in. I see a very one-sided game being played here with a group of academics who are determined to demonstrate that there could have been no possibility of anything like a comet impact 12,800 years ago, and that these 63 or 65 scientists who are proposing that are just completely wrong. And when they refute the refutations, I very rarely see that referred to or commented upon at all. Again, your colleague de Fant has dismissed the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis without actually going in detail into the debate that's gone on.
He has this graph in his paper showing all these different dates for these different.
That's from one of the critical papers. There's another side to this.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
Well, that's the point
We are
where
going
maybe
to get
we
it.
should have Mark DeFant come on, and maybe we should have Malcolm Lecomte come on.
I'm feeling
as well,
pretty good
because
tonight.
Malcolm
I'm feeling
Lecomte
pretty
is
good
actually one
tonight,
of
not
those
gonna lie.
60 Younger Dryas impact
Feeling pretty good.
Well, explain to people that are just listening to this, what is this graphic showing?
Well, this is the carbon-14 date ranges from samples taken from
I let go of C up at the beginning.
This is the boundary here, and the point of this is that there's not a single consistent series of dates. So, yet absolutely sure that this site is that they bounce around here. So, now maybe Mark, this is his area, he could come on Skype here.
They bounce around, and what's the point of this for the layperson who's listening to this?
Well, so if you take the ones that are above the gray line, then those are showing that something like an impact happened much earlier or much later, and the ones below it are that it's much earlier. So where's the consistency of a single impact consistent across that middle of that
I don't think there's any argument there was a single impact. In fact, there's arguments that there's more than one date.
Oh, this is a really good run. This is a really good one. Wow, and I managed not to pick up any. Fuck off, like.
Give me because you're the expert at this.
Well, these are dates for the younger Dryas.
That's
There's a big
Ross,
spread,
man.
obviously, but there's also a lot of possibilities for introducing inaccuracies into the date. What's called the old wood effect can sometimes make it appear to be older than it is by a millennium or 2 millennium. But what we certainly do see here is a clustering right around 13,000 years ago. That looks pretty evident to me. And everybody knows who does radiocarbon dating that the dating might have errors and inconsistency in it. The one article I think that came out last year by James Tennant and 25 others was the Bayesian chronological analysis consistent with synchronous age of 12,835 to 12,735 calibrated years before present for younger Dryas boundary on 4 continents.
That's a refutation of precisely what we're
That
doing.
it's a
But
refutation of this.
Mark Defant does not refer to that refutation.
Jamie, could you pull up the age of Leo? I think I gave that to you. And go to slide number 167. 167. And that refers to go to slide 167.
Jesus, you're fucking right. 167 slides.
There we go. There we go. Cosmic impact event at 12,800 calibrated years before present formed the younger Dryas boundary layer containing heat abundances and multiple high-temperature impact-related proxies, including spherules, milk glass, nanodiamonds, Bayesian statistical analysis of 354 dates for 23 sedimentary sequences over 4 continents, established a model younger Dryas boundary age of 12,830.
Too far back. It might work.
Present.
I don't think it's
Supporting
paced though,
synchrony
and I have no health.
Younger Dryas boundary layer at high probability, 95%. This range overlaps that of the platinum peak recorded in the Greenland ice sheet and of the onset of the younger Dryas climate episode in 6 key records, suggesting a causal connection between the impact event and the younger Dryas. Due to its rarity and distinctive characteristics, the younger Dryas boundary layer is proposed as a widespread correlation datum.
And Randall, if I can remember what you said correctly, you believe that there was probably more than one significant impact over a period of several thousand years.
Let me pop in on that very, very quickly. I don't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
But let's be clear. The suggestion is that 12,800 years ago, there was comets break up into multiple parts. I mean, anybody who saw the Shoemaker-Levy 9 NASA films back in 1994 is aware that comet broke up into more than 20 fragments, all of which hit Jupiter, sometimes creating explosions larger than the Earth itself. All right, so I don't think it's controversial that comets break up into fragments. And this is the suggestion of the younger Dryas impact hypothesis, that we're dealing with a giant comet that broke up into multiple fragments, that orbits in the Taurid meteor stream, and that 4 of those fragments, that's the suggestion, 4 largest fragments, fell out of the Taurid meteor stream, coming in on a trajectory roughly northwest to southeast, crossing the North American ice cap, and there are up to 4 impacts on the North American ice cap. The impactors then continue across the Atlantic Ocean. There's a suggestion of impacts in Belgium, and indeed as far
Thanks for being
east
here.
as
I really
Bulgaria
appreciate it.
in Syria.
We're going to get this, I
square
swear.
kilometers of the Earth's surface is within the Younger Dryas boundary field. It's a really huge thing. So the suggestion is that there were multiple
I'm
events
really
at the beginning.
close.
Now,
Like, I'm not
the
even
next
just
question is
exaggerating
what
now.
happened 11,600 years ago when the Younger Dryas ends. And
Maybe I'm
global
not, because if I'm
temperatures
duping it
shoot
like
up
5
incredibly
times.
rapidly, and the science on that is
Maybe
much
I'm
less
not.
advanced than the science on the beginning of the Younger Dryas. Fred
I think I
Hoyle,
am though. I just gotta get
back in the
everything. I just
1980s,
gotta get
was
like a
puzzled
really clean
by the
start.
sudden temperature increase
Really good
at
dark
the end of the
room.
Younger Dryas. And he suggested, presciently I would say, that this may have been caused by a comet impact in an ocean. So maybe other bits of the torrid meteor stream
And if I could
impacted
strafe
the Earth,
this
other
room.
filaments within the stream impacted the Earth 11,600 years ago, or maybe something else caused it. I mean, Robert Schoch is in favour of extraordinary solar activity being responsible for that warming. We don't absolutely know, but that's broadly the suggestion. With the beginning and the end, it certainly impacts at the beginning, possibly impacts on other things at the end.
Well, Klube and Napier and others, Duncan Steele and other astronomers, have speculated that there could be impact eras, epochs, in which there's an enhanced possibility of the Earth being impacted. Particularly if you have a large comet that enters into the solar system, begins to undergo a hierarchy of disintegrations, and basically leaves the inner solar system with material. And we do know that the Earth crosses the torrid meteor stream twice each year. Once in late June and once in late October, early November. And we know that the Tunguska event of 1908, which is not speculative, I mean, that happened. It occurred on June 3rd, which would have been the peak of the torrid meteor shower. It also came from the direction of the sun. Its position in space where it emanated, its radiant point in space from which it emanated at that time was totally consistent with the torrid meteor stream radiant. So it's very possible that the Tunguska event of 1908 was a member of that family of meteorites. And so, you know, that would be, again, there's nothing definitive there, but it would be a prime candidate for investigation that perhaps, and again, I mentioned earlier, this goes back to the work of Fred Whipple way back in the 1940s, who began to research the torrid meteor stream.
So
and
Pink
came to
Floyd,
believe that it was much more active in the past
Yeah.
than it is now, that it's an old diffuse meteor stream that at one time, and like Graham said, you know, it has multiple objects still within
I don't
it.
Comet Enki is the best known.
Comet
I play this level a lot.
That's a fragment of the original giant
Of the
comet.
original giant comet that they estimate might have
For
been,
example, Carl Jobst's
based upon the
PB
amount
is
of material
145.
still,
So that's
remnant in the
definitely in my
light
mind.
cloud, that perhaps it was
Now I'm starting to see
somewhere
why
around
his
60
PB might be
miles,
145 because he might have like duped 146 a bunch.
And then another thing that I'm taken to task for is
Maybe.
that I report the
I don't
work
know.
of Cleveland
I mean-
Napier and their suggestion that the torrid meteor stream is actually fucking dangerous and that we should be paying attention to it, that it has been a hidden hand in human history in the past and that it can cause us trouble in the future. Now this is not gloom and doom. We have the technology to deal with the large objects in the torrid meteor stream.
But I've been stuck here for. I've been on this. I've been at 146 for 6 months.
I'm accused of being sort of doom monger and constantly predicting
Too
the
long.
end of the world and this and that.
Way
But
too
actually,
long.
I'm simply reporting astronomers who are very concerned about the torrid meteor stream and the possibility that we may face further impacts from it in the future. That's not woo-woo. That is science, you know.
Absolutely, and I would agree with that. And that is a form of catastrophism that scientists accept as very real. And
Some do.
Well, lots. I mean, there's, you know,
What, if anything, do you oppose about what they've just said?
nothing.
Nothing about the Younger Dryas period.
Well, so just on a technical question, you had your slide was 12,800 on there, and so Göbekli Tepe, the oldest C14 dates are what, 90, so
11,600.
That's a 1,200 year gap.
Göbekli
That's a kind of
Tepe.
slow catastrophe.
Well, no. Göbekli Tepe. To be very clear about the Younger Dryas, one of the puzzling things about it is that you have cataclysm at the beginning, and this global temperature slump is surely cataclysmic by any standards. And you have cataclysm at the end. You have a massive spike, a huge increase in global temperatures, and you have meltwater pulse 1b. You have a lot of water going into the ocean at that time. So both ends of the Younger Dryas are cataclysmic, and it's at the recent end of the Younger Dryas, 11,600.
Man, I thought I had one more bullet.
Tepe mysteriously popping up, and I know that you're staunch opponent of Atlantis and that you believe Plato made Atlantis up in order to make a political point, and you may be right, but the date that Plato puts on the submergence of Atlantis is 11,600 years ago, 9,000 years before the time of Solon, which happens to coincide with meltwater pulse 1b and the end of the Younger Dryas, which I would have thought would cause you to rethink your position on Plato just a little.
Well, it's interesting. I'm open to the idea. I tend to read myths in the same way your guest Jordan Peterson does. It's a story to deliver some sort of moral homily to it. It's a commentary on our own culture, our society. It's a literary way of delivering a message.
I let go of C up. I got scared.
Instead of reading them,
I got nervous.
But there's hard data in Plato's whatever you think it is, and that hard data is that the submergence of Atlantis happened 9,000 years before the time of Solon. That is a date. That is 9,600 BC. That is 11,600 years ago. This, to me, is a strong reason why we shouldn't just completely dismiss Plato's notion of a lost civilization of the Ice
I'm not
Age.
against that idea. I mean, the idea that, say, the parting of the Red Sea happened because of some impact.
I'm not proposing that. Please don't go there.
I'm not.
Waste of time.
Okay, but there are people that think that.
I don't.
Okay, or that the plagues of the Bible can be.
I don't go there. Waste of time.
But
Deal with Plato.
All right. So, but my point is that some of them may have historical origins. Some of them may be completely made up as mythic stories for some other reason. You have to take them one at a
I
time.
let go of C up again. I got scared.
A commentary on his own culture of Athens and being too
Fuck
bellicose,
off.
being too warlike.
Like, suck a
not
fucking
good
dick, man.
for where we're going. That's my opinion.
And the fact that he picks a date that coincides with the geologically significant date of flooding is not really
I
going to
think-
change your opinion.
I think again,
It's
that's
a pretty amazing coincidence.
Is it? I mean, we're finding a connection, not Plato. I mean, we're
Well, Plato said there was an advanced civilization with advanced agriculture, advanced architecture, advanced navigational abilities, which was submerged by the sea, swept from the face of the earth, so that mankind had to begin again like children, with no memory of what went before. And lo and behold, he puts a geologically significant date on that, a date that we ourselves have only known is significant in the last 20 or 30 years.
So
We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. I swear.
where is this place, this Atlantis? I mean, so as you know, there's
Not
a long
my problem.
There's a long history of people speculating. If we found a site, that would be a big plus.
Go do more marine archaeology.
That sidestep
Well,
is
if
so
we take it
brutal.
literally, obviously then it's below the ocean. But
Alright, here we go.
I don't necessarily take Plato's account literally, but I do say, well, it's rather coincidental that his dating falls exactly on meltwater pulse 1b when we know there was huge influx of water into the ocean. And also if we look at his geography, it's interesting because he cites, basically a landmass west of the Pillars of Hercules, which is Pillars of Hercules, the Straits of Gibraltar. And he places this essentially in the mid-Atlantic. I think it was Crantor, one of the commentators on him that said it was something like 3 or 4 days sail west. But if you look there is a sunken landmass that sank at the end of the last ice age because of the rapidly rising sea level. And this has been well established by marine geology, looking at evidence that the Azores Plateau underwent an isostatic subsidence, which would have been resulting from the rapidly rising sea level. We know there's no doubt that the North American continent has rebounded isostatically after the removal of this tremendous mass of ice that mantled North America up to anywhere from 1,000 to possibly 1,500 feet. Well, if you do a comparable isostatic adjustment at the mid-Atlantic ridge, you'll find that the Azores island complex are much, much larger. And it turns out that might actually be a nice place to develop at least a maritime culture, something along the lines of the Phoenicians or the Minoans during the period of the Ice Age. Because during the period of the Ice Age, the climate of the world was so much different than now. The Great Basin area was filled with huge lakes, vegetation, forests, savanna, and grasslands. Like Graham said, with the lowered sea level, there were much larger areas of the coastline that were exposed. And that's probably where most of people would have resided during the Ice Age, is near the coastlines, because that would have been the most benevolent place. With the rising of the sea level, all of that's lost. And there's nothing really fringed about saying, well, people might have lived on islands in the mid-Atlantic, especially when we know that those islands most likely had a benevolent climate during the Ice Age. So I don't go into crystal technology and flying machines or whatever, all of this speculative stuff that has accreted to it. But if we just keep it simple and say, well, is it possible that a culture along the lines of the Minoans or the Phoenicians could have existed? Could they have existed on an island culture in the mid-Atlantic? And there's nothing really, extreme about that idea, in my mind.
Even the idea that a more advanced, sophisticated technological coexisted with hunter-gatherers isn't too strange. I mean,
we've seen that in the 20th century.
We do so today. We coexist with hunter-gatherers in the Amazon jungle who don't even know we exist.
It's just practice.
So I don't see why a priori that's just an impossible idea to look
Am I misremembering that you mentioned Indonesia as a site for Atlantis?
I mentioned Gunung Padang not as a site for Atlantis. That's Danny Gulman Natwajaja, who is a geologist.
And I'm dead. I'm dead and it's not based. But we can practice.
He has written a book proposing that Indonesia was Atlantis and that
maybe if I didn't get stuck there I wouldn't have died, but
investigating is a site from Atlantean times. Danny has proposed that. Now what's interesting about Indonesia is that Indonesia sits upon the Sunda Shelf, and the Sunda Shelf was one of the parts of the world that was most massively flooded at the end of the Ice Age. And if you go back to the end of the Ice Age, you're not looking at the Malaysian Peninsula, you're not looking at the Indonesian islands going out towards the Philippines, you're looking at a giant continent-sized landmass, all of which went underwater at the end of the last Ice Age, really rather rapidly. So I think he has a point. I think it's an interesting, it's one of those areas in the world where there was very large-scale flooding, huge amounts of land were swallowed up. Also Sahel, the connection of Australia to New Guinea during the Ice Age was also washed away. There's a whole range of issues regarding sea level rise in that very area, which anybody
shooting that
interested in the subject should be
thing really cuts the lag or something,
Today, many
or lines them up better, like shooting inside after getting that headshot, like this. Man, I might do that all the time.
One particular area, but many advanced areas that were wiped out along with their
Right in his ass.
This is the thesis of that book I mentioned, Noah's Flood, that the two geologists with the Black Sea came to, that there were, rimmed with small villages, with massive flooding almost instantly wiped out, and then that gets passed down.
Not pace. Too much lag.
To me, that seems totally reasonable.
It's not pace.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we get into more discussion about the actual impact hypothesis and the mega flooding, so that we can get our our guys on standby, get them involved.
What is your geologist, since you're by yourself and there's two of them, what is, it's only fair, right? What is your geologist opposed to what
I think it's the on the impact hypothesis versus the multiple glacial dams that burst over periods of time, like that had that slide.
Okay, well, let's call him up and get him on Skype.
And
we've never done it, so it's myself. Hopefully it'll work.
See, this slide here, these are each independent of origin dates of these different instant floods in North America.
Right.
In each individual ice dam.
And what separates these dates? They're separated by
20,000, all before
12,800, wasn't that one?
Oh, yeah.
So it's Mark's on the line. What is this? Mark, Mark, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Mark Defend.
Mark Defend, thank you very much for doing this. We really appreciate you coming on here.
It's my pleasure.
So you've had a chance to listen to these guys talk. What are your thoughts just stepping into this cold?
Well, first of all, I did not mean to upset Mr. Hancock. He seemed to be quite disturbed, and I apologize if I've disturbed him.
No, you haven't disturbed me, and I'm not upset. It's just simply that you're extremely selective in what you present in your draft, admittedly draft article that you've chosen to put online.
It's not pace.
You don't represent.
It might be. I don't think it is though. I went too far there.
No. We're
I think I'm half health or something.
Okay. Well, first of all, would you allow me just to address Göbekli Tepe for a minute?
Sure. Would you like to address the article first? I think
Wow.
that probably would be the most fair since we just brought that up.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was the question then?
Graham?
Well, I read out on air various passages in your article where you misrepresent me.
No, I didn't.
Sorry?
No, I didn't misrepresent.
You didn't misrepresent it. Okay, so
In fact, you said that I said that I was actually talking about someone in Indonesia when I said you didn't understand Newton's physics.
no, I didn't say. I'm sorry, I didn't say you were talking about someone in Indonesia. I said you were talking about Jesus Gamara in Peru is who I was talking about. And Jesus Gamara does have very exotic views on gravitation, which I state seriously are not my interest. I do say he may be right, but I don't say he's right. I say this is not my interest, and I go on to say what my interest in is his work. You pick up that.
You're drowning me out here. I was asked to explain whether or not I thought I was misleading. And I don't think I was misleading. You clearly stated in there that maybe gravity was due to the way we've changed orbits around the sun. Gravity is not due to that. It's due to the mass and the inverse of what do you mean?
I don't state that. Jesus Gamara states that, and I say I disagree with it.
Come on.
I say I disagree with it.
I want to be respectful. I can't really hear you when I'm talking. I apologize. But I feel like you are selectively changing the meaning of what I'm saying.
Well, why don't you quote me as these words from my text? When you say that I buy the gravity thing of Jesus Gamara, why don't you quote me when I say
This is just the opposite of that.
what I go on to say, not quoted in the attack, is the following quote. However, this isn't the part of his theory I'm interested in. Where I feel he is solidly persuasive is in his observations of the anomalous character of the monuments of the Andes. I am not pinning anything on Jesus Gamara's gravitational ideas. I am saying very clearly what it is in his approach that I am interested in. I'm not going to dismiss all of his approach because he has an approach on gravity that you don't like.
The fuck was that?
Even of interest to me, and I say so in the book. You don't report that, therefore I suggest you misrepresent.
All right, here we go.
Well, Mr. Hancock, what I brought up him for was simply to state that you didn't understand, and I say it right there.
Like,
that you don't
fuck right
understand
off,
Newton's
man.
physics.
But I'm not even
So
talking
how
about
are you
Newton's. I'm not talking
as a
about.
scientist if you don't understand Newton's simple
I
physics.
am not
the
talking.
laws of Newton.
If I wished to make an argument about gravity, I wouldn't go saying that that isn't the part of Jesus Gamara's theory that I'm interested in. I'm interested in the other aspect of his work, his observations through years of field work.
My point was simply to point out that you didn't understand Newton mechanics.
But
We're
I
not
don't
talking about this stuff.
You're completely
Stop,
wasting
stop.
time here.
Okay, Grant, the way the article is
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let these guys talk it out.
we did misrepresent. We did.
Yeah.
The way the sentence is structured, it's clearly out of context. We're going to change that.
Yeah, I was taken
mean,
out of
Mark,
context, and that's what I'm objecting
Mark,
to.
I'm not sure why he included it in the book in the first place, but he's not arguing about gravity at all. So we will fix that. Maybe we can get straight to the.
Yo, AVFX, what's up, man?
As long as
Yeah, buddy.
Graham is fine.
I have a 147 and a 146
The other
completion
thing
this
that
session,
I
man.
find to be misrepresenting is that the statement. Yet
I got the 147 and then I got the
the
146, and I thought the 146 was a 145, but it
our
wasn't.
ancestors are being initiated
So I'm back
into
at
the
square
secrets of
one.
metals and how to make swords and knives. What Mark DeFab does not tell his readers
What?
is that I make that claim. I
Man.
don't make that claim. I am actually reporting what is said in the Book of Enoch.
So I'm close, man. I'm
That's not
so
me
close.
who
That's why I'm
say
so
that.
like.
That's the Book of Enoch.
Graham, we'll fix
I'm
it.
hyped. I'm pretty hyped up. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for being here, man.
Let's get back to the main meat of this, for God's sake.
Okay.
I let go of
Just
C
give
up.
me a list
It's
of
pretty
things
slow.
that, and
It's too
I
slow.
will. Oh, that's not the point.
Well, Mark, you're obviously very critical of Graham's work, and maybe erroneously so. But let's get to what you think about what you've heard so far.
Yo, thanks, AVFX, buddy.
I don't want to come across as a pompous.
Worth points? Yes, it is,
What I
my
want to
friend.
do is I want to protect
I think it's like 55 points or
from
something.
these grandiose assumptions.
Yeah, I duped
Graham
it though.
in his Mr. Hancock in his first book.
Please call me Graham.
Fingerprints.
Please call me Graham.
Okay, Graham in his first book, in Fingerprints, suggested that there
It's
was
actually
a
it's
continent,
actually 15th place
where this
among
civilization
English
lived, and through some
English GoldenEye. It's
machinations, this
15th
continent went south and ended
between
up
PAL and
destroying that
NTSC.
civilization. Well, as a geologist, that's just nonsense. And now he comes back and he wants us to believe that he was all wrong. And then
But
all
if you
of a
include
sudden,
Japanese,
okay,
it's
now
like
believe in comet strikes.
43rd or
So
something,
this
45th.
famous civilization is supposed to exist.
So
Well,
Mark,
this is duping people. I don't know if he means
It's
to do
8th
it.
place on NTSC.
Mark, all my work is in print and online. I mean, I gather that you see your role as a protector for the public. Obviously, you feel that the public are not intelligent enough to make discerning decisions of their own in this respect.
No,
However, to
I'm
address...
saying that the public doesn't understand the science
Okay, so
to the degree that you're misrepresenting.
So they need the superior knowledge of Mark Defant in order to understand it.
No,
Well,
I
fine.
think they need the knowledge of science.
Okay, well, that's
Carl
okay.
Jobs has
Let me
145.
come to your point, which is you're saying that I proposed one mechanism for
Just
cataclysm
time in
the universe
general?
of God,
Oh, I see.
and that
No
I'm
worries,
proposing
man.
another mechanism for cataclysm today.
Yeah, Carl
What
Jobs
I
is
proposed
145
in
on
Influence of the
Japanese.
Gods was that there had been a gigantic cataclysm in the ballpark of 12,500 years ago. I looked at a number of possibilities, of which the most
So I'm aiming
striking
for that
me
at
the
least
time
145,
was
maybe
Earth crust
lower,
displacement.
hopefully.
And Earth crust displacement is reported
With
as
this,
work
with the
of Charles
mainframe,
Hapgood,
I have one more
not my
mainframe
work,
PB
but I
in
do
me,
report it in
with a
Influence
good
of the Gods
start.
as an excellent theory, which
And then
explains the
I'll
information.
have the kind of the
Since
monkey
I
off my
wrote
back,
Influence of
hopefully,
the
and then I
Gods,
can go for
I've learnt a
guard
lot.
lure maybe.
I've learnt a lot, and I wouldn't want to defend that theory strongly today. I don't know if you have bought the latest edition of my book, the paperback edition of Magicians of the Gods, but it contains a chapter saying whatever happened to Earth crust displacement. I address the change of view in this, and I think I have a right to change my view, and I think it's healthy that, I mean, why would I stick permanently to a view that I hold in 1995 if new evidence persuades me that it's wrong? I'm sure that's a good thing, not a bad thing, and fundamental proposition is we had a massive global cataclysm in the ballpark of 12,500 years ago, so naturally it's of great interest to me when a large group of scientists, more than 60 of them, over
Yo,
a
thanks for
period
being
of more
here.
than 10 years now,
Of
present
IFX.
evidence of a massive comet impact event 12,800 years ago, exactly in the
That's
window
how
I
you're
proposed.
slippery. You are implying that there are a lot of people out there that believe in this. There are some people that believe in it, and I agree, but
Fuck,
for the
like,
most part,
suck a
I
dick,
think
you
taking an
motherfucker.
honest view, the comet hypothesis
Not you
is
guys,
not
that guy, I mean.
wrong.
Well, that's complete rubbish,
By the
Mark.
way-
That's
by
complete
the way,
rubbish.
I would also point out that in Fingerprints, you had people believing that the end of the world was coming in 2012. Now, how am I supposed to take you seriously when you say things like that and then change your mind? We could all be dead by now
Yes,
if we believed you.
I have absolutely changed my mind on the Mayan calendar. I regard the Mayan calendar as an interesting technological artifact with a better estimate of the length
Thanks
of
for
the
being here,
solar
man.
year
Thanks for
than
being
the
here, everyone. I really
estimate that
appreciate
we
it.
have with
really
today.
do.
The Mayan calendar is based primarily on the position of the sun amongst the constellations at the winter solstice. And we are in an 80-year window.
Pretty good
when the
start,
sun
pretty good start.
sits astride the dark rift of the Milky Way between the constellations of Sagittarius and Scorpio on the winter solstice. That window is 80 years wide, so the story of the Mayan calendar, by the way, isn't actually quite over yet. But
Do you
I'm
know
not
what
giving. I'm
precession
not.
means?
Yes,
Do
I
you
know
what
exactly
precession
what
means?
precession means.
Okay, well, all of this stuff that you claim is on a precession. A precession is the Earth spinning like a top.
Don't teach
It
Graham
has
how to suck
nothing to do
eggs.
with running through comet clouds, and yet you're saying that somehow we're on some sort of cycle where the comets are going to come back and strike the Earth right now, sometime during the next 40 years. That's what you said in Magicians.
No, that's
Which
what
is
Victor.
wrong.
That's what Victor Klube and Bill Napier and Emilio Spedicato say.
Don't blame this
I'm a
on other
reporter.
people. You're the one that said it in your book. You just got all over
and I make-
Mr. Michael Shermer for saying the same things about other people. I want to know what you think.
But Mark,
you tell me what you think.
I am a reporter, and I make it very clear
You
in the.
can't cop out on it.
I'm
You're
not
doing
copping out.
science.
Let me
You're
finish.
talking about science.
Mark, we can't talk over each other
I
like this.
am a reporter, and it is my job to report the work of other people. And I report the work of Victor Klube, Bill Napier, and Emilio Spedicato, all of whom draw attention to the Taurid meteor stream and who regard it as the greatest collision hazard facing the Earth at this time, and who specifically indicate that we may run into a filament of the Taurid meteor stream in the next 30 years that is going to be very bad for our civilization.
It
It's
has
not my...
nothing to do with precession.
When did I say it had anything to do with precession?
You have a whole
It's
section
not
on
caused...
precession
Yes,
in Magicians of the Comet.
indeed, as a clock, as a timer, as a way of going back through the ages, but I'm not saying precession is causing this encounter with the Taurid meteor stream. And go find the paragraph where
Come
I say
on, man.
No. What you're saying is that we're on a cycle. That 12,000 years ago, this civilization was destroyed, and now you're saying, that civilization was so smart that they knew we were going to go through another shower, and we're all doomed in the next 40 years.
Yeah.
And you didn't say doomed in Magicians like you did in Fingerprints, but you must conclude that that's your opinion. Because I don't know anybody else that you referenced on that issue.
Well,
but precession has nothing to do with that, and it's not even on that cycle. It has a cycle of about 21,000 years. So your cycles are even off on precession.
25,920 years, actually,
That is not
for
a precession.
1 degree every 72 years, give or take a small margin. That is the precession. You're really teaching grandma to suck eggs here.
So anyway, I guess this has just been going on all day. You can't criticize Michael for bringing up other people who are saying strange things and comparing to you and say, oh no, you can't say that because it's not about me. It's not true. You're doing the same thing. You're reporting about other people and saying nonsense.
Yeah, I'm reporting the work of Victor Klug, Bill Napier, and Emilio Spedicato. And I also indicate that I strongly support that work. That's as far as I go.
Mark, if I could stop you here, so you think that this comet wiping out all the Ice Age megafauna theory has been debunked? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir, I have not saying that, but I think that if you read the literature carefully, the majority of scientists right now, and I know that this is still going, you know what I like about the comet people is that they're doing it in the scientifically right way. They're getting people to review the material. They're getting people to go through that gauntlet.
Like what?
To where they get criticized, they make sure that they do things right, and they get it out there.
Thanks for being here.
Firestone did this in 2007. He was crucified. He's come back. His group has come back with a lot of good stuff. So I want to wait and see this play out. I said that in my paper, that we're going to have to wait to get a conclusion here. So I'm not saying that they're wrong, but right now, if I read the literature as a scientist, I have to say that the comet guys are getting hit pretty hard.
What do you make of the latest platinum paper in Nature Scientific Reports? The platinum anomaly across North America and its coincident in time with the Greenland ice cores and the platinum anomaly there. What do you say to that?
Well, I say that, and maybe we can bring him on. The problem with that is that what does platinum have to do with the comet? You know, platinums are high in asteroids, but they're not high in comets. Comets are icy bodies. I saw the paper. I read it. I think it's interesting, but I can't for the life of me figure out how he's correlating it. He has, in the different areas of the Clovis, he has platinum
Really? Like,
concentrations
really?
that are seemingly not matching up. They're outside the Younger Dryas. They're inside the Younger Dryas. I'd like you to show those.
Let's bring Malcolm.
It's hard to understand what he's trying to say. It doesn't refute the comet hypothesis.
Let's bring Malcolm on since he's one of the co-authors of the platinum.
Yo.
This is going to get super complicated.
Let's try.
We can only do one caller at a time, apparently.
Well, I think Malcolm, should have his voice.
Well, I don't want to criticize
Well,
him if he can't be here. That's okay. I'd like
Fuchsious.
to go back and talk a little bit, if I may, about go back
Money
and
grabbing
because
scam. Who's
I've
who?
read, Schmidt.
Yeah,
I
he
know ever found anything to suggest
who's the
that
money
these people
grabbing?
that were not hunter-gatherers. They all were hunter-gatherers. You know, he found 20. I think.
Yeah, the
maybe
procession
he
is
found
a big
2,000 stone tools there.
big part of Hancock's argument.
He never found any domesticated animals. He never found any domesticated grain.
The fact that like the constellations aren't in the proper or aren't in the same locations. That the precession of the Earth every 25,920 years affects the location of the constellations. But tell me more about Ophiuchus.
Magical civilization came in, and by the way, that's another thing that drives me crazy. You're saying that these guys were magicians. You're saying that they had secret knowledge. What possible secret knowledge did they give to the people that go back to Ted? How can you possibly
Again,
say things
I'm
like
not
that?
saying that. The word magicians of the gods comes from the Apkallu in ancient Sumer, and they were considered to have superior powers, and they were considered to be magicians of a
Astrologists
sort.
are
Should I not
snake
report
oil
that because it's
scammers.
there in the Sumerian
But
text?
this guy isn't. He's not talking about astrology.
I'm not saying that they have superpowers. It's the Sumerians who said that. I
He's
simply
not.
report
He's
that.
not
You
talking
can
about
report that.
astrology. He's talking about astronomy,
Fighting reporter.
and he's talking about the Taurid meteor stream that
They were the magicians of the
about
gods.
12,000 years ago there may have been higher comet impacts on Earth. The tail end of the Taurid of a comet that came into our solar system, I think 12,000 years ago.
Didn't go there for 2 days and look around.
So it's not so much about astrology, it's more about astronomy this person is talking about. And he's talking about
There were hunter-gatherers that are building those megaliths.
I don't
like
If you went to Easter
the fact that it's
Island and you
astronomically
found the
aligned
Moai, and
is
you said,
independent
"Oh
of
my gosh,
astrology.
there must be some secret civilization that made these Moai because stupid hunter-gatherers couldn't possibly make these.
In my opinion, I find a very strong correlation in astrology and human feelings and emotions, and it makes a lot of sense. It's an astral ecliptic constellation, so there's 13, not 12.
Well, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, we
So
see
on that
the
little
population
island,
of the Pacific
Interesting.
Ocean.
They have
We
no
know
agriculture?
that
Are you
they
saying
came
that?
to the Pacific Ocean
Well,
about
there's
1,000 years ago. Into Eastern
I mean, there's so many stars
What do you think they were? They certainly
on that.
were, a big civilization.
Mark,
Oh,
please let him
Fuchsius.
respond. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, did you meet Klaus Schmidt? Do you know him personally?
Well, you know he's dead, and
Yeah.
you know that I haven't met him.
Okay, well, I did meet him. I do know him personally.
I know you.
I did record.
It actually makes a lot of scientific sense that astrology has an effect on us, just based on the fact that the only gravitational sources in the solar system are our planets.
Was the possibility, his phrase, not mine.
And we know that like the moon has like tidal effects,
Where new ideas were deliberately seeded and spread out in the population. I have
and like
Klaus
we're
Schmidt
like
on record
70%
saying
water.
that. I quote him saying that in my book. And
The
that,
one
to me, is a
gray-haired
very
guy
interesting
brought up
proposition because
astrology.
It suggests that we have a site here that is being used to mobilize
No, well,
the
he's talking about
population and to transfer to them the
precession, and the
non-Galactic
constellations
culture,
weren't
which
in the same
suddenly
location.
appears
He's arguing that
around
the Sphinx was
Göbekli
maybe
Tepe
built
at the time
12,000 years
Göbekli
ago,
Tepe is
because at that
functioning.
time that's when the constellation of Leo was facing the Sphinx, and it made a lot more sense astronomically, I
These are
guess.
the people, the very same people who made Göbekli Tepe, in Klaus Schmidt's view, are the people who quote
So he's not
invented
necessarily talking, I guess, astrology. Here he's talking more astronomy and the constellations and the locations of the constellation, like Göbekli Tepe.
Hunter-gatherers or not?
This place found in Turkey in 12,000 years ago.
It was established by hunter-gatherers. I say not. I say Easter Island was
Or recently that was estimated to be 12,000 years old. It has a very strong astronomical alignment and constellations carved out onto its pillars.
No, you're misunderstanding my point. My point is that
And he's saying that the motive for building these huge constellations is because of intense comets that may have came down and wiped out parts of their civilization, and that's the motive for creating these huge megaliths. Of course, it's like there's not concrete evidence to support that the motive, but utterly debunked scientifically thousands of times.
And then they evolved into
How has it been debunked?
and that's what makes it a great site.
Can I answer you? You're seriously saying that there's nothing there? I mean, the largest
There's no
megalithic
offense. It's
site
all
on Earth,
objective. It's all
7,000
objectivity.
years older
There
than
is no
Stonehenge.
personal
There's no background
there is
to
no
it.
personal offense in
No
science.
evidence of practice or trade. The megalithic
Provide
site
a
itself
provide
is
a
problem
source
for me.
that outline that really claims that
And by the way,
your
right.
claim.
There's a megalith just down the road from Göbekli Tepe, and there are probably several other. I can see them on maps.
Yeah, we need to get to the bottom
We've got
of
a
this.
wonderful amount of work to do there.
You bet.
So I think, Graham, we're in pretty good agreement on this.
Okay, so you guys are in
What I
agreement
want
on
to
that.
point out is that I don't think that there's any need to call
There's no
on,
offense, just like
this great
claiming that
civilization
Japanese
that
goldeneye
you
isn't
say
real
exists.
goldeneye.
Well, to me,
There's no like offense in it. It's an objective fact, right?
I I've been writing about
That's science. You have to be objective about everything.
more than a quarter of a century.
So I mean, I'm
That's
just
what I
like,
do.
sure,
I
show me
obviously
the data that
contribute
supports
to
your
the
claim.
debate. I mean, archaeologists
I obviously haven't provided any data that
not to
supports my
listen to
claim.
anything I say, to dismiss me as a complete
Right.
lunatic, as they often do,
But
to accuse me, as you do in writing, of duping the public, of conning the public, and so on and so forth.
I didn't use the word conning.
Well, you did use the word conning, actually. It's in the very last paragraph of your article. So I've got it right here in front of me.
We will fix that.
You did use the
No,
word
it's,
conning.
Michael, this is the first thing I wrote. I just put it up for
sources may be
What is
on my
that?
other
It's
phone.
that.
No worries, man. No worries,
Hold on
man.
a second. Hold on. Exact words. I am left with. What I am left with is that Hancock. I'm going to put my reading glasses on so I can read this properly. What I am left with, this is quoting you, Mark, is that Hancock has a real knack for
I
conning
found very
a hellacious
strong
number of people into
specific
buying his books.
alignment,
I mean, that's a direct ad
like
hominem insult.
pretty strong
It's online in
correlation
your
of
article. Do you
the
stand by
theme
it?
of what's going on
Listen,
and
I apologize
astrology.
to you for the use of
I found that in my life
Is
over
what
the
you're
last
trying
10
to do?
years very strongly.
No, sorry you used it in the first
And I
place.
mean,
I think you're misleading
scientifically,
your students.
it actually makes the most sense just due to the massive gravity effects of these huge
You're putting it on the internet.
forces of gravity in our
Just
solar
putting it
system.
online for your students, and you've been proven incorrect on how many different times in this article now?
Well, about
Proven
7.
incorrect. I haven't been proven incorrect.
Well, you have. You misquote me. You don't give the context.
I'm
And
not
even
the guy that said
and
the
even
world was
Michael
gonna end in 2012.
and even Michael has said that the skeptic article will not
Brutal,
reflect
man.
these out of context statements that you're making.
Not here for debates, even though I tagged in. Just here to hope you, PB, and G. No worries, man. Objectivity, man. There's no, nothing is personal. That's the point. So I'm saying that, like, I found very high correlation myself in my own life in themes and astrology, especially right now with Mercury retrograde. We've had a pretty good one. Not too bad, not too damaging. That's when like Mercury appears to be going backwards in the sky because I think it's we pass it in orbit. I think it's traveling faster around the sun than we are, but there's this point where it looks like it's going backwards. It happens 4 times per year for 3 weeks. It affects like technological communication, traffic jams, computer stuff.
Because I wanted my students to see it. I had no idea that people would go online and look at that like that.
Golden IPBs.
You sent tens of thousands of people probably to it by letting them know it's on here, and I'm sorry for that.
But it's not just one planet, right? It's the whole interlude of everything together. That's what makes it so complex because it's not independent. Each planet isn't an independent variable. They're all co-dependent variables.
Well, maybe
I think I stand by everything I said, except for the personal comment at the end.
Well, we'll see
Okay,
if
so let's
that
take a look
survives
at
the
this
editing
map.
process.
Okay. Let's put up this map.
So I mean,
Okay.
I always love hearing the evidence from other people, right? Because that's how science and like learning and knowledge works, right?
People have been working on geologists have been working
Like I'm
on
never.
this for more than 100 years, I bet.
That's why I'm curious to hear like what. I'm amazed the evidence has been shown already that's been debunked. I wonder what type of like I want to see the methods used in the studies.
One of them you can
I want to
see
see the
is the Columbia Lake, and the other one on the far right,
right.
Over in Montana, that's Lake Missoula. Now, I guess my point here is that you guys want to make the flooding out here to be immense, and I think Brett's original idea was that there was just one flooding, but then Brett's came to understand after looking at the data.
And actually, the astronomy, they use the astronomy to possibly age these like the Sphinx and everything because that's the only time in like back then with the precession that the constellations look actually kind of accurate for like the Sphinx and how the pyramids and everything are aligned.
Now, where in the world would you ever say that this small area relative to an entire continent, why would you say that this is evidence for a comet strike? Not even the comet guys are saying that this flooding out here is related to a comet, because there are a large number of area, a very small number of area.
Are you
actual
serious?
area that is flooded.
Fuck you.
If you take a look now at my dates, or not my dates, but the dates, do you have
Not you,
that, Mike?
not you,
The one with,
VFX. I meant
We're going to bring that up,
the,
but
the
let's let Randall
banana
Carlson
guy.
address you
Sure.
now, because he's the one that's the expert of this.
I mean, he's got a point that if you just look at, if you confine your examination to this area, but the point is you've got evidence of mega flooding all around the ice sheet margin, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. You've got the work of Hugh and Lord in the Midwestern states, South Dakota, North Dakota, eastern Montana. You've got massive spillways out there that discharged off the ice sheet. You have Glacial River Warren that was undoubtedly formed by most likely Glacial Lake Agassiz, and you've got the St. Croix River, where I took Graham a couple of years ago, that had mega floods down it. There were mega floods down the Mississippi River. There was Glacial Lake Wisconsin that discharged down the Wisconsin River, left the Wisconsin Dells. There are the Finger Lakes in New York that probably were created by massive floods emanating off of that.
It's not gonna work.
Scoured.
It's not gonna work.
Right. They were scoured, and they were probably scoured by subglacial floods that were coming under high pressure. Because, you know, you have the drumlin fields that are just to the south of them. And you've probably seen the work of John Shaw and
I knew it.
Yes.
Claire Beanie and Bruce Rainey and those out of Canada.
Yes, I think Sean's idea about drums is crazy.
Well, why would they? How do you propose the drumlins then were formed?
Oh, easily. The glaciers came forward and topped the terminal moraine and spread the moraines out into drums.
What?
But how? I mean, you've got features
That was so unexpected.
Like totally fluvially produced. They look like inverted boat belts. You look at the internal stratification. How does glaciers create internal stratification? I've looked at numerous drumlins in Canada. I've looked at drumlins in New York State. I've looked at drumlins in probably a dozen different places. And where you can see exposures, you see stratification. You don't see, if glaciers are grinding over a deformable substrate, how is it that they produce anything other than a chaotic jumble of glacial till? You can actually see layers. I've seen it myself, and we can pull up pictures of it here in a minute. And I'd like for you to explain to
before you
me.
do that, because I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
A drumlin, by definition, is made up of till. I think that we're getting kind of technical for this audience, but you know, an esker is something that's stratified, not a drumlin. So you're misidentifying them as drumlins.
No, I am not misidentifying drumlins. I know very clearly the difference between an esker and a drumlin. I've looked at many eskers. I've hiked on them. I've flown over them in airplanes.
The Finger Lakes are gouged.
They are gouged, yes. Are they gouged by glaciers, or are they also gouged by subglacial megafloods? That's the question, and I think that's a fair question to ask. And if we look at some of the studies, we find out
Yo,
that the
core constellation
depositional
is 12 equal-sized
material in
constellations
them
that
is
move
massive. It's not
behind the
stratified,
sun in the
it's massive, as if it
ecliptic.
was dumped in there over a very short period of time.
Let me go back to the bigger picture.
But hold on a second.
Yeah, but it's
What's your point about
yeah,
that?
but the fact that there's a 13th constellation doesn't negate the
What he just said.
potential effects of the other 12.
We're going to have to disagree. I mean, what am I supposed to argue? I don't want to get in an argument with him here. He thinks that they're done by water. I think that traditionally, the way most geologists see the Finger
In
Lakes
fact,
is
Scorpio is believed to be broken up into two, the serpent and the scorpion, I believe.
To the main glacier, the Rentide Glacier, Wally Broker suggested in the 90s.
I'm just saying that there's a 13th constellation doesn't negate the fact of the potential effect of whatever the feeling is. The drawing and the constellation, those are just like archetypes of, I guess, the feeling, I guess. It's not like, that's just like humans drawing whatever potential feeling comes from whatever stars are out there at that time for whatever reason, right? There's probably lots of like constellations. There's many constellations that are along that path.
He didn't necessarily look, we know that there were somewhere around.
No, or really not according to them.
They can carefully map.
Yeah, but if there's a
move back,
even if there's a 13th or like 27 constellations, it's not like it's the constellations are almost like arbitrary. Like they drew whatever the feeling is like from there. I don't know much about. I know more about planetary influence. I don't know much about constellation influence.
How is that possible? I mean, as the ice receded, the glacial Lake Agassiz expanded, and at some point it finally breached right there by Big Stone Lake in Minnesota, and basically carved out the Minnesota River Valley, which geological studies have confirmed. They call it River Warren, and have confirmed that essentially it was carrying its peak discharge was roughly 4,000 times greater than the modern Minnesota River that flows there.
And it doesn't deny like the feelings that.
The Mississippi then conveyed that water into the Gulf of Mexico and deposited huge
that you feel from these like massive gravitational forces in our solar system, you know? The only gravitational forces in our solar system, like Jupiter and like Saturn are like massive. And for us to be positioned in like either a square or these two planets opposite, like that has like seeing that we're like made of water and like that we know the moon controls the tides and everything, it's like, especially when we know that radio waves travel across like the solar system, like why wouldn't gravity also have an effect?
Destruction of Atlantis and some lost civilization.
To assume that like Jupiter has such a massive planet.
I'm not talking about that. We know there was a Fennoscandian ice sheet. We know there was a Cordilleran ice sheet. We know there was a Laurentide ice sheet. We know they all melted. We know that.
And we're like flying through space. Like we're not stagnant around the sun. Like the sun's flying. The sun is shooting through space, right? Up and down along the Milky Way. And our planets are trailing it, kind of like a double helix, you know? Not quite like a double helix, but the sun is shooting through space, and then all the planets are like rotating around it.
I've been across that thing 60,000 miles back and forth. I have over 10,000 photographs.
Yeah, I mean, my evidence, I just have last 10 years of personal experiences correlated with.
We can measure how much water went over.
Yeah, planet positions.
The current ripples.
You can go into Camas Prairie and you've got a current ripple field there that is about 7 miles long.
I know it very well.
Okay, and the high water mark in there is at 4,200 feet above sea level. The floor of Camas Prairie is just 1,400 feet lower than that. So we know that there were 1,400.
That's why I'm really curious to see your what evidence you're super convinced on, because I want to see if the person if the scientists understand astrology. It's interesting because I'm a scientist by training, but I've learned a lot about astrology over the last 10 years. I'll admit I'm not an astronomist by training. I'm a biologist, right? But like,
well, most of the material in there was washed in. So, I mean, we don't know how much it would have eroded until somebody does some core samples to get down to something that can be dated to earlier, than the late glacial maximum. But the floor of Camas Prairie is thick layers of very coarse gravel, boulders, and this is what composes the current ripples that you see there. I mean, I don't see how you can look at those current ripples that are sometimes 40 and 50 feet in amplitude with 200 and 300 feet chord lengths and say that wasn't a catastrophic flow. Maybe it wasn't.
It was a catastrophic flow, but it wasn't like a tsunami.
Well, then how would you characterize it?
And we can play this game.
Are you saying
there are every geologist on the planet practically says that there were about 40 different floods until you came along.
You're obviously not familiar with the work done of Victor Baker or Russell Bunker or a number of others that have challenged the 40 floods hypothesis. And are you going to tell me that those current ripples in Camas Prairie are created, they're the product of 40 separate floods?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, when you showed one of your pictures, I could see the flow changes in that. Oh, don't give me the you're incredulous stuff.
I'm
Being
sorry.
incredulous doesn't mean you're right.
You
What
do
the
the
fuck is
incredulous
this?
all the time.
Fucking slow, man.
Well,
So that's because you say some pretty incredulous things.
40
man.
floods created the Camas Prairie. That's what you're saying. That's the product of 40 separate floods. Those
I
current
don't know
ripples.
how many floods have been in there. I know that they're counting them, and I last read something to the effect of 40, somewhere around.
Yeah, that's based on the work of Richard Wake. Goes back to the early 80s, and I think he's got.
No, go to his graph.
Like, fuck right off, man.
Which graph is this, Mark?
It's the one right below the map.
Yeah, this.
It's the dating of the floods.
Here we go. We're at that right now.
Randall, I think hopefully we're disagreeing in a
Fucking running guy, eh?
comrades
The
here.
running guy,
I
eh?
think so. Yeah.
I don't
I'm
know
just
if
trying to
anyways.
give you some data here. Look at those. Those are Missoula floods, Lake Missoula. He's got them dated. You're seeing the dates. He's got standard deviations, 1 and 2 standard deviations on the median there. So we've got these things pinned by multiple carbon dates. The little bell curves there show how many carbon dates he's got, and you can see that these are documented very, very well.
Yes.
So I don't understand why you're so opposed to multiple
What?
floods. In
Like,
fact,
what
I
the
heard in
fuck,
last
man?
time you guys were on this show, I heard you say that you thought there were multiple floods. Now you're trying to argue
No,
against that idea.
I
What's going
am
on?
not. I still think there were multiple floods. I think we have to look at 2 distinct regimes of floods, though. And as far as the radiocarbon dating, the thing we have to be really careful of is that floods will entrain older sediment. And in that older sediment, there could be radiocarbon dated material that doesn't really date the time of the flood, but was excavated by the flood, entrained into flood waters, and then redeposited. So, you know, that's a major problem with radiocarbon dating anytime you look at flood sediments. And I do believe there were multiple floods. That's, you know, I think it's a misinterpretation to think that I only think that there was one flood. But there, you know, the problem is here, and I think we're colleagues, and my approach to this is just like, you know, in the MMA when 2 guys get out there and try to beat the crap out of each other, and then at the end of it they give each other a hug. That's kind of where I'm coming from. So, you know, there's nothing personal
I'm sorry
here.
we couldn't give each other a hug, but I feel the same way. And by the way, you guys are very bright and very knowledgeable.
Well, you know, I really value this because I'm looking for holes in this idea, very much so. And I have done some serious thinking about this over many years, and I have interviewed most of the geologists that have worked on it. I've been in half a dozen field trips guided by the main geologists that have worked on this, and they had a chance to dialogue with them. And you know, I'm convinced that, you know, there's a lot to be learned about this, and I think we need to be looking at, like you said, the big picture. And you know, we could get back to a discussion of the Finger Lakes and how they formed. I think that's important. I think we could get back to a discussion about drumlins and how they formed. You know, there is studies on the Valley Heads mooring that are at the south end of the Finger Lakes that have, I can't think of who did it right now. I could pull it up, but basically said it's water deposited. But there's a lot of unresolved issues about what happened during this planetary transition out of the last ice age. And I think it's important that we have these discussions, that we have these dialogues, and that we try to get to the bottom of what actually happened without, you know, imposing too many preconceptions upon our models, because I think we're looking at something very unprecedented here.
Randall, I couldn't have said that better. It was very well articulated. Let me go back to the big picture, if I could, just for a minute, because I want to address something that Graham said earlier. And that is that Graham seems to have this idea that comets break up all the time, but people that understand, I think, comets and meteorites understand the the comet Schumann-Levy, whatever it was, it broke up.
Schumann-Levy 9.
It broke up because of the gravitation of Jupiter. We would not expect these comets to break up entering into the atmosphere. It's one of the problems that the comet people have had. Firestone once suggested a 4-kilometer wide comet striking, and now they've broken it up into multiple comets. The problem is you can't get it separated. If a comet breaks up, it's very hard to separate it so that it hits in multiple places. And so this is a big picture kind of problem that the comet people are having with the scientists. So you may be able to get it to hit the North American ice sheet, but I'm telling you that the studies are showing that you're not going to be able to do this without leaving some marks. And so far, nobody's been able to find the crater. Do you know that they're suggesting that a 4-kilometer comet, if it could break up, it would generate 1 million crater meteor craters? You know how big that was? That was 49,000 years ago. We don't see that in the climate record. 49,000 years ago, we should see it. We don't see it. It's barely a little thing.
Malcolm Lecomte has been standing.
Have a huge comet strike.
Malcolm Lecomte has been standing by for the press conference. Since he's a member of the Comet Research Group, it would be a good time to bring him on.
Yeah, we can bring him on as long as Mark is satisfied that he said his piece. But unfortunately, Mark, we can't have 2 people on the phone at the same time.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate you having me on, Joe.
I appreciate you coming on too, and I'm glad you guys, especially you and Randall, seem to have,
I appreciate you being here, honestly, like, phrase, man, we're so close, we got 147, 146.
And there's a lot that already has been learned. And
I'm still gonna keep playing, I just...
fascinating subject. And I think oftentimes when these debates get heated, a lot gets lost in who's wrong or who's right, but I think what we can all agree on is that what we're dealing with is an unbelievable point in history, in the history of this planet, and trying to figure out what caused it and why is some really
It wasn't
fascinating
pace.
stuff. So Mark, I really appreciate
Probably
your
like a
time.
104
really
death or
appreciate
something.
You imparting your knowledge on us. And
Mark, if
102
at all
death. That was pretty
possible, I would
fast.
love
It wasn't
to
paced, though. It was
keep some of this
fast, though.
dialogue going, because I really would value your input.
I tried to write you, Randall, and I couldn't get through. I'm not sure why.
I'm not either, because if I would have seen that, I definitely would have responded. So
Well,
I'll
I
hook
have
you
a
up.
website. Please send me. I'd love to
I
keep
will.
up with
We'll
it.
definitely connect you guys after this is over. And thank you once again, Mark. Really, really
And
appreciate
Mark,
you calling in.
if I could just say, I do hope you'll revisit your article and just have a look at the context in which you present it.
Absolutely. Never meant to insult you.
All right, thank you, Mark. Okay, now we are going to call number 2. This is a fascinating podcast, though. And your friend who's waiting is...
Well, okay, for example, Saturn.
He's one of the Comet Research
Saturn,
Group
it
scientists.
changes constellations every 2.5 years, 3 years. So there's always like themes. So in like the years like 2011, 2013, we were learning themes of relationships, of lies, of telling the truth, of like sexuality, of like how many partners is right, how many partners is correct, whether you should be faithful, whether you should be truthful, right?
I can hear.
And then it moved into Sagittarius, Saturn and Sagittarius from like 2015, 2016, 17,
Give us your thoughts
where we
on
learn
what
all about
Graham
lessons
just
about
said,
having
if you would,
fun in the
as
big
to
picture and being good attitude. If you looked at like YouTube, you look at like all the big YouTubers are all like super happy and just like the big picture of life and enjoying things and being positive. And then we moved into Saturn and Capricorn, which was like right when like the lockdown happened, right? We were dealing with security, we were dealing with money, we were dealing with family, we were dealing with yeah, those are the main ones: money, security, family. And now with Saturn in Aquarius, we're learning about science, we're learning about independence, we're learning specifically GoldenEye is such a great example because we're learning that we can't build community. One of the struggles of Saturn is all about like learning hard lessons in life. And one thing we're learning, like for example with Dogger, for example with me, for example like
Okay, we
we understand our value in what we do, and in doing that, we will gain the respect from others, even though they might not understand the value that we see in ourselves, but they understand that it has value, therefore they will value us. And there's this huge dichotomy that we're seeing that it's pretty much impossible to build community right now. Even like you and me right now, we're at this very big, strong disagreement on astrology, right? And it's like, how could this be happening when we're trying to build community, become friends, and tell the truth and all this stuff? And it's like, well, if you believe in what you believe in, and if I believe in what I believe in, and we're able to move forward and show our knowledge and strengths in doing that, that in itself will build community, respect for one another, right? That's why I'm really curious about your sources, right? And we're learning about science and just like the vaccine and like this hive mind, right? Like Aquarius is also sometimes a little bit hive mind, even though they're rebellious because they have this like very big desire for community. But they also want to rebel in their own way, right? So that's just one planet that's been going, and there's like so many other going on. Like, I'm sure, I don't know if you noticed with Mercury retrogrades over the last decade, it's been crazy. Mercury has been probably the biggest defining, convincing factor for me that astrology is actually probably true. Due to the 3-week period every four times per year. There's 3 weeks of communication issues, technology issues, traffic jams, delays.
The impact hypothesis is that the evidence has not been leveled. And
fuck, that was a good run.
Have, I guess 3 or 4 evidence lines that have been replicated by numerous independent groups. These are the nanodiamonds, which may be the most controversial of the bunch of the evidence lines. That's been replicated by 4 different groups, independent. 5 different.
And I mean, I have a Pisces moon, which they say is like quite.
Treated very hostilely because they didn't understand what we were talking about.
They say it's the end of the. Well, the moon is all about feelings, right? And they say it's the end of the spectrum of feelings. So they say it's quite, not saying that not saying that it's more psychic than others, not a spectrum of being psychic, but it's like the Pisces moon really does have a psychic type of feeling and understanding, mainly because it's the end of the spectrum. So like, we feel the feelings of like everyone, so that's why we have a hard time deciding what feelings to portray, because we almost have like that entire spectrum of feelings to choose from.
And that's been replicated by 10 different independent groups. And
I can talk astrology all day, man. I swear, like, I think that's my future, master astrologer. I'm not even lying. I think that's my calling. I think my calling is to fuse astrology and science, but I don't have the astronomy background. I don't have the physics background. I'm a biologist, right? So it's like I feel like I have to study physics and astronomy to actually link those two successfully. But even Darwin, he wasn't a geneticist. He didn't know about genetics. He didn't know the mechanism for the pattern he was seeing. That's the point. That like our society is very based on like mechanisms, and it's like if you can't explain the mechanism, then the pattern is invalid. But rather, I think, in my opinion, we should be like, wow, this pattern is valid, and even though we don't know the mechanism, we can't ignore the pattern, even if it's statistically correct, right?
Indicative of an impact of extraterrestrial origin, correct?
That's correct. The platinum is
and yes, correlation does not mean causation.
Platinum group element. Obviously, that's why they're called the platinum groups. Osmium is one that is usually associated with iridium. There are now 11 studies by independent groups that have confirmed the occurrence of platinum, osmium, or iridium. So it looks to me like the evidence is piling up. The most recent one, of course, is the platinum study by Moore that just came out a few months ago.
Now, Randall Carlson I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Randall Carlson just had us pull up some images that we're looking at. Randall, please explain what this is.
Well, this is from Malcolm's 2012 independent evaluation of conflicting microspheral results from different investigations.
And that's like this Saturn in
supplementary,
Aquarius is really like
information figure
what's
4.
like
So it's
symbolized
just
of it
that
is my disconnect and like Dogger's
you're
disconnect with the
talking about when
Goldeneye community,
you're,
because we both see value in what we
discussing the
do,
rapid quenching
but they don't.
effect on the surface
Well, they
of the
do. Some people do.
microspherules.
Well, a lot of them do.
So we've got
But I
up on
mean,
the screen here,
like,
supplementary information figure 4.
we all
where
are
you've got
learning
the
how to
microspherules
live
from copper,
independently
black
and
water
do our
rock,
thing and do
and
our own art
gold.
and our creative thing
So
independently,
just
right?
so people can see what that surface
That's the
texture
struggle.
looks
That's the theme. That's like the theme
Yeah,
of
you
these
see
like
they
this
look like
year.
leaf-like
Last year the
structures
theme was like money,
across-
security,
some of them are
family.
harder to see,
This
but
year
they're
it's
there. You can
science,
see the original image
building
is large enough and clear enough
community,
to
being
actually see these
independent,
called dendritic structures,
right? Rebellious a little
or,
bit.
almost like a carpet weave. Those are essentially truncated crystallization.
Again, that's just like one planet.
It's a crystallization process that's quenched. I'm not a geologist. I've had geologists try to explain it to me, and that's what I'm trying to do here. But the fact that these are enhanced, these things are quite enhanced at the Evergias and really depleted above and below. Now there are spherules throughout the column. Any column of soil, when you go down vertically deeper, you find spherules.
Brutal, man.
But those spherules are typically what we call autogenic, which means that they're created by terrestrial processes. You need to do a scanning electron microscope and X-ray dispersive spectroscopy to differentiate those from the terrestrial processes that are producing these things.
Yeah, your figure 5 has a framboidal spheral, which is probably what you're talking about. If you could go to slide 113, Jamie, and you'll be able to see, yeah, there it is. You can see very distinct difference. So we've got your figure 5 up on the screen now, Malcolm.
Yeah, that's a typical framboid, and when you look at an optical microscope, they look just like or very much like the what we call impact spherules or magnetic microspherules, and they occur much more frequently. I mean, I've got sites that have tens of thousands of these things in every couple of centimeters of sediment. So you've got to separate the impact spherules or the magnetic microspherules from these things.
But what you appear to be saying, Markham, is that there is an abundance of impact proxy evidence, which in your opinion adds up to a cosmic impact of some sort, not necessarily a comet. You're suggesting an asteroid. It's a mysterious event in that sense, but what it adds up to is an impact in your view. Is that a fair
All these what we call proxies, the impact spherules, the platinum group elements, the melt glass, which I haven't discussed yet, and the nanodiamonds are enhanced, and the enhancement has been replicated on numerous occasions for each of these proxies.
So anyone who says that the work of you and your team has been completely debunked is clearly not completely familiar with the literature.
That would seem to be the case. That or we're disingenuous in that regard. So I would say that because typically what we see is that the opposition literature does not cite the studies that have come out.
Yeah.
We try and cite both the critical studies and ours and give reasons why our studies supplant theirs. And that's a habit I wish they would share, but
could you go
that
to
hasn't been the case.
slide 82?
It would be nice if we could have had you on with Mark so you guys could exchange information, but
Like, what the
unfortunately
fuck,
our capabilities that we can only take one phone call at a time. We will definitely try to update that for the new studio, although we never anticipated this was going to happen in the first place. But
All right.
awesome. Oh, there we go.
Up on the screen, Malcolm, we've got from Ted Bunch et al. 2012 very high temperature impact melt products as evidence for cosmic airbursts and impacts 12,900 years ago. So we have figure from supplementary information 6, the light photomicrographs of magnetic and glassy spherules from Melrose, Pennsylvania. And it shows the wide variety of shapes, which includes spherules, ovals, teardrops, and dumbbells. And I think so you can see pretty distinctly what you're talking about here with the glassy spherules. And then, like particularly, I'm not sure if you were co-author of this paper or not.
I was not.
You are not. Okay. Are you familiar with that paper? You know the image?
Yes, I am.
Good. Okay. Yeah, it shows some very interesting teardrop shapes, dumbbell shapes, and where you can actually see that like dumbbell H up there consists of two dissimilar accretionary spherules, one clear silicon-rich and the other opaque iron-rich, that have been fused together, and that's pretty convincing evidence of the energy that's involved in these phenomena. That you actually have these fused spherules like this. And then, Jamie, if you go down to the next image, which is a scanning electron microscope images comparing younger Gyges boundary spherules on the top row with known impact spherules on the bottom row. This is a very interesting comparison because, and you've probably seen this one, Malcolm. There's three across the top, three across the bottom, and A is actually from Knudsen Knudsen's farm in Canada. It's a Cretaceous tertiary boundary spheral, and just below it is a younger Dryas spheral from Lake Lucio in Mexico. And one can see the morphological similarity of the two quite clearly. Then C and D compares. C is a spheral from the Tunguska airburst, and then D is younger Dryas boundary from Lingen, Germany, which dates to 12,800 years before present. And there you can see very clearly the rapid quench melt texture on the surface between the two, comparing Tunguska airburst with the younger Dryas boundary object. And then finally, E and F, we have an iron calcium silica spheral from Meteor Crater compared with an iron calcium silica younger Dryas boundary spheral from Abu Haria, Syria. And again, in each of these cases, you can see the similarities between the different types of objects. So you have these three objects which come from that younger Dryas boundary layer, all which have morphological similarity to known impact proxies, and this is very difficult to dismiss this as being mere coincidence.
Yeah, I would agree. And those are very, especially the A, C, B, and D pictures are very similar to the material that I'm taking out of the younger Dryas boundary at the sites that I've been looking at.
Malcolm, what evidence, if any, are you aware of about what is that nuclear glass material called? Trinitite? That's how you say it? What, from what I understand, there's quite a bit of that also appears in the same time period in the core samples.
There are some instances of it, but I wouldn't say quite a bit. Some of these, they're very site-specific, and one of the things I've been trying to do is work my way closer and closer to Canada to see if there's any truth to this whole idea that the primary impact site was Canada. So I've been trying to look at sites closer and closer, and I've seen sites in New Jersey. This is the eastern Canada. I've seen sites in New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania that produce what appears to be some form of trinitite or melt glass, or what Ted Bunch would call scoria-like objects. And it seems to bear out that at least that far, we're getting
fucking guy, man.
Out of the younger Dryas boundary sediment.
And is this trinitite, this material only produced in this manner?
What
or
the fuck?
It's also produced through a nuclear explosion test, right? But other than that, is this the only way that it's produced on Earth?
Well, an impact would do it, or a fulgurite could do it. A fulgurite is what's produced by a lightning strike. Could produce spherules. It could produce all the high temperature products that you see in an impact, but in a very limited way. You wouldn't expect to see it in a layer unless there was some sort of global lightning storm. What I was going to say about the melt glass is that in the material we're looking at, you see evidence of melted zircons, melted chromite, all of which are very high temperature features, indicating a very high temperature that was experienced by that particular object.
Are you seeing the
Brutal.
up here?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Yeah, there A is from Meteor Crater, and B is from the Trinity nuclear test. So, and then with the 22 kiloton yield, and then C is from one of the Soviet era nuclear tests, and D is again a scoria-like object from Abu Haria. So,
Yeah.
so, and then if we go to, let's see.
You got 11 says Stalinite.
Yeah. Go.
The
Jamie?
scoria-like objects, the melt blast or scoria-like objects has only been found in about half a dozen sites to this point. So we're still, and I think it's a matter of how close you are to an impact point. And if they're very far apart, that would lend credence, I think, to this idea of multiple impacts. If they seem to get more plentiful as you get further and further north, and maybe there's more legitimacy to a primary impact. So,
What?
right now,
What?
I just don't know. We're still working that out.
All right, we got another nice slide from the Bunch article here.
Beautiful slide.
Yeah, calcium oxide, rich scoria-like object created by the melting of carbonate and silica-rich precursor rocks. The yellow area is the calcium oxide, the white area is Le Chatelierite, and dark areas are iron oxide. So that's a really nice.
Yeah, Le Chatelierite.
Yeah, I've been struggling with getting that pronunciation down. And then, Jamie, if you go to the next one, we will see there's a scoria-like object from Meteor Crater, Arizona, and you could toggle back and forth between the two.
Let's
so
fucking go.
kind of see the
Holy
similarity
shit, come on.
between them.
Come on.
That's when
Don't
in
fuck
the
me.
sites that
Don't do
produce
it.
melt blast, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I
Those
suck.
two
I
types
suck.
of,
I suck.
And how much of this
I blew
material are
it.
you finding in these
I
sites?
threw it away.
Well, you don't
I
find-
was off by like
I have to say, you don't find a lot
a
of
millimeter,
this
but
material.
that
It's
ruined
a
the
struggle
run.
to
I
get.
mean,
But what you don't
if I have a
find is
miracle
anything above
upload,
the
it might
wall,
be okay,
that
but
particular layer.
it's too slow.
Unless you know that it's been a very dynamic environment, in which case it can be spread out in the soil column.
And what's the implication of nothing above it and below it?
Well, that you've got a
Fuck
specific
right
date-
off. Like,
specific date
seriously?
point.
I
And,
can't believe that
the layer
happened,
that
too.
We typically try and just limit our investigation to layers that have been dated to the under driest boundary or contain the under driest boundary layer. Well, like I say, if you have a very dynamic environment, it can really screw things up. It can be very difficult to interpret.
So this is
You've got a lot
difficult,
of flooding, repetitive flooding.
difficult science to do.
That boost out of the friggin' room is the worst.
Yeah. And,
That back
I should
boost is
add
so
here that
bad.
Proving an impact is not easy. It takes a while, and it just as proving an impact crater is not easy. As I'm sure Mark would agree that you find a crater, there's no guarantee that it's either an impact event or a volcanic event until you do the research and spend the time to investigate.
But if you could summarize
Alright,
for
I'm
us,
gonna use a
what's
washroom.
your
I'll be back. I'll
opinion
be back in a second.
now on the balance of the evidence, always bearing in mind that you may change that opinion as more evidence comes in.
Yeah, I would say we're facing an unprecedented type of event here that appears to have been something approaching global. I mean, we've got evidence now in South America. We've got.
Alright, I'll be back.
evidence,
Be right back. I'm gonna use a washroom.
And a lot of this stuff is unpublished. I mean, there's a lot of things that I could bring up that aren't published, so that it's kind of useless to refer to them because there's no way of checking what I'm saying. But we're seeing stuff that goes very far into South America. And we're seeing things in Syria. We haven't looked elsewhere. We've seen it out in the Pacific Ocean. We've seen it in Europe. So, I mean, where does it end?
And
Right
it's
now,
all-
we haven't
Alright.
found an end to it.
Be right
And
back.
it's
Thank
all
you.
at the younger driest boundary.
That's correct.
Yeah.
What have you found in the Pacific Ocean?
Well, Sharma has found, there's a paper I can cite from his may even be just a presentation. I can quote it. He says, we infer that the Central Pacific was a site of deposition of osmium resulting from dust thawed following a meteorite impact at 12,000 kiloatoms plus or minus 4,000. So right in that ballpark, Sharma says that he found osmium, and I believe he's come up with microspherules from that same core. But so the Central Pacific is an idea that gives you an idea of how extensive this thing was.
Now, Malcolm, this is obviously some controversial material. It's fairly new in terms of the public consciousness. Have you had anybody debate you on this, or have you had anybody oppose you?
Yeah, it goes with the territory. I wish the opposition, in some respects, in some cases, I wish the opposition was of a bit higher caliber than what I've seen. I think it's been a sad state that the most virulent opposition has not. I haven't regarded as particularly high quality.
Malcolm, Michael Shermer here. Just, do you have an opinion on the association of the impact
against a bull elephant. I mean, it just strikes me as far too dangerous to take on. But there are aspects of that question that I think are going to be very, very interestingly debated in the next couple of years or so. We have a book coming out that addresses that directly at one of the sites I've been researching, that the whole extinction of the megafauna may have been as much related to religion as something else. There may have been a religion built around the extinction of the megafauna.
How so?
You'd want the evidence for that, and that evidence will be coming out in the book, and that's going to be published in about a month or two.
But I could speak to the whole idea of hunting bull elephants, though, unfortunately. People have been hunting them with bows and arrows forever. It's not an atlatl. Atlatl is less effective, you get less range, but people hunt with not just modern compound bows, which are very powerful.
That was so lucky. That was 100% luck. That was not skill. That was luck.
They've been hunting elephants with bows and arrows for a long time. You know, especially the thing with woolly mammoths was that they would go after the females, apparently, according to Dan Flores, who wrote American Serengeti, and that the females would keep the young in their body. The gestation period was very long. Like, I believe he said it was 2 years. Is that correct? I think he said it was 2 years. And so it made them extremely vulnerable. When they were pregnant, obviously if you kill off the females that are pregnant, you're killing off a substantial part of the breeding population, and the population suffers tremendously. So that was one, but it also could have been that end. You know, I mean, that humans, I'm sure, had an impact on
fuck right off. Like, you motherfuckers.
But whether or not we wipe them out, the blitzkrieg hypothesis, there's a lot of holes in that theory, according to a lot of people that have studied it.
Well, I think if you have an environmental impact or a degradation of the environment that might follow a significant impact, extraterrestrial impact, so you're reducing the population or stressing the population of megafauna that way, and then you've got a population of hunters in addition to that, especially if they're, for some reason or other, focused on hunting proboscideans, and when the number gets limited, they don't care whether it's a female or a male, and they go after whatever they can get, then I think the population of megafauna is going to suffer. So I think it's a combination of factors, not necessarily just one.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. Malcolm, is there anything else you would like to add before we let you go?
No, I guess one thing is I found it interesting in the discussion of the scablands, and that was really, it was looking at the scablands from flying over them when I was a young naval officer that got me interested in science and why I pursued science. It was looking at the catastrophes that were etched in the landscape there, the catastrophic floods that really caused me to pursue a career in science. It's really a remarkable landscape. It's just a personal observation.
Well, Mark, we're very, very thankful for your time, and we really, really appreciate your input here, and it means a lot. And thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for everything you continue to do to highlight this. It is such a fascinating subject, and it's so amazing, and it's just, without someone like you presenting hard data in science, it would definitely be lost. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you, Malcolm.
All right, Malcolm, we're going to let you go.
Okay.
Take it easy, buddy. Settle down.
Time for your nap, Malcolm.
That's a lot of energy. So these podcasts are long. I mean, 4 hours. Guy was sitting there on standby, probably, chomping at the bit. Jamie, before we go, I want to see some pictures of the scablands, because that is pretty amazing stuff. And Randall, one more thing before we go. One thing that you pointed out to me during one of the episodes that was so stunning was these woolly mammoths that had been literally knocked over by an impact with broken legs and that died on the spot. Do you have those images?
I do. That was actually a mastodon.
Mastodon, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see those. So let's go to the scablands
Fuck
first.
yeah, let's
So
go.
show
Let's
the
go.
audience on YouTube,
What?
Which is, by the way, only about
What?
10%
Like, really?
of the people
What?
that watch this. So if you're listening to this, go check out the scablands on Google, and you can see this. Describe it to us, Randall.
Well, this is textbook scabland right here. Let's see, this is probably Rock Lake or Sprague Lake in the Cheney Palouse scablands. Yeah, you see the potholes there. That's a sign of turbulence, extreme turbulence within the water. Coking is what the process is called, where it's so turbulent that it actually produces vortexes, high intensity vortex motion in the water. It'll pick up sediment, and then it can drill its way right into the bedrock. Going down there, that's Palouse Falls, which was that's an underfit waterfall, because what you have to realize is that at the peak of the flooding, this entire scene was submerged below water, and the cataract here is an extinct feature, and the flow over here was thousands of times greater than the present Palouse River that you see right there. We've got a lot of great pictures up on the Geocosmic Rex website and some awesome video clips. On our last,
I'm serious.
Geocosmic Rex, R-E-X.
Rex, okay.
And
I thought you were saying wreck, like a car wreck.
Well, it's a play on words.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we are talking about that.
Okay.
But yeah, we got some great drone footage on there. Did we show that last time I was
I don't believe we did. We might have. Did we?
We showed a bit of
Oh, yeah, I think we did.
the Camas Prairie ripples.
Did we show potholes, cataract? This the whole Scabland thing is literally fascinated me since 1970, and like Malcolm, I think that summer of 1970, traveling out some of these landscapes was, yeah, here we go.
This is the drone footage. Wow.
Yeah, and let's see, be ready to pause if we need to here. Is this the beginning? Because at the beginning we have a Google Earth image so you can get a sense of what we're looking at here. Go back to the beginning, right at the very beginning. Let's see if... It starts off with the drone. Okay, there should be another one that actually...
That's okay.
Yeah, these are 400-foot cliffs. This was a recessional cataract, very similar to dry falls. The water was coming from behind our view here.
Where is this specifically, if anybody wanted to go watch this or look at this area?
Oh, the actual area?
Yeah.
This is in eastern Washington. This is on the eastern rim of Quincy Basin, it's called. It's right along, just if you can see up there where those cliffs are in the middle distance, right below there is the Columbia River. And this is just north of Wenatchee, Washington.
Let's fucking go.
Basically what we had here was, plucking, pouring as the water poured over this ridge. This is the Babcock Ridge, and behind us is the Quincy Basin, which served as a temporary holding pond. And let's see, as the drone comes around, I'm looking for the team. Keep going. Zoom in a little bit more there, Jamie.
Yeah, I think we did show this. You can see you guys down there on the ground.
Yeah, we're in there somewhere, lost in the vastness of the.
Yeah, now I remember we did show this.
Yeah.
What about those images of the mastodons? Let's look at those and then let's get out of here.
Okay. For that, you have to go to the world of the Pleistocene, which I just.
That sounds like an amusement park.
Yeah.
The world of the Pleistocene.
Could be
Go
over
there. Some dudes with animal skins on.
Well, maybe if they
Pointed
succeed
sticks.
in, cloning some of those
Yeah.
flash frozen animals up there, maybe
They're really
we
talking
get
about doing
Pleist-
that, right?
What? Yeah, I don't know how plausible it is, but
That
hey,
seems like a terrible idea. The lost world.
What did we go
Pleistocene.
wrong?
Yeah, nothing. It's not like any diseases. Well, that's one of the big concerns about climate change, right? That we're going to release some diseases that we don't have an immune system for.
yeah. Go to slide 78.
What?
This is a good example.
What?
By the way, who is more
How do I have such little ammo?
documented than Randall Carlson? Jesus Christ, man. Go to slide 6,222.
50 plus years of walking
Yeah.
the walk in the Channel Scabland.
Yeah, this is a bone deposit, and what happens is that in the particularly warm years, when the permafrost around the rivers collapses, it exposes these huge deposits of bones, which have been buried in the permafrost. This is, when I look at stuff like this is why I say there had to be another mechanism of extinction besides human hunting.
Because this pile,
Yeah,
But
because
is it possible that this, I mean, this is not necessarily at the bottom of the cliff, right? Because you know that they pushed a lot of them off cliffs. And
this is stuff that when the river floods, it erodes the banks, and then this stuff falls out of the riverbanks.
Right.
So it's been locked into the permafrost for however many thousands of years, and it seems like there's interestingly two peaks of dates. That one right around 13,000, and the other one around 36,000. That the fossilized remains are dated to.
Which could point to potentially that there was some sort of an impact back then as well, or something else, some sort
Who
of
knows?
event.
I don't know. I don't have an opinion on that.
But by having all these together, I mean, has it been theorized that perhaps this was this is not a cliff near this, right?
Yeah, just off to the right.
So there is a
that you see,
cliff?
there is a cliff. We're at the bottom of a cliff right here. That is actually it's a riverbank. So just off.
You know that was a hunting method. They used to storm them off the side of cliffs, and they literally couldn't even eat all of them.
Like head smashed in,
Yeah.
buffalo head smashed
They
in.
would run so many of them off cliffs that.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When you look at these mortality events of modern animals, even like looking at elephants that perished during some of the severe droughts in Africa, taphonomic studies show that it doesn't take 3, 4, 5 years before the remains have completely disappeared. In order to preserve a fossil, it has to be rapidly removed from any kind of forces, oxidation, or scavengers, or anything that would consume it. See, this stuff has been, again, it's been frozen in the permafrost for however many years, 10 or 12 or 15,000 years.
So it was likely covered in an event.
Covered in an event, yes.
Now, there was one that I really wanted you to get to that was a mastodon that had been literally knocked over and had broken legs.
Yeah, that would be, we could look very quickly at slide 92. This is one of the more interesting anomalous events. This was the flash frozen woolly mammoth. Go to slide 93, it's a much clearer. Yeah, this was a mammoth, 6-ton mammoth that was, again, one of these river collapses. The banks collapsed during a warm spring and exposed this remains of a woolly mammoth with soft tissue preserved, contents of the food in its stomach undigested, actually a mouthful of food. The hips of the mammoth were both broken, as if he was thrown back on his haunches very violently. He had an erect penis, which suggests that he was suffocated,
He was a freak.
or he was a freak. Yeah, he was getting ready. Michael laughs at that. That's the wolves ate the flesh off the skull. That's why it's buried like that. You'll see the front left forelimb there. You'll see the bottom there, left, right at the center of the screen. That's his back leg.
Oh, wow.
That you see right there. The interesting thing about this is, the rapidity of climate change that's implied by being able to freeze a 6-ton mammoth, because the contents of his stomach, according to the studies, had not really been putrefied, which implies that the entire carcass had been frozen through and through, probably in less than 10 hours.
Well, like the sea ice man. That's what happened to him.
That's exactly what happened to him. Yes, interesting point, and that would be a subject that we should talk about.
And he fell in between a crevice and a glacier, correct?
Yeah, and probably got rapidly buried under the snow and the ice, and that's how he ended up.
Fuck off.
Yeah, overnight, exactly. The next slide actually shows a reconstruction of the in the museum in Russia, showing what the mammoth, the circumstances under which he was found. If you go to, let's see.
As a sidebar on Ötzi, to show you how science changes rather slowly sometimes. It was a decade before they found out he was murdered, because they found arrow point in his scapula here that cut his bone, and he had defensive wounds on his hands and arms, so he got in a fight, and he had other people's blood on his hands, so he gave as good as he got and lost the fight, so he was murdered.
Wow.
And that took all that careful observation in laboratory for 10 years before that came out.
Fascinating
So
stuff.
sometimes this stuff has to just take a So if I can try to find some common ground here before we start out this ground, your book, you have this really great sentence that I quote. it would mean at least that some yet unknown and identified people somewhere in the world had already mastered all the arts and attributes of a high civilization more than 12,000 years ago and sent out emissaries around the world. Okay, I think that's entirely possible cognitively, for sure. And if, what would do it for me was the boats that they sent the emissaries out on, wood, carbon-14 dated, and some specific examples of high arts and attributes of high civilization. So if it's not metal and writing, then whatever it is, I would change my mind. Absolutely.
That's good to hear, Michael. And I think as the research continues in this area, for the last few years, having been very much an outsider, I have felt that the evidence is moving in a direction that is helpful to the argument. I hope it'll continue to be that way. I hope the evidence that you're looking for will come out. But I'm trying to, like I say, my role is a reporter, and I'm trying to be a reporter for the alternative side. To do so in an effective and hopefully thorough.
There's a good argument in the history of science to be made for the role of outsiders, complete outsiders, to come in and shake things up. Freeman Dyson is an example. Totally self-taught, autodidact. I call you an autodidact. Absolutely. And they can make, and if nothing else, they push people to really figure out what it is they believe and why, because otherwise no one's going to challenge them. So,
Harlan Bretz is a good example of that. A high school teacher.
Right.
How about Randall Carlson?
Absolutely.
We'll see.
What?
You still want to look at this real quick?
Like
Yeah,
what?
I got it right here.
Like what even, man?
Days. That's what I love about Randall. He never gets tired of this stuff. If you could bottle your enthusiasm, it'd be an awesome film.
Talk about that.
Put it in the memory focus there.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna look at this mastodon here.
125.
125. Yeah. So this is a mastodon that was dug up in a pit years ago.
Yo, Dick, ever see a doctor get mad at his 10-year-old video? of philosophy, a philosopher, a biological, a philosopher of biology.
As an example of the amount of disturbance, one of the ribs laid beneath one of the tusks, while another was thrust through an aperture in the pelvis. A shoulder blade rested to the right
Dude,
of the skull.
that's exactly what Cytosis was like talking about today. He was in RIP Nickers stream, and he's like a real doctor, right? And he's like, yeah, dude, that's why I had to take a few months off last fall, because I was getting too angry. And I was like, damn, that's like real shit.
So in other words, the foot, there was a foot.
So if Cytosis
in the soft material where he was apparently
can like get upset and come back and be a boss,
whatever happened to him.
that inspires me to do what I do.
We don't have
Whatever it is that I do.
but it likely
I'm not insinuating that I'm being a boss like Cytosis getting the 16 archives.
because of the amount of sediment. Go to the next slide, Jamie, and we'll see 126. We can get a better
So
view.
this thing, theoretically at least, was blown back.
Yeah.
What's up, Dick? How you doing, man?
There we go. There you can see one of the femurs that's been busted squarely across. They go on to say that even the largest of the bones, such as the thigh bones, were broken squarely across in places, indicating that some considerable force.
Were you here for my 146 dupe?
Conclusion as to
I had a 147 completion earlier and a 146 completion earlier.
So
I thought the 146 was at least 145, but then I realized that my initial 146 must have been a very high 146.
there were strong, powerful shear forces that would have literally separated his leg from the foot that's still immersed.
But it's hopeful, man. It's encouraging.
So I mean, there are many examples.
It's good to get completions again. It's good to get completions again.
If you go back,
It's very encouraging.
Digging with Jack Horner, the paleontologist dinosaur, and he showed these debris flow pile-ups of dinosaur bones that had been splintered and broken.
Wow.
And these are huge.
I really did want that 145 though. I wanted that 145 so badly.
And so if you do it to a dinosaur,
wow,
yeah.
85.
No dice.
85 is an interesting slide because what it shows is the London ivory docks, which over a period of about 2 centuries, this was mammoth ivory that's being dug out of the Siberian permafrost.
That's just a drawing.
Oh, that's just a drawing, yeah. Well,
That's the problem with that. Like, that's what it looked like.
well, this is what it looked like. A 19th century scene showing the ivory floor of the London docks covered by thousands of mammoth tusks. And this went on year after year after year after year for roughly 2 centuries.
There is so much of that mammoth ivory, by the way, that they use it to make knife handles. I actually have a knife handle that was made out of mammoth ivory. Yeah, and still to this day, not only is it legal, but it's common to use mammoth ivory for different kinds of things. There's so much of it.
Well,
Exactly. It's kind of a loophole.
in this case, though, what we have is tusks that are being, again, dug out of the permafrost.
Right.
So how did they get there? That becomes the question.
Right.
Does it have anything to do with
It
human
might be. I let go of
predation, or was
see
it
up though in the
natural
dark room.
catastrophe that somehow
I don't think it
ended up
is. My
putting
dark
all
room was
these
so
mammoths
slow.
down and
My
buried
dark
them
room
in
was
the
way
forest?
too slow.
That's the question I want to raise.
Well, I think we raised a lot of questions. I think we got some pretty good answers. I think we had some great dialogue, and I really appreciate your time, both of you guys. And
Holy fuck, let's go.
Malcolm, and thank you
Come
for
on.
Mark, and
No!
thank you
What?
for Jamie.
What?
Pleasure.
Wow.
Can I do a quick shout out?
Yes, shout it out.
I want to thank Brad Young, Cameron Wiltshire, my brother Rowan, my wife Julie for helping all make this possible. I also want to have people go to the Geocosmic Rex website and the Sacred Geometry International website for a lot more of this kind of stuff.
Then I'm going to thank my beloved partner and wife, Santa, who's shared every adventure with me for the last quarter of a century. We've climbed the Great Pyramid together, we've been at the bottom of the ocean together, and I wouldn't be doing any of this stuff if it weren't for that wonderful woman.
Dr. Sean, who do you want to thank?
Oh, thank my wife Jennifer, my little boy Vinny, and my agent, my lawyer. No. No, but skeptic.com and my partner Pat, who keeps the show running when I'm running around doing things like this.
All right.
And Joe Rogan.
Oh.
Let's thank Joe
Yeah,
Rogan,
yeah,
because I can
yeah.
tell you this, Joe. I speak all over the world, and whether it's South Africa, or whether it's Japan, or whether it's Britain, or whether it's the United States, or whether it's Croatia, people come up to me and they say, Joe Rogan's on.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I
Yeah, you
appreciate
have the
everybody
most
listening.
interesting guests. No, you really.
Well, you're one of them, dude. All you guys are. Thank you so much. All right. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Bye.
So long.
What? Oh my god, YouTube, you suck so
The
much.
Joe Rogan Experience.
You've... What? Are you serious, Joe Rogan? Are you serious? This video is private? I hate you so much, Joe Rogan. I hate you so much. We've seen this one a few times, but I want to see if this is the one I'm... When is this? November 16th, yeah. 872. I want the one before this. Or did they remove it? Alright, I will be playing again soon. Thank you. 1 second. Alright, we'll just play this one again. Let's see.
England has got, major architecture.
So is it like people like me, like my initial purchase, I hear something like the Masons, like, oh, fucking dude's in the cult, get out of here, leave me alone. Like, we assume that all groups of people that follow anything somehow or other.
Masons, in my opinion, they're largely a drinking club for me. Mainly that's what it is. Guys who like men at all, but it can make special arrangements to bring women into it. For example, my wife, when I've given a talk in a lodge, I've given talks in 2 or 3 lodges, been asked to do so, then they make a special ceremony to allow my wife to and so women can go in, but then there are others within Masonry who are pursuing deeply esoteric interests and exploring the mysteries, and you can have incredible conversations. So it's just another group of people who are doing their thing. It's not for me. I wouldn't join. I would lose. I think if I joined Freemasonry,
Freemasonry would be a very interesting podcast. It's all about like the geometric shapes in architecture and the meanings behind it.
And if I commit myself to a particular line, I don't commit myself to a particular religion.
Freemasonry would be very interesting. I think I'd understand a lot more about the pyramids and everything. Although I think Freemasonry came after the pyramids, obviously, but I'd like to understand like cathedral structures and everything, like the scaling with other things in the world. That's the theory of, that's like the belief of Freemasonry. The practice of it.
That was my first book on historical mystery.
It's so interesting, but I've always imagined you as a young guy forced to sort of reconcile.
What?
Cataracts in your eyes, like they're like radiation science, and no one's allowed to go inside and see this thing, and they claim they have the Ark of the Covenant in there. Like, what the fuck is in there?
It was the beginning of a magical book.
It's been a magic journey for all your fans too. Guys like me, when I read Think This is God, to me it was one of those books I just couldn't put down. It was so mind blowing. And this again was in like the heart of my fucking aliens, man.
Think This was published in 1995, and Magicians came out in 2015. And I would say in that time, when I made the case for a lost global and a global capitalism in Think This is God, I can't begin to account for the amount of hostility and anger and rage that I generated in the academic community. The idea was considered to be absolutely absurd. 20 years later, with Magicians of the God, it's not so absurd. The evidence is mounting. We have incredible evidence for a global cataclysm in exactly the period that we talked about 11,600 years ago. We have sites like the Göbekli Tepe, we have a redefinition of the Sin. The whole area is just about to explode in the future.
Brutal, man. So brutal. So brutal.
What I really appreciate about your courage is that you've also had the courage to admit when you've made mistakes. You don't in any way pretend
It's not
to be
pace.
some sort of
It's not.
bear of secret knowledge that no one else possesses.
I'm absolutely not a guru. I don't want to be anything like that. I'm a reporter. That's what I am. I'm a reporter who's reporting on offbeat subjects, and to some extent, I'm an outsider. It's one of the talks I do being announced. I think there is a place for it.
I don't think they're announced. I think they're outside of the established mainstream ideas. I just think that
Me and Raz are the same. We're both outsiders in that area and working in different fields together.
But don't you think that these established channels that were so deeply grooved in distributing information, those things have widened so wide now, where you're getting a professor could do a podcast, like he could teach a class and he could write a book, or he can do a podcast on a certain subject, and like you're aware of Dan Carlin and that Hardcore History podcast, which I just can't stop raving about. But what he's done is brought historical, accurate, but really dramatic stories of real events that took place. Real events. I mean, like, you know, that's just that no one's doing that. Like, this is, but it's not mainstream. Well, what's more mainstream than being #1 on the iTunes podcast list, which he is all the time? What is more mainstream? He must be getting millions of downloads.
It's part of the big changes taking place in history. The old structures are being overthrown, being thrown away. It's a very uncomfortable time, it's a very uncertain time, it's a very exciting time. Because we can build out of this something amazing. The internet's had a huge part to play.
What? Are you serious? What? Whatever, I didn't kill the other guy anyways.
So did you make friends with some of these mainstream geologists?
Oh yeah, well I mean I've been known to I just took a trip for in September, spent 10 days back on the flood. I had a geologist with me in that trip. So yeah, I'm getting to know more and more people who are working and I'm still so I still am in touch regularly with the head of the geologist. I see her on a regular basis. Apprised of some of my stuff. And she has often responded to the point I think that vegetation was my objective is to learn geology, not to become a professional geologist. I wasn't interested in working for the government or working for the energy industry. Questions, and that's why
And you've walked the walk. And in my opinion, you know more about this stuff than 10 fully worked
So what's fascinating to me about all this is that I think what you've done has been very measured. You know, everything you back up with facts and photographs and descriptions and disclaimers. You know, when you say, well, it is possible, you will go down other various paths. You're not dogmatic about these ideas.
Too slow, way too slow.
So much time going over this. I don't know if there's a commensurate guy in mainstream archaeology that has been public about the work you've had. Because if there is, I feel like you probably would have heard about it. Your podcast has been, the ones that we've done, they've been seen by millions of people. They're being listened to by millions of people. The information is getting out there and it's making a real difference. You're always going to have the guys like I think Mike Schoen there, but that knee-jerk
does he need to say that it's got evidence? You know, it's like Fox News saying fair and Mars. You know?
He's tweeting at you.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, your entire book is based on photographic evidence and all the other various pieces of evidence. I mean, your whole
Facts,
thing
documents,
it's all
details.
about examining all these pieces of evidence. These are not things that you invented. These are actual real sites that you can look at.
I'm drawing inferences from them that I don't like.
Well, Robert's are so important. Guys who have the courage, who's a Boston University professor, who has the courage to look at the stones and say, this is the product of water lilies.
Kudos to Robert as a geologist, as a career academic geologist who's taken that risk, put himself out there and followed the evidence where it leads. Another one is Danny Hillman and Natalie Gyges in Indonesia, who's been responsible for the investigation of Gunung Padang, where work has been stopped since 2014. Again, he's a highly credentialed geologist. He's Indonesia's leading expert in megathrust earthquakes, but he's been looking at materials, bringing his geological expertise to that. So that things are changing. We are finding evidence we're willing to engage, willing to discuss. I got into a very interesting email correspondence with a guy called Daniel Lohmann from the German Archaeological Institute, who's an architect and an archaeologist, and he was very civil with me, and he answered my questions. We went into the depth. We had quite a long debate. That's very refreshing. That kind of thing wasn't happening.
Yeah, that is very refreshing. Now, what about those pyramids in Bosnia? Has that been, what is the deal with that? Are those things?
I've been there. I know Sam Osterman personally. Sam is the guy who's promoting the site. I like Sam very much. I must say, when I'm in his aura, I'm extremely convinced. But when I look rationally at the so-called pyramids, I don't think they're pyramids. I think they're pyramids. I did spend with Sam showing me around about 3 days in Bosnia, looking at the so-called pyramid of the Sun, the pyramid of the Moon, the Mars pyramid, and so on and so forth. I do see that a tourist industry is built up around this, and it's a fabulously beautiful, intriguing site. Massive, beautiful, mountainous place, but they are pyramids. They are not pyramids. Impression is given that there are tunnels, passageways inside the pyramids. That's not true.
Fuck right off, man.
Very low tech.
Brutal.
I just don't see it. And for that reason, I did not cover the Boston pyramids. I'm not going to say they're not pyramids. I'm not going to write a book saying that they're wrong. But they didn't excite me.
This might be pace. This just might be pace. I don't have much health though.
Archaeological discoveries that are being made, like the Recon which need more space.
I need more health.
There's some pyramid-like structures with hills in China as well, right?
There's thousands of pyramids in China. Xi'an, province of Xi'an. It's just the moment you land.
Holy fuck, are you serious? Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Are you serious?
Distance in all directions. Terraced and used as agriculture. The local farmers grow crops on them. I went there with Chinese archaeologists.
What's the death? Was it 59 death?
Not
59?
They said, we don't have this, was maybe 10 years ago, I was there, they probably got money now, but they said then they didn't have money, they said we're an old country, we don't mind if we wait 200 years.
World Reckoning coming. Yo, thanks, buddy.
And the famous tomb of the first emperor is part of this pattern. It is also a pyramid, it is also not
Yeah, fuck. We duped. 2 dupes today. 2. Fuck. Thanks, man. It was like, it may have been like, I don't know. I didn't have very much health though. My health was too low. It wasn't like a guaranteed great run. My health was too low.
It is a pyramid. It is, absolutely. It's a man-made pyramid. The terracotta arm was...
I mean, it could have been possible, but
not in the pyramid itself.
definitely not a guarantee.
Yeah, to protect his soul into the afterlife seems to be the idea. And then there's a mythology that's come down. That within the pyramid is a lake of mercury. That there are mechanical devices in there that will fire arrows at you if you go in. That there's a whole story about how intensely protected it is. And up to this day. And you know, even major archaeological sites like Tiwanaku in Bolivia, for example, you find that only about 2% of the site has been excavated. I don't know how we can draw inferences about pulsar from a tiny little fragment. And that's the problem, I think, with archaeology, and it's why we have to, consider.
We're looking at an image of the terracotta army in front of this pyramid, and it is spectacular. Now that I think about it, I don't think that's displayed anywhere. I think maybe they had a couple of them.
They brought some of them, they came to the British Museum, there were a number of them.
But it's so much bigger than I thought it was. There's thousands. Yeah, there's thousands of these terracotta figures. And this pyramid is made out of what? Stone? So they just sort of shaped it into the ground, just dug around.
Yeah, they brought in earth and turned it into a pyramidal map.
But it wasn't,
It's not massive stone blocks. It's not massive, but that's why they can grow crops on the side.
wow, weird. So they would build these giant mounds of dirt and then dig holes in them and support them.
Well, they probably created the interior, subterranean, and they would build it.
Wow, what a weird way to make a house.
And then we have to consider this with archaeological sites all around the world, is that any site may actually not be the product of just one culture, but may have been reworked and built over and used by many different.
This is stunning to me. I found out about this because of a friend of John Anthony West who was here with him. He showed me he lives in China. He showed me some video. I don't know about this. I have no idea there's this one. So here's one that's exposed. What's this?
Controversial ancient pyramids of China.
That one looks exposed. It's got no
Man.
Well, that is another thing about China that we just don't have a clue. When we think about the age and scale of things, we're so silly. We've only been around since 1776. It's not really that long. Literally thousands of years of civilization, all rising, falling, taking place, and adapting and growing all in this one area. But still, in our eyes, in a lot of ways, it's kind of behind, right? I mean, they're behind environmentally, they're behind human rights.
Consider this. The horseshoe. The Lakewood have rounded the Cape of Good Hope. They've entered the Indian Ocean, and they actually established a huge empire to mark. They go all over. The seas are open to them. If they had come 40 years earlier, they would have encountered the Chinese coast. Ships that were 50 times longer than the other caravans that so what the Chinese did at that time, they went through a period where they felt they just wanted to get rid. And they put together these huge fleets carrying incredibly heavy silks and ceramics, and they took them all around the Indian Ocean and they just gave them. So off the coast of East Africa, and in East Africa you can find remains of this property from this episode. And then a Chinese emperor came along.
Thanks for being
And
here.
closed the doors. Burned all the boats, shut everything down, and didn't let anybody speak to China for 2 years.
Well, he felt that it was time for the Chinese culture to turn inward.
Yeah.
He was afraid that their ancient culture. On one hand, there might have been a law of the world that they were concerned that the ancient culture was going to get contaminated by too much contact with this degenerate culture of races. And that's the fact.
Constant desire to maintain the current situation.
You have to say it's some kind of human. I'd love to see some of these. See the drone stuff when they come up.
That fucking running guy. God, I hate the running guy so much. I hate the running guy.
It's an eerie, spooky scene.
Oh, the running guy's the worst.
It's incredible how many and how unexplained it is. And it's again, it feeds into my general point is we don't know.
What are we looking at here?
Can you pause so I can talk about what we're looking at?
Yeah, you look at this one.
This is the beginning. Okay, what we're looking at here, we're looking at a place in Western Famous Square. You see some hills in the foreground, and you see a base in the background. Right? Okay. landscape. Let's pause right there. Right there, let's pause. No, wish I had a pointer, but if you look up, you're going to see a flat piece of land coming out, rounding out. Meaning,
Like, what? Are you fucking serious?
that's a delta. That's a delta. You know what a delta is? You ever heard of a delta? When a river comes into a body of water, it's carrying sediment. And because the river is moving along swiftly, it's carrying sediment, but when it comes into the standing body of water, it slows down and it drops the sediment. It builds a delta. The whole city of Portland, for example, is built on a giant delta. Right? New Orleans is built on a delta. Right? Okay, so what we're seeing here is a delta. And then in Florida, we're seeing rippled landscape.
Let's keep coming around. Rippled landscape looks exactly like the beach looks.
Yeah, keep coming around.
That's the thing, it's practical. Because this
What?
is
Like,
this
fuck
thing-
right off.
This happens at the scale of inches on beaches and the scale of hundreds of feet.
Stop again. Okay. Now, right here in the middle, you see a massive delta. Spewed out like a big tongue, slayed out. And then right down here, you start seeing the ripples. And there's a farmhouse. See the farmhouse there? Now, those ripples are, the tallest ones are about the height of a 5-story building.
What? Like, come on, man.
Just stop it. Stop this for a second. If you don't know. No, so these things, they're the size of a 5-story building. What is that? Like 70 feet or something like that? 50 feet? Okay. So those are 50 feet high. And how much water
We'll get to that. Let's see the rest of it.
and these are just dirt, right?
They're well, if you dig into one, what you're going to find is there are massive. Okay, let's pause again. Look at this. This is crazy. This is totally crazy. This is one of the craziest things.
These ripples, repeated ripples in an area where there's nothing else like it. This is the thing.
Thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I really do.
Where can someone look at this? How does someone look at this?
In real?
No, this right now. This is what we're looking at. This is this video.
Well, my colleague Brad Young did this with his drone. And I think he's got it on the website,
Is this being played in the YouTube video right now? Alright. So, the YouTube video for what it is not active. But it's worth looking at. This is phenomenal shit.
And I think you made the crucial point there, which is that we can understand what this is because we can see it on MP. We can see
Yo, Young Smooth was able to forgive the pink broom for turning his back on the dog.
But here, they're on this unbelievable scale.
I don't know anything about what happened, dude.
They dwarf houses, and they're lying all across. And what that tells us is that a huge.
I don't know if that's validated, that statement. Seems like it is, but I don't know, my man. I don't know what happened either, dude.
Better sense of what it is. You were on the ground there. You know, so,
You don't quite get the impression that we did visit this location.
I'll never forgive him, Mom.
Days
Wow.
so you don't quite get the effect like you do.
Holy moly, what happened?
Low sun and it really helps you to see what's going on in the landscape.
can I ask you, is there
I don't know. I don't have any issue with Mom. I don't know what happened though.
Nobody disagrees with this from a flood, not anymore. No. In fact, you
I think Mop needs to be on the rankings
Nobody disputes that
as
it was
dog.
caused by massive water flow. But those same people would still not buy into the notion that there was this one humongous flow.
Okay, so they think it was a cumulative effect, but this was all created.
This was the bottom of Lake Missouri.
yeah. And this is supposed to actually represent the drainage. Whereas I argue
I shot him right in the fucking head.
is that this is the filling.
I shot him right in the head.
His friend lives in Montana and he found a dinosaur.
I missed. I shot him in the neck.
Yeah, really recently. Yeah, the Great Western Inland Sea, all that area. This is a crazy place.
Still is.
Yeah. In a different way.
The water here, the way to visualize this is to get
Like what?
You have to think tsunami because tsunami is the closest scale of water flow that we've experienced in modern times. No river flood has even approached. No flood, any flood.
What?
Nothing we can put in
the closest we can get to it is a tsunami. But even there, you got to picture the tsunamis that we've experienced in the last decade and a half. You know,
I should be allowed. Oh, for sure. The Dick, man. If Dildonius is there, Dick should be there. I love the name Dildonius. I love it. But I'm saying Dickuscan should also be there beside Dildonius.
it's a tsunami sweeping over the land at over 1,000 feet. That's what happened. And we know that because we can trace the high water marks on the hillside are clearly left. The high water marks are clearly etched into the hillside. So we now know,
Bigger run.
based upon the study of the ripples, and the water here was moving now. It's still
Oh, fuck me.
rushing in a great tsunami from the north of fresh rock, melt rock coming off the ice sheet. And it's sweeping down
I don't know
the
if it's
river,
paced. It's gonna be close.
probably 200 or 300
I
meters,
can't remember this run.
which is
It's gonna be close. It might be paced. This might be
many
paced.
times in excess of every river flowing on Earth, flowing today all at once. It's beyond that many times, 10 or 20 times.
Come on. Let's go. Come on. Yeah, 4 hits? Fuck you. Fuck you. Just 4 fucking hits? Yeah. Really?
See it as like this moving flow, but if you're looking at the actual molecules of water,
Your name is a banned term? Are you serious?
which is seemingly completely innocuous, becomes this massive element of change when the volume is 1,000 feet high.
Really? I didn't know that, man. That's ridiculous.
Massive amounts of weight behind it.
Well, I did know that,
It's the same
actually.
stuff.
Massive amounts of weight. It's not weight. It's actually causing seismic responses.
Tried signing of April? Yeah, I remember you told me. I'm glad you told me.
But this, what's fascinating to me is that we don't have a scale like in our minds as a reference, like the difference between that little cup.
Application rejected. That's crazy.
That you see that surfers travel by jet ski get to, the off of I believe it's Mexico.
Right.
You've seen those massive waves. They go way out, miles out to get to these crazy waves and ride them at like 60, 70 feet now. Like that's the comparison, almost like a glass of water to those waves.
I'm sure if you just write them again and reapply or whatever.
Scales up, it scales
But it's
up.
crazy that they reject the name Dickuscan when other more
Like if you can intellectualize
suggestive names are on there. But I'm okay with the suggestive names. I think it's good. I think it's fun.
Magnitude grade is the largest measured volume. In other words, over 1,000 times. In terms of peak discharge or volume, you would have to scale up at least 1,000 times greater than any modern measured flow to get to the smallest, really, of these flows here. Because this is just
I really appreciate everyone being here. I really do.
place, one locale on 5 states where you can trace literally an ocean of fresh water sweeping
Gave my input.
walking away anything.
It's almost like we have a defense mechanism built in where we ignore how vulnerable we really are. Like, that's one of the reasons why people are so reluctant to really go deep into studying asteroid impacts, or even to pay attention to this stuff. Like if this could happen.
And this is, I mean, those are not two separate subjects because this is the result of the comet impact on the ice cap. This is why I feel that the research in this field is so vital.
Now here, notice,
This is crazy. That's a beach.
yeah, but it's a beach. It's a beach for just like a monster. You can see in this here, you've actually got 3 massive currents converging here. Do you see that? Over here on the right, you've got a massive current coming in.
This is the run. This is it.
From the west. And then you would be standing
Please be dead. Please be dead.
Of course, this
Like, please.
drone, I'm guessing, is in elevation. So the top of the water was another 800 to 900 feet above this perspective right here.
It's not paced. It's
And
not.
it's moving very, very fast.
It's not.
And it's sweeping down into a river valley that's down in those mountains you see in the distance. And from there, it's being carried down and joining up other equally as large floods coming in from other valleys. And all of this is happening at once, and it's covering 5 states. And that's just one region that's being affected by this
largest flood event. It's simple.
Yeah. This is insane. I mean, it's insane to look at.
And it happened here in North America.
That was slow. That was very slow.
1,800 years ago, and its story has yet to be fully told.
Isn't it possible there was something larger before, like the 65 million year ago when they hit the Yucatan? Like, what kind of impact is that?
Well, it actually would, because if it happened 12,000 years ago, we wouldn't be having.
None of us would be here.
Yeah, that'd be a wrap, right?
Yeah, that was a single large object, about 6 miles wide. That was a much more devastating impact than the impact of 12,800 years ago. But nevertheless,
I can't believe that guy's still alive.
12,800 years ago were really, really bad, and they did stuff like this. And anything that was in the way of this, of these massive flows of water, would have been rubbed completely from the story.
So this all makes sense.
Yeah, and here's the thing with the Michael Sherman. When you understand the extent of this, the scale of this phenomenon, and the severity, the inconceivable severity, in the aftermath of an event like this, what would remain of a city, a village, a refrigerator? No, nothing. When nothing would not happen.
And most things wouldn't exist in the refrigerator or a car out on blocks in someone's backyard in the South.
Like, fuck right off.
1970s, and the rot has gotten into the frame.
Nature's going to eat it
Yeah,
up.
nature's eating it up just in a couple of decades.
Right.
What's it going to be like in a couple of thousand years?
We should not be surprised about how little we really know about it. This is also a comfort game with archaeology. Oh yeah, we've got the past all worked out. We understand here it is. This is what we teach in school. This is what our friends in the media report. This is the facts. We know nothing. There's been so much lost, so many missing pieces of the puzzle that we're, desperately trying to stitch together. And it's important, I think, that we actually do get some clarity on events like this, because we still live on this planet and we have kids and we have a future, and we want to hopefully
One of those big boys comes our way.
well, that's right. But again, I come down to this, which is that we are not dealing with gloom and doom and the end of the world. We're dealing with a problem that humanity should be confronting. We should not be sticking our heads in the sand. We should be confronting this problem. And that's why I support the work in the Country Research Group, because they are the only people right now who are confronting this problem and really getting to grips with it.
We should all confront. I mean, we should absolutely all support them. Because if something is not wanted, what really makes sense is how many stories of floods there are in ancient times, and how many crowds.
What? Like, come on, man.
And how many there are from North America?
What? What are you doing here? Oh my god.
I believe the Americas are the repository. The Native American people who have been subjected to so much destruction over the years. They, in their mythology, their tradition, they think more of this than almost anything. It's really tragic what has happened in the Americas from the time of the Spanish conquest. The deliberate destruction of knowledge, the terrible, horrendous abuses that Native Americans have suffered. They are our wisdom keepers. They are the people who pass down the oral tradition and remember the past. So not only do we have cataclysms wiping the human memory, but we ourselves actively get involved in the human memory and wipe it. We rub it out. The burning of the Maya codices by the Spanish fire, thousands and thousands. God knows what was in those documents. We might have had a whole other story about ourselves if we could have had access to those, but instead we're this destructive, cannibalistic species that just goes and smashes everything to bits.
It's a weird impulse that human beings have is when they move into an area and take over it, one of the things they like to do is destroy their icons. What's going on with ISIS and all these ancient Buddhist structures. It's 1,000-plus-year-old beautiful sculptures that blow them up, and yelling praise God while they're doing it. It's really very bizarre. It's a very bizarre information we have. It's almost like we don't want people to know. You know, it's this bizarre, almost human instinct to wipe out the past and just to constantly keep moving
Or
forward.
is there some trauma? Is there some collective trauma, some deeply suppressed memory that we can't quite confront?
That's exactly the thought, because I think that's the one way, one of those areas where Malachi is trying to do, mankind being unleashed, that somehow we carry the trauma, because once you begin to get a handle, you get a picture of these events.
I really appreciate everyone being here, I really do. I might play, I don't know, maybe another. Oh man, do I want to go past 12:30? I don't know. That sucks because I duped 146 today. I got 147 earlier today too. I got 2 completions. I'm right there. I'm right there. I'm so close. I might play another maybe 20 minutes, maybe. I really appreciate you being here, though.
The other thing to bear in mind, in the world today, we have an advanced civilization. America, Germany, the industrialized technology. And we have coexisting with that in South America, in the Namibian desert. We have hunter-gatherers. So the notion that hunter-gatherers and an advanced civilization might coexist in the same epoch of history should not be strange to us, because we're doing that today. And that's what I would suggest happened before 12,800 years ago, before the cataclysm of 12,800 years ago, that there was a fairly advanced civilization that was capable of mapping and exploring the world, creating gigantic works of architecture, and it coexisted with hunter-gatherers. And who were the ones who survived the cataclysm? The answer is the ones who survived the cataclysm were the hunter-gatherers, not the sophisticated peoples. A few of them survived, and they then settled amongst the hunter-gatherers and tried to transfer some of their knowledge and skills to them. And it's the same today. If we were to have a repeat of the Younger Dryas cataclysm today, I don't think that people from Los Angeles or London would be amongst the leading survivors. I think the survivors would be people like the hunter-gatherers of the Amazon rainforest, because they're in the business of surviving. That's what they do. It's not a mystery to them. It's not even a problem. They do it all the time. They would carry the human story forward. And 10,000 years from now, their descendants would be telling the myth about how there was once a great civilization on this planet, so advanced that they could even go to the moon.
Are you fucking serious?
Speak to one another on the other sides of the earth. But they did something wrong. They fell out of harmony with the universe. They ceased to wear their prosperity with moderation. That's actually a line from Plato about Atlantis. And the universe slapped them. So there would be a differential survival rate. I would say that those who are more technologically advanced are less likely to survive, because they depend on a complex interrelated network of skills. And any individual on his or her own, most of them, you're a different joke, because you do know how to survive. But a lot of people don't know how to survive. But at least you've worked at it, you know. I'm not that good. But most of us haven't even worked at it at all. We haven't had a clue.
Then you fucking open everybody's eyes. All those people that think you just go out there and shoot animals and stay alive. Good fucking luck. You're probably screwed if you have a rifle. Even if you have a rifle, you're probably screwed. If you have a bow and arrow, you're gonna fucking starve to death. Right. This is extremely difficult to get close. You know?
And yet hunter-gatherers for thousands and thousands of years have succeeded in doing that. Like the Bushmen of the Kalahari.
I think there was less humans and more animals. Right. I think that's also part of the road. It's like we're dealing with one of the terrible things we've done is taken these giant swaths of land and made them entirely inhabitable for wildlife. Like cities. Like how many people grow food in the city? What is the percentage? Is it even 1/10 of 1% of people in the city grow their own food?
Probably not.
Probably not even that. So you have these massive, essentially deserts where no wildlife exists other than predatory species like coyotes and ravens and things like that. And then you go out from there, and then you have these vast farmlands. The only benefit of the vast farmlands is the amount of deer that exist now is greatly more than for the longest time. But it's because they've almost become an own vegetables.
So let's imagine a situation where all the resources of our cities, all the amenities, all the infrastructure are gone.
Most of us are fucked.
I would say radically, I would say in fact our civilization, which appears so strong, is actually very, very fragile.
Extreme.
Just a little push.
It's like when you look out the window and you're like, wow, that's the outside. No, that's a piece of glass. You're outside. It's not that piece of glass and you're outside. No, the effortless it is, it just seems natural. When the shade's tight and you set your alarm clock and you sleep, you're sleeping next to glass.
What? Like what?
You feel confident. You're
What?
Well, there's this incredible complacency and arrogance.
Yeah.
We are the apex and pinnacle of the human story, that we're the best that's ever come, and that's a danger, mythological. That is
It's
a
not
very
based with the
dangerous
stupid
place
route I
to be.
took.
When you start
It's not
imagining
based.
yourself as the apex and the pinnacle of everything, that's precisely when the universe reminds you that you're not that.
Yeah, it's a very weird existence that we have where we just sort of look at how things are right now.
Fuck right off. Like, suck a fucking dick.
Come to the realization that someone breaks away and all of a sudden it just doesn't compute. How come I can't walk? And the reality is not shit. And this reality that we have here with this fairly healthy Earth, it shifted in a moment. The Yellowstone volcano was freaking me out the most over the last few years.
Another big issue.
Yeah. And interesting, if we look at small, like we see, when we look at the extreme cold in New Orleans, right? It was almost as if the human species separated into two subspecies. You had one group of people that rose to the occasion and did heroic things. They organized, saved people spontaneously, you know, because the government was conspicuously absent for 5 days. And then you had a major flooding of New Orleans, and you had people spontaneously organizing and performing these heroic actions of saving their fellow man and doing just stupendous things, superhero things. But then you had another segment of the population that just didn't barbaric. And you had mass rapes, you had smashing of businesses.
What? Okay, I shot this guy right in the fucking head.
Committing violent acts. So,
And America, the richest country on earth, did not manage that crisis well. I mean, it was very, and that was a little crisis by comparison with what we took.
Remember when Kanye West got on TV? George Bush does not like black people.
I don't remember that, but yeah, George Bush, I think, was on day 4. George Bush flew over an Air Force One. But there's a lesson in those kinds of events.
Sure. Yeah, we're not prepared.
And you have to extrapolate from it. And you know, if you go back, you know, I oftentimes have thought of
What the fuck was that, Mark?
knew that there was a high probability of a younger Gyges type event, a series of events impending in our future.
What would you do? Start drinking it?
What can you do? It all depends on the lead time. It all depends on the lead
What if it's a 10-day lead time? Like, you can be able to shoot a rocket up there and
Plan this over again, unless
just go hard to the end.
Yeah.
10 days. But 10 years for 20 years.
Then we can do some stuff.
Then we can do some stuff.
The real scary thing is, there's two scary things. One, if you survive. You're like, fuck. You know, if you really did survive and everybody else was jacked and also you're dealing with some Mad Max type reality where people are starving to death and they're very desperate and they become almost like animals, that's entirely inside the realm of possibility.
Well, that's what we learned from
Or the other terrifying possibility is that you leave the future of civilization up to those other people. And that they survive, and they have kids, and their kids survive, and somehow or another, somewhere along the line, we get better and better at understanding our place here, which is what I think is happening. And all it would take is one, I mean, this is, as much as people are complaining right now, as much as there's riots in the streets because of, protests in the street, some riots, apparently. But over the president-elect, what this time is, it represents the greatest time in history when it comes to safety, when it comes to knowledge, access to information, understanding each other. I don't think it's ever been better.
What? Like what? Where's it even?
We have everything at our feet.
Yeah.
There's incredible potential. in modern civilization. But the problem is that there's also very rigid mind control. The way that our societies work, it's turning people into drones. People are brought up to believe that their only purpose in existence is production and consumption. That people forced to fit into a sort of narrow place in the machine. Mass media beaming, messages at us all the time. Even the concept of democracy is absurd. When you don't have complete transparency, when there are secrets, when things are hidden, how can the people vote, with a clear mind? If a lot is being hidden from them, that's not democracy. Democracy is in fact invested in mind control, most unfortunately.
Well, I wonder how long it's going to take before the rigid mindsets that are in place right now, this idea of this resistance to change, when it comes to science, when it comes to accepting this asteroid impact there. And I think that exists in politics, I think that exists in religion, I think it exists socially, the way we approach relationships, friendships, just all of it is evolving in front of our eyes. I was watching a movie last night, not another teenage movie, something that was called, and I was live tweeting it. So I was smoking pot writing, and sometimes I just like to have the TV on and not listen to it. Just that last night I chose to do it that way, and I just got so enamored in this weird movie from 2001. The movie felt like a time machine. It's like I was watching this culture that does not exist anymore. It's one of those teenager movies where like in college and they're drinking and there's a lot of the naked women and racist, sexist humor, and it's really crude, really stupid. And I'm like, this is so bizarre because this doesn't exist anymore. This kind of film. Like this is like Al Jolson with blackface or something. And in a way, it's like a cultural time machine. Like you get to go and for a brief moment see like this comedy that somebody concocted in 2001, which seemed so recent.
Like what the where are you even, motherfucker?
Film, you get evidence of this weird cultural change, or shouldn't be weird, massive cultural change. It's happened as far as the way we're allowed to joke around about things. It was racist shit in that movie. Like racist and sexist shit. And punching them in the face and shit, like that you just can't really do in a comedy today. And that's what and what is it going to be like if we can avoid getting hit by a rock, blowing ourselves up, Yellowstone blowing up our face? If we can keep going, I think we're on a great path. I think we're on a thing about
I think we're on a great path. It's a hazardous path. It's a path where the future is not at all certain. But humanity is at one of those moments, crossroads, where you kind of stand on the edge of an abyss and you don't quite know what lies ahead. And we can take a really great path out of this, or we can take a really horrible path out of this. And I think the key issue is that we do actually have choice.
Wow, that was so bad. That was really bad.
A lot of positive out there in the world. I do think people are waking up. I think they are questioning old structures. They're refusing to put up with the bullshit any longer. More and more people are doing that. It's happening in the realm of politics. It's happening in the realm of dealing with the big corporations. It's happening in the realm of investigating the past. We're just not going to be told what to think anymore. That's encouraging, but then on the other side, there are huge efforts being put precisely into making people think in certain ways, whether it's the advertising industry or the political messages. And so we have to be aware of that. It could go down the drone path. I mean, like the beehive path, which would be why even bother to be human if your society is turning you into a worker drone and a beehive. So it could go down an expansion of consciousness and the realization of the incredible beautiful potential.
What? What? Why don't you just shoot me 4 times? Sorry. Yo, what happened to Dogger? When Moonraker? When, buddy? From the Elite? I saw a couple of you saying he got banned.
It's also a big, it's going to be a big cultural evolution. It
Yeah, the elite is, they're liars, man. So, a couple people bullied him because he was playing a level. And so he kept playing that level until he got world record. And he completely blew the fuck out of the people that were like bullying him. And they couldn't handle it. And so Dogger kind of like reverse bullied him, bullied the people. Not really like reverse bullying, but like just like fucking rubbed it in their face, which they deserved, 100%. And they couldn't handle it, and they decided to take the victim road. And the elite is so absurd that they banned the time because they couldn't handle the fact that this guy got the world record and they couldn't. It's the hive mind. It's not even like it's this generation of hive minded. Which world record? He got a couple. You got this one, and you got this one.
And which, with this latest exercise, NASA coming late to the party, finally seems to be thinking. What happened if LA is hit by 350 foot diameter?
Right, and that's because when the probability models for a Tunguska type.
No, really, it's like the hive mind. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But I mean, if it's a group of people that decide to play Japanese GoldenEye, so that's like the root. So if you understand the root, you understand that if they're going to lie about one thing, they're going to lie about everything. You know what I mean? And so it's like, yeah, crash site, and like, I saw the 113 agent live. I saw it live with my own eyes. And for them to have the audacity to say that it doesn't even exist, like, there's no dignity, there's no, like, value. It's hive mind. Good, I'm glad you saw the clip. The entire world needs to see that clip to see how much of a liar the GoldenEye community is to themselves. When people lie to themselves, that just shows that, like, there's no hope. There's no hope. There's no trust. There's no fucking way I'm ever meeting up in person with someone that plays Japanese GoldenEye. There's no fucking way. They're gonna come up with some excuse to steal your wallet and blame it on you because you haven't guarded it well enough, and be like, well, you should have guarded it. You should have kept it safer. You should have bought a cartridge from Japan.
That's what it's about. That's a really fucking important issue. That is, for me, that is the most important issue, because if we live in a society that is not prepared to recognize adult sovereignty over
Yo, wow. Oh, but it's true. It's ridiculous. And then they banned him. And then they say, well, I know who wrote it, who edited it, who's lying to the world. I know who it is. It said that he had like a fucking untied sleigh or whatever. It's not Sam. Neil's the bro. Neil's the best. But someone else edited the comment saying that that person got an untied sleigh, but that's not true at all. Dogger got the untied sleigh on, I think both of those. Or maybe Sam got it on 124, but I think he got it on 113. No, it's whack. It's dude, they play Japanese GoldenEye. Come on.
Creating to this day, we're still creating disinformation, we're still trying to mislead people. But I think that goes to what we talked about before, where it's a system. Systems protect themselves. And I think that
bureaucracies, they're going to kind of piss them off.
Well, even when there's no financial stake in it, there's a social stake. Like what you're seeing right now with the left versus the right. Like there's
And I'm sure there's so many people. And what's Mop do? He called out. He's basically saying what I'm saying, but like he said it like he sent a message like directly to the elite like moderators, being like, you guys are a bunch of retards. You guys are like, he just like let them have it, and they got butthurt. And instead of like actually realizing the truth, they decided to. He wanted to remove his times, but then he instead got banned.
sexuality and toxic masculinity. There's so many uses of that word in our culture. But I think that this desire to fight with each other.
And be deeply unpleasant.
Yes.
Say really horrible, hurtful, ghastly things. And you see it so often in
But it's like
And from the left too, as well as the right. The left
it's so ridiculous, man.
Exactly. And I think that we have to resist the urge to fight. I think this is when people push too far to the left, that's when the alt-right emerges. When people push too far on the right, that's when the left comes up. And, that's when, Kent State emerges. You have all these weird factions duking it out that have so much in common. And a lot of times, the things that they don't have in common, it's either because of ignorance, or it's because of an ideological dispute or a lack of communication. And I think if those three things are in place, at least open lines of communication, which is also fostered by marijuana. You get these people talking openly and vulnerably.
Like to play the victim card and then to lie. But then again, it's people that play Japanese Goldeneye, so it's like there is no dignity to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to you shouldn't be surprised that they're going to play the victim card and then lie when they have already done so in the purchase of a cartridge from another country, saying it's the same. Yo, I just think they're drunk with power. Yeah, it's definitely an emotion. It's definitely an emotional decision. It's not irrational. There's no rationality at all in the decision. It's just emotion. 100%. And I mean, it's like, fine. People aren't perfect, right? People aren't perfect. We all make mistakes. But just, try to be objective, right? How are they going to handle Aztec Agent? I'm never playing Aztec Agent. Aztec Agent is absolute trash. Aztec Agent. God. Is there a more pathetic level than Aztec Agent? Is there more of a bastardization of a level than Aztec Agent? Sorry, I'm not ripping on your comment. I'm ripping on Aztec Agent. Aztec Agent, doesn't even exist. It's not even a real level. It's literally just a filler. All the agent is literally just filler. 00134, yeah, baby. Here we go. This is the strat. Oh my god. Can you imagine? That's the 134 strat. The run the first room. No, it's probably the no body armor. Let's be honest. Nice. You take the Golden Knight community and hand it over to another group, they'd shape up pretty quickly. Oh, for sure. 100%. It's an exclusivity thing. And they made it even more exclusive by requiring the purchase of a Japanese cartridge, making the hardest levels the easiest in the world. Because they're not good enough to play on the fucking proper cartridge. And it's not my fault that made me come to this conclusion. It's theirs for choosing to be victims to a cartridge. Because they don't try. They don't actually fucking try. They criticize, they blame victim. Sorry, man. I wasn't getting your. I love that you have faith in my Aztec Agent 122, whatever. Oh, the bullshit bands too. Oh, for sure.
of which there are hundreds
100%.
around this this is Paul Holt's cataract.
Right.
The exact location.
Yeah. Somebody wants to get to it, which we're in Washington State still.
100%,
We're
man.
in Washington State. Central Washington is going to be right on the Columbia River.
Well, the issue is that like they've lost all credibility, right? Because they lie about like what happened and what I saw.
An iceberg floating on the flood, an iceberg the size of an oil tank.
They're liars. That's the thing. Independent of lying about the Japanese golden light cartridge, they're liars about history. They're liars about time. But it's not like I was surprised, but now I'm not surprised. It's just sad. It's a very sad existence. It's a very lonely existence. It's a fucking great run. Let's go. This run's amazing. It might be pace. It might be pace.
Now there's about 2 dozen chapters, and every year there's several
No grenade.
field trips led by geologists who are studying this in their off time. And I've been on a number of them participating to get the
Wow.
geologists in order to get their brain. But this is very close to the National Washington. This is a Google Earth image. Now what we're going to do, before we do the Google Earth image, I was going to explain that you've got those, see those lakes, those meandering lakes up there. What you got to picture is you've got a sheet of water, and as it's coming over this ridge, it selectively erodes into fault lines and cracks within the river. You picture that? The water's going to naturally try to go into those low spots or those cracks and fissures, and it'll start going from a sheet into channel. What goes from sheet to a channel, and that spills over the ridge. In the middle, you see this, it's called a rock blade. See that the rock blade is that dense.
But yeah, it's ridiculous. It's the hive mind, right? Because it's like I got clipped saying that as if it's like, oh look, we caught him saying that. But it's like, no. What that proves is it proves that they're lying to themselves because of the standings that saying it didn't exist. You know what I mean? But it's the hive mind philosophy mentality.
You're seeing the landscape. We're looking to the east in the direction of those finger points. There's the sound track.
Is it not playing the sound?
Oh, there we go.
Okay, and the landscape opens up. So you're on that rock blade.
We're on the rock blade right there. So now you can begin to see the scale of this thing that we were just seeing with the visual.
When you describe it, I mean, I would have just looked at it and go, wow.
But again, you know, like we're not all perfect, right? Like
Oh, that was obviously
we all make emotional decisions.
That's the problem is because we haven't had the scale. It took Brett's 25 years to put the pieces together.
Well, also we haven't been able to take these sort of high resolution photographs with drones right above it.
Yeah, that's a gives us a whole other insight. You know, it used to be $1,000 an hour to get up there in a helicopter. Now you can fly a drone around, you know, with a phone. Yeah. So,
Right here in the middle ground, you see that big hole? That's about 200 feet. That's a pothole that's created by this swirling vortex of massively turbulent water.
Shit, this is incredible.
in other words, the evidence is all over the landscape, staring us in the eyes, and it's only in the recent years that it's starting to make sense.
Well, we've evolved the analysis of the sea. And so now by going out here with a drone, I can over this landscape several times in a small boat. But now, like you just said, like Brandon said, now we can go up and see it from a whole different
It's too slow, anyways.
see the man standing right down there.
It was too slow.
That little dude is 6 feet It's an illusion.
What's to me stunning, I mean, this is what's really stunning is the initial picture, where it becomes so obvious that both pictures farmland and that just, it's so obviously cut.
Slice out the lines.
So let's see the rest of it. So, and then we have what's called classic scab. You see all these mounds, these kind of lumps? That's what are the scabs on the scab. That's why it's called scab.
And again, it's flooding. It's plucking, differentially plucking material off the surface.
Wow. This is incredible. There's water.
Yeah, it's built the pothole.
Too slow. Too slow.
Right, and see, this is just, I mean, we've looked at two features now, Camas Prairie and potholes, cabin. We could sit here for the next 10 hours looking at dozens and dozens of these mega features. And you look at, there's a whole bar.
Over there.
Look at, see the giant ripples on it? You see those? I've never seen those recorded in the literature. Maybe nobody's ever secretly seen it before.
Or no one's ever paid attention.
Nobody's ever paid attention, but there they are.
So what does mainstream science use to describe this sort of, or mainstream archaeology use to describe these features?
This would be geology. Well,
That's
catastrophic
archaeology.
flooding.
Yeah, so they believe this is catastrophic flooding as well. I just think it's a slower.
They think it's lots of small catastrophes. They're not one big catastrophe.
And what kind of timeline are these geologists putting on this?
Oh, 2,000 or 3,000 years.
Why do they do that?
Well, because of the ice dam model and how much time it would take. See, it gets complicated.
And because until atomic research, there was no credible source of heat that could melt that amount of ice and cause that. Now that's the new factor that's come into the equation.
Now you look at the people standing on the cliff edge, the edge of the rock. See it down there?
Yeah.
So now you get the
What?
sense of
Like I shot him right in the head, man.
again in the aftermath. So, no, not that. Not that news. Orange buttons.
Yeah. This is crazy. It's crazy to look at. So when you're looking above it, you get a sense of it, but if you show these people around it, I would stuff like that. But when you look at it originally,
Wow.
Well, that's we are in this condition. See it when I take people out to shoot what I do is first by showing these images from NASA, the satellite photography,
Wow.
Google Earth imagery, aerial photography, then ground photography, and then you go out in the landscape. And at that point, you can start having this framework for understanding what you're seeing. Otherwise, you just don't. The scale of it is too vast.
it's really amazing.
And this is an adventure of exploration that we're just getting launched on. This is recovering the lost past of humanity. And if I may, I want to make a pitch for the comic research group. If anybody, I think it's really important. It's not just a matter of funding their research. It's also a matter of sending a message that we, the people, are prepared to take matters into our own hands and support those scientists who are working with open minds, inquiring. And whether you give a
Wow.
or $100 or whatever, any little counts. It's the voice of the people as much as the money that really matters. These guys, the Comic Research Group, they need their research funding. They have an Indiegogo crowdfunding campaign. You can go to my website, press the Comic Research Group banner, it takes you to a page with all the relevant links. Please consider it. It's valid, it's worthwhile, it's worth the work, and has the potential to change the whole story of our past and our future.
It's a story that would be incredibly exciting to be a part of. And that's what I'm trying to get people to sort of watch. There's this thing happening, and it is democratic in its own. And you don't have to be some specialist or particular authority in some branch of academically approved science
Too slow, way too slow. I should really just quit this out.
Pedestrians walking along we were being carried by this car. And all this stuff is all right. It's your right to understand what the history of this crazy rock has gone through. This is amazing. Yes, it's amazing stuff.
From the perspective to understand this, for 12,000 years, this story has been written into the landscape of the earth. And only now are we able to step back and see the big picture
Yo, thanks so much for being here. I'm gonna only play for maybe 5 or 10 more minutes. I can't play all night. I can't do it. We had 2 completions tonight. 1 dupe, 1 147, 1 146. Man, it's encouraging. That's very encouraging. 2 completions are very encouraging. But I gotta come back to this. 5 hours? Yo, thanks, buddy. Thanks, man. Yeah, 2 completions tonight, man. 1 147, 1 146. I really thought the 146 was a 145, but it wasn't. It shows my original 146 was very high. And then this 146 I got might have been like a mid-range. I got trolled at the end because of a guard. He shot me, which I think might have induced enough lag to make it a 146.
Enchantment of heavens onto earth. In modern societies, we can't even see the stars. Even in the middle of a big city, the stars are gone. The light vision just blocks them out. You never think they're there. You forget that you're part of a majestic cosmos. So that everything about it is mystery. We are immersed in mystery from the moment we're born to the moment we die, and yet our society is telling us something very prosaic.
Yo, thanks, Moonraker. You're the man, dude. So are you, Dick. So is everybody that was here.
No one has it all figured out. It's not possible. I think everybody owes it to themselves to go out to the desert in the middle of when you know there's a stretch where the moon's not going to be out and there's going to be clear skies, especially if you live in Southern California.
Holy fuck, come on. This is so fast. This is so fast. I let go of C up. I did it. I let go of it. What? Why don't you just like auto aim on the fucking guy? It's not pace. It's not pace. It's not.
Because nobody's really looking at this guy, but these high altitude events would be essentially equivalent to like Hiroshima-sized bombs going off 20 miles up. Just outside, yeah. You're not looking right up there, so you're not going to see it. And at night, if you're living in a city, if you're inside, the light pollution, by the time it happens, it's over. But if you're out in a completely wilderness area, visual access to the stars, you're aware of that, and you're constantly aware of the presence of the sky, you're going to see much more of that happen. Then, if the cosmos decides to get a little bit more active, which it does from time to time, suddenly the sky is now becomes a major factor in your existence, your vital existence.
Yo, it was long enough to get through most of Joe. Yeah.
In those episodes, you have multiple.
Yeah, really. Yeah, the first one was 3.5 hours.
We enter episodes of Bombay.
This one is like 3 hours too.
Passing through a filament of the torrid meteor stream that's asteroids a kilometer long. When we enter those filaments, we are entering a period of episodic bombardment when human civilization is at risk. And according to their calculations, we are entering in the next 30 years. And that's why we need to pay attention to this, because 30 years is enough time to do something about it. If we apply the resources of our civilization to this, we can solve it.
Let's look at a couple more pictures.
Too slow. It's too slow.
Well, projects images and holograms. That's my.
Well, but again,
That boost was so bad, he's still alive behind me. Wow.
If they can see an economic return for them, then maybe that'll be a good thing actually for the human race.
Will this have to be a manned expedition like Bruce Willis in that asteroid movie?
Not necessarily.
What's the image that Rush showed?
Well, Jamie, why don't you go to the folder of the one we opened?
Folder of awesomeness.
Folder of awesomeness. Yeah, just let's start with 1007. Well, we're going to look at the NASA stuff, and then we'll look at a couple of Google Earth things, and then we'll look at a couple of geological survey things, and then we'll focus.
Wow.
Holy shit. This is one of the early NASA.
What are you doing there?
Back in the late 70s, actually. And what we got here is two big scabland traps, which show two of the big meltwater streams.
It's not gonna work, and it's too slow.
Stars in the landscape. So each one of those, this varies roughly between 10 and 20 miles wide, and the bigger one on the right is probably 50 to 60 miles long.
Wow, work.
But you can actually see that when the water swept down from the north out of British Columbia,
Alright, I might do a few more minutes. It's 1 a.m. It's 1 a.m.
covered the basalt bedrock, right? Basalt bedrock, by the way, that was originally formed by eruptions of the Yellowstone caldera. But so the water came down, swept away the topsoil and left the bare, dark basalt exposed down below. The feature that we just looked at is not even really in this NASA photograph that's over to the west. Let's go ahead to the next one, Jamie.
What's the Snake River down there, which is, where's the Snake River?
Snake River comes up out of Idaho and then joins the Columbia and then flows out to the Pacific Ocean. Then we got Google Earth image coming up.
1 a.m. What are you, a degenerate? No, man. I worked in the day, and then I play this at night.
What's going on with the TV? What's going on?
I'm lucky. I have work still. I'm very blessed. If I survive this run, it's so fast. This is so fast. The boosts are insane. What? Who shot me? What? What? Would Degenerate be playing G? I think not. They play PD. What?
Just tell me where it is. I get it.
I think I think GoldenEye for good times. Yeah, there's more trollery in Perfect Dark, I find. But I mean, for like great times, GoldenEye's pretty degen. But yeah, like I can't play all night. I got a big day tomorrow. Let's do one more like pretty good run. Fuck, like that should have fucking worked.
That is where tongue of the ice came out of Canada and it stopped right here. And when it receded, when it melted back, what it did was it left all this rubble that can't really be farmed out. It's called till, glacial till. And where the glacier ended, that's called moraine. And you can see it's circular where the glacier came. When you come right off the south of the glacier, you see kind of a
It's too slow. I fucking hate that side boost. I hate that side boost so much, man.
I think we should keep in mind a lot of the audience aren't actually seeing the videos. I mean, the takeaway is that all across the Pacific Northwest there's a land
The fucking running guy, eh?
scarred and devastated by gigantic flood that took place 12,000 years. It's left its mark.
This might be my last run. I have no health though, and it's slow with the running guy. The running guy really ruined it. I have no health. It's too low. The health is too low.
Well, they'll see if they watch the YouTube video. They can watch it and hear you talk about it at the same time. It's just
This guy took fucking forever. Alright, one more, one more. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it.
This man knows his landscape.
Pretty fast. Pretty fast.
This whole area, so this whole area has been absolutely unequivocally, undeniably.
You see this, Joe, and you realize the scale of what you just looked at, and now you're seeing that within this whole landscape
Yeah.
that was essentially inundated. You'll start to get the scale of this. And that's what I'm trying to do. If you, Joe, can get the scale of this,
Yeah, I think I got it from that one image. That was a real mind blower. The ripples, yeah, the ripples. Well, the ripples were a real mind blower, and the other one, farmland, and then there's some massive channels.
I like Osea.
You kind of get it. Has anybody sat down with you and tried to dispute this? I mean, the people that believe that this was slow and gradual effect, has anybody sat down and tried to debate
I like Osea up again.
It seems like something that we really need to debate. You know, we'd love to see someone who's a geologist that, you know, I'm sure there's someone out there that is listening to this that may have a dispute with it.
You bet there is.
I'm sure. But I would
Alright,
love
one
to
more,
see
one more, one more, one more,
and
one
talk
more.
to you about it and go over all the various
I'll
steps.
probably raid whoever's
The new
playing Golden
glass
Knife.
that they find, I mean, all of it, all the top to bottom.
at this point, nobody is connecting the work of the concrete research.
Alright, like one more like pretty good run. I can't play past 110.
That's crazy. Most people are like, that's crazy. How's it possible?
Because it's the missing link. It's such an obvious connection, and it really merits exploration.
This was a really encouraging session though.
Exist. What if you guys were never born? What if you never wrote that book? What if you never been freaking out about this shit your whole life? How would I know about
How
this?
many times in the human story has this happened?
Yes.
Where stuff
I like Osea up again.
that really needed.
It sounds crazy, just but I'm not sure. I'm a skeptical person.
Well, I'm saying, Michael, sure, come on, man, let's go spend a week out in that landscape.
Well, he does want to debate you. He wants to sit down and debate you. Okay. Can we set that up?
We can set that up.
Listen, I would love it.
That sounds like
Yes.
Well, in my mind, there's really no argument with this evidence. I mean,
Well,
it
it
seems
seems-
overwhelming, and the question really comes down to, at this point, nobody disputes that there were catastrophic floods. The question is, what was the mechanism? How many were there?
How long did it take?
How long did it take? Was it a bunch of catastrophic but smaller floods? Or was it back to Brex's original model of one giant flood? And I think the truth actually lies somewhere between. And again, the geology gets complicated, but I'm writing it up. So I will explain in detail what my thoughts are after having crisscrossed thousands of miles of this landscape repeatedly.
What? Like what?
Absorb every piece of scientific literature ever written on it. I've evolved some ideas about what could have happened here and how.
Well, I was a grown adult.
Grenade and everything, man.
Found out that in North America, most of it was by, what was it, 10, 12,000 years ago, was covered by a mile-high sheet of ice. I was a grown adult when I went,
North America roughly north of Minneapolis.
and that's all knowledge, right? I mean, everybody knew that. Anybody who actually studied
What? Like what? The side box guy? Yeah, I didn't pick up any ammo again. Why? Where's the ammo? Where is it?
the idea in my mind that this whole thing was
Losing my mind.
it seems so incredibly recent.
This is probably the last run. This one right here, and then I'll raid someone. I think.
Consider the weight of those ice masses pressing down. I mean, anything that was there before the ice came down would have been ground to powder. As the ice captures and melts, everything below it is washed away.
Fuck yeah, let's go. What? The triple? Really? Really?
Once we know that there has been these erasures that have transpired. And not just once, but I mean, what we're looking at here is probably the most severe events in the last 5 billion. I have a reason.
What's the reason?
Well, the reason is based upon the severity of the
Really? Suck a fucking dick. Fucking bitch.
event of an equivalent level as what occurred at the underground.
It's it's funny because what I would call a knee-jerk skeptical person would always say that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Is there anything more extraordinary than that image of those farmlands and that giant swath cut into the land?
That is the extraordinary evidence.
That's pretty extraordinary. And then the core samples. The core samples show this massive fluctuation of temperature.
Yeah.
That coincides with the melting of the ice. Yes, it's all there. It obviously all leads, even to someone like me, it leads to an event.
And this cataclysmic episode immediately precedes the time when we've been told that civilization began.
Yeah.
That's the other point, which is really important. We have this huge punctuation mark, and then civilization suddenly starts to evolve. No, it was there before. This is a dream.
I need it. Alright, one more run. One more run.
I don't want to interrupt you, Joe. No worries. Look at this. Wow. Okay, so that's me. I'm looking at this after you told me. That looks like water, but it's sort of like receded and left these logs on this hillside.
Think of a bathtub, Rick. After Joe, you get in here and you take a bath, and the water is basically brown with sediment. What kind of
That's easy.
bathtub rings?
You leave sediment in your tub?
And you're quoting Genesis, and the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the
Not because I'm, trying to call it the biblical flood model.
Alright, one more good headshot start, and then I gotta sign off. I will come back to this probably Thursday, maybe. Not tomorrow, but maybe Thursday.
thousands of traditions that speak of this. The whole ancestral memory of the human race is telling us that something terrible happened.
It's also very unfortunate that it's all connected to the ideology that a lot of people find problematic. Like that there's this issues with that being, religion, or culture, this faith-based belief
Well,
system.
we must immediately realize that flood is not the property of the monotheistic religions. The flood is found in every culture on earth.
Also, a lot of these stories are talking about massive translations from ancient Hebrew to Latin, Greek, and a lot is lost in the process. And you're dealing with a lot of these stories were handed down from generation to generation.
Like,
for
fuck
what was
you.
it, 1,000 years before the first version was ever written. So all that is unbelievably fast.
This is the last run.
1014. You'll see a graphic map.
It's like crazy. It's like something just walked, like you had a sandcastle or some flat sand set up, and a wave came in.
Yeah, that's it. I can't play past 112. Thank you so much for being here. Yo, Moonraker, thanks, buddy. Thank you, Dick, for the sub, man. My SMR daddy issues are... Ear licking is on right now. Nice, buddy. 102, yeah, I was a bit slow there. We dupe 106, we got 107, 147, 2. We dupe 146. It's okay if you wrap it up. Yo, thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Who's online? Who is online? Zeros. Terrible Children. Secret H RTA as warm up. He's doing Secret Agent RTA. That's crazy, man. Derek the Terrible. Everyone's online. Alright, we're gonna raid B Rose. Alright, we're gonna raid B Rose. Thank you for being here. He's doing friggin' Secret Agent RTA, so I think he's gonna be on for a while. Probably Eric's gonna be on for a while too. Appreciate it, guys. Guys and girls. Thank you so much again for the sub, Dick. You're the man, dude. Same with you, Moonraker. You're the man, dude. Same with the VFX, Aviathex. Pink Floyd, thank you for the follow. Bear and Bagcock Rolls, Ferrari, RP Knickers, thanks man. Name and Night, we have completion now. Wally 183, thanks man. CM8, yo, thanks dude. We got 2 completions. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm hopeful again. Dick wants all the founders back. It's a boss, man. You're a boss too. Thanks so much. Really, you made my night. Okay. Thank you. See you later. Probably Thursday, maybe. I really appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
The interesting thing about water erosion and sedimentation is its scale and variance. So you can look at features and coming up in the pictures